Good evening. Happy Friday. Hopefully everybody's week has gone well. Joining me right off the top is Bobby. How's it going, Bobby?
Great. Oh, there's
You're perplexed by the screen?
very well, thanks.
Okay, sounds good. So anyway, hopefully everybody's week has gone well. One of the things, it was actually really good. I will say no big news this week, but it was really nice that a couple of folks shot a couple of things my way. A couple of things I did see. I saw the article that you sent my way, Bobby, which we'll talk about. We'll have a little fun with that one.
Sure.
That was a good one. There was another one that I saw also on Sports Collectors Daily that was also quite good that I want to chat about. So I've got the articles linked up. And then there was one I saw on Facebook today that is not really a story, but it's still, I'm going to have a little bit of a chuckle. I'll have a little fun. And it'll play into a reoccurring theme on the live stream. So that's definitely something. We'll have some fun with that for sure. So first of all, good evening, Jeff. Thanks for popping in. And other Jeff as well. So Jeff Smith and McMahon. So we got two Jeffs to start off with. So there you go. Good stuff. So a couple of things. Sports Collector Daily is great. I don't check it every day, but I do enjoy checking it from time to time because they will occasionally have some nice articles. That's always a good thing. It's quick, short write-ups, not overly long, elongated. Some of them are quick stories just to give some basic information, which is always very helpful. So quickly, I'll touch on this. Good evening, Yannick, and good evening, Richie. So the first one I want to talk about, and like I said, I'll get to the one that you sent because it was a good one. First, let me touch on this one because Richie sent this one and I did catch this. So, you know, kind of infamous Instagrammer who does have some good information from time to time, some good articles and stuff. I shouldn't say articles, but posts, I'll put it this way. Card Porn had a bit of one, which is actually still worth talking about briefly. Because even though it's still a little open-ended what it actually means, it's good as a general kind of thought experiment with folks. So I'll show it and I'll also explain. So I'll give a little background here. So let me grab. So this is the Instagram post from Card Porn, and this is related to a Tim Duncan rookie. So a 97 Top Scrum Tim Duncan rookie, and the individual, if you want to check it out, you can go to Card Porn on Instagram and check. It's one of the most recent posts, so you'll be able to see it. The point is that the person sent in this Tim Duncan to get the case replaced. Now, as it turns out, the card had water damage and PSA reassessed it. So originally it was in a holder. I believe it was a PSA 10 holder. And as a result of the water damage, they basically offered him the option of I think it was PSA 5 or authentic. So without the grade, but as an authentic, they could have it. But it was no longer a PSA 10. So PSA basically said, we can't put it back in a PSA 10 holder because the case had been compromised. According to them, the case was damaged, which therefore negated any warranty in their ability to put it back in a 10 holder, which then, of course, erupted a bit of a debate. It created a bit of an issue because then PSA isn't really liable for the guarantee because the case was compromised. So they can say, well, we have to downgrade it because the card, as soon as we take it out of the case, then we have to reevaluate the card because the case was compromised, which gives them an out. Because normally if they reassess a card and they deem it to be lower, they would compensate you for the difference.
Yeah.
So it created a bit of a controversial thing. And it created a couple of different aspects to it. So as I say, this specific example, though, is interesting just because PSA technically has an out because of card damage. But there's something I want to kind of play off of everybody in the chat and then play off of you, Bobby, as well. I'll play a little devil's advocate, but it's also this specific example is one example, though. Because the case is compromised, it does give PSA a bit of an out, so I understand it from PSA's side. I also understand why the collector would be upset if he didn't cause the damage to the case. If for whatever reason the card was damaged and they just didn't realize it, it wasn't a PSA 10 holder, and then you send it in and it's no longer in a PSA 10 holder and you're left holding the bag, so to speak. Because unless you know who caused the damage, it's really hard to assess who should be responsible, who should be on the hook for the difference, because there's a big difference between a PSA 10 Duncan rookie and an authentic Duncan rookie with water damage. Big difference between one and the other for sure. So good evening to PMN as well. So I just wanted to kind of start with that. But here's the thing. I understand the idea that PSA uses the fact that because if somebody damages the case, you know, recklessly, and as a result, the card somehow gets damaged, like a water damage, because you've ruined the airtight seal. As soon as you've done that, it is potentially exposable to water or something or moisture. As soon as that happens, I can understand why PSA would say, oh, well, you know, and the defenders ran out immediately to point this out because, you know, obviously, usually what happens with a lot of things in the hobby, it becomes very polarizing. Some people are like, oh, damn PSA, they should honor their guarantee. And other people are like, well, it's water damage and the case was compromised. So, you know, PSA has a little bit of a right to point out like, hey, We don't know how it was damaged, and how are we liable for this? It's not dissimilar to the idea of, say, an iPhone. So Apple, so say you rip open the back of this and start doing some aftermarket parts or something in here, and suddenly the phone is bricked. And you take it back to Apple and go, well, you should hold it under warranty. And it's like, you modified the phone. As soon as you started tinkering around the back, you negated the warranty. It's the same general principle. It's like, as soon as you did something or someone did something that you allowed them to do in this case, then why would we honor a warranty? Well, the idea was you give us the thing that was damaged as it was, and then we will take care of it and make you whole. But if you start doing something, fiddling around with it, and you break it, then why should we be held responsible effectively? But there is a bit of a slippery slope to this. And here's where I say I'll kind of pose the question. What if the case is not compromised, but in some cases, some of the cards have a little bit of a tolerance for size because certain sets and issues have a little bit of variation, which leaves a little bit of a gap. And some of the older PSA holders especially are a little bit looser on some of the cards. So the card could rattle around a little bit in there. What if the edges or the corner gets damaged on the card while it's inside the holder, still within the sonic seal?
That's an interesting question. I don't think it can happen because...
it can. I promise you it can happen.
Really?
I know for some of them have so much play in there that they can rattle around. You can 100% damage an edge or a corner.
Gotcha. Yeah, on some of them. Yeah, you're extremely small card in a bigger... Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So something like that, though, the case is not compromised. The case is exactly as it was. The design had a flaw that allowed a lot of play, and then the card gets damaged inside the holder. Now, here's the question then. You send it in to, say, reholder it. Mm-hmm. But PSA looks at it and goes, now the corner's dented or the edges are messed up. Theoretically, I would think PSA would have to honor the guarantee if the holder is not compromised. Mm-hmm. In theory. We don't know for sure because they'd have to test it and ask them basically, but I would think they would have to honor it. But it does create this weird little murky ground because, again, in some ways, PSA could almost say like, well, why would you rattling around? Why were you using it as a maraca? Why were you doing this with the card in the holder to damage it that way? But at the same time, we cannot put it back in the same the same numerical grade because it is no longer valid. It's obvious to our eyes, just the naked eye, that the card is damaged.
Yeah, I think PSA has to honor because they grade the card, mm-hmm. and whatever holder that they put it in, it has to be protected. If it is from their lack of design, it is their responsibility. They should buy back the card at the current grade and call it a day at that point. Yeah.
So the guarantee would be in effect because that is normally what the guarantee is supposed to be, that if, it's deemed that the grade is wrong effectively in this case, and they regrade it with the appropriate grade, you would be compensated for the difference.
And the crack case with the water damage, I believe that's, you don't know where the crack case came from. So that's the onus of the last person to possess the card, the graded card. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that point, I'm sorry, you got a 5, and that's just, how to get water damage. Like, who's got it close to water? Mm-hmm. If you spilled water on something and it got, that's your problem. You know what I seen just the other day on I think it was a Facebook post. A guy had a 79 Peachy pack graded 10, and it had 5 gum tears down the left side, 1 at the top. Because when the gum is loose, mm-hmm. it goes around, and when you ship it or something like that, that happens. Same thing with the smaller card. Mm-hmm. It gets shipped a few times. The post office. Stuff's going to happen. So what happens to that grade? See, I always said that, like when PSA started grading, I did message them and I said, listen, you have to put it in a team bag to keep it, any gum from flying around. Mm-hmm. Now they won't even grade packs if the gum is loose. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying, well, how good are you? So they've ruined more packs than they've saved. How's that?
No, that's fair. I think that's reasonable. And kind of Richie is playing, is kind of following what I'm going with this because I agree with your assessment. I think your assessment is more than reasonable. What's going to get interesting is that, as I said, some of those early PSA holders have a little bit of play because I've seen enough of them where the card can rattle around in some cases, not in all cases, but there are some cards that again have a little bit of a tolerance where if it isn't flush against the side of the insert, there is a little bit of room for movement under the right circumstances. And if that becomes a problem, then here, as Richie says, over time, not every PSA graded card, because I think the newer ones are a little better at it, at holding the card firm. But again, it's still possible. Could deteriorate due to the recess areas. And again, we've only had a certain amount of track record. The very earliest PSA cases obviously have almost had 30 years. So we've had at least a moderate, reasonable amount of time with some of those. But some of them do have a bit of a design flaw, potentially, with a little bit more space than they would expect. And then how many of those would PSA compensate? Again, as long as the card as long as the holder is intact, theoretically, they should. As many as it takes, because it is not the collector's problem. Now, what would be interesting is if at some point PSA, again, I don't think they would, if the card changed hands multiple times and somewhere along the way it got damaged, but it's still in the holder intact, PSA in theory should honor the guarantee for whoever happens to be the owner of the card at that time, even if it wasn't the original owner. Because PSA would have no way of knowing that for sure anyway either. So as far as I'm concerned, they should honor it, whatever it is, but it will make it kind of complicated. Because then what happens if the holder's not compromised? What if it's scratched up? You say the holder's not compromised, but it's scratched up. Well, in the context of whatever scratched it, did that cause the movement that then caused the damage?
Yeah. I don't know. I think I don't think they have a design flaw. I think they need to redesign for the different sizes that you do have. I think that's where the issue is, because there really shouldn't be more than a quarter inch of play, no more. And if it is only a quarter inch of play or less, the damage can't happen because it's too close to the line, and it's in the hole. There's only a little bit of extra space there, so that jamming wouldn't really do anything, unless you're slamming it on the, which can be, the Jim Carrey UPS kind of driver doing the thing down the street, kicking the parcel and what have you. And weird stuff does happen at the post office. I get it.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
That's where I stand with that.
No,
they have to redesign it to be, especially those tobacco cards. They're thin, very thin, and they're quite small. T206s, you can get into a lot of different cards that really don't fit the holder well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So PMN here asks a question about SGC holders. Some people have said the SGC holder gasket pinches the edge of the card, but I don't know if it's true, and I don't see it. So I'll tell you this. I don't know too much, because specifically he's asking about vintage cards here. Here's what I'll say. I know for a fact that, again, the size variation of cards creates a problem, because you're still talking about a plastic insert inside of the holder itself. I can tell you that at one point I had my hands on an 85 leaf Roger Clemens card, which maybe was just a smidge large, which was a very tight fit inside of an SGC one, to the point that the edges were looked like they were getting squeezed. Like it looked like they were actually getting pushed up a little bit.
Is SGC, do they encapsulate? They have a plastic around the card like Beckett does?
Yeah, it's like it's basically like a black insert.
I know the tuxedo or whatever, the insert, right? Whatever it's called.
It's a piece of plastic, basically. Yeah.
Okay. That's a piece of plastic, is it? Yeah, I know it's plastic, but I meant soft, malleable plastic, like the like a penny sleeve, as Beckett does.
I think it's an actual piece of plastic. I don't think it's that malleable.
Okay.
Or at least again, there have been multiple iterations. They have changed at least the label design, but I remember the older ones. I don't think it's not like a penny sleeve. I don't believe so.
Because Beckett does put them in a sealed penny sleeve. Kind of thing.
Which in some ways probably makes more sense, because at least it holds the card in place.
And it's waterproof.
Yeah, it gives it a little bit of extra protection, at least to a couple of potential scenarios, which might be a point with all the knocks that the Beckett holder gets, and rightfully so.
It's one good one.
maybe this is one piece of the design. Maybe they got it right. But yeah, the other ones.
So for 1% of the people, it works. For 0.001% of the people.
Yeah, it's like you finally did something. You finally did something that makes sense.
For this many people.
Yeah, exactly. So good evening, 90s hockey collector. But yeah, I just posed the question because I think part of the concern is kind of projecting a little bit ahead, because the Genamint thing also means that you could have, imagine if you ran into some issues where the Genamint, what if you use the Genamint technology? Like if you resubmit a card for holder, I don't know this, but if you want to build a database of cards, if somebody sends something in for reholdering, I would scan it if it was me. I would do it just to keep a record, just so you can have it, just be like, okay, we put this back in a holder. But the technology can kind of do some, little bit of grading. What if it finds the centering is way off for a PSA 10?
Yeah.
Now,
True.
if the case is not compromised, in theory, you should put that thing right back in a PSA 10 holder. If that's what it came in on, you should put it in the new holder with a PSA 10 label. But I'd be curious what would happen if they found it to be like egregious, like somebody who was way off that day. Not a little bit off, not 56-44, more like 65-35, something like that. What if they were way off? And it was undeniable by looking at the scan, and the measurement was done, especially with something on a border. It's like, oh, but you got to put it back in the holder in theory.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. You should scan your cards, but I take that a step further. Is you really should scan all your cards and have a document put away that you know what you have, and if they're ever stolen or you ever have a discrepancy of sending, even before you send your cards, and scan them. Make sure you're getting the right card back. It's just one little protective layer. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm also saying, like, from a PSA's perspective, somebody sent in for reholdering, like, they can start building a database of cards, especially cards, like I said, cards that are serial numbered and things, because they may want to have that for later reference, because you can then prevent some of the alterations that happen on certain cards, because people have altered modern cards with serial numbers. That's how they've gotten caught. Because they can look at the old picture where it's a lower grade and look at this other one with a sharper edge, and suddenly it comes back in a higher grade. But because it's the same serial number, you can't hide it. It's out there.
Yeah, I think they would have to charge a lot more, and for all these extra added things, they're not. It's not really a value added thing for PSA to add that. I think it would more be a service. They would have to charge you as a service fee, additionally to every grade. An extra, I don't even know what.
Well, it's
because the time it takes, they're handling it more. They got to look at it, then they have to put it on a scanning bed, then they have to pick it off the scanning bed. The more handling of that card, I don't know.
Yeah, I think though it's going to become part of the grading process. That's just my opinion. I think it's going to become part of the standard grading process for them to run it through the scanner as part of the grading process, because then you can also, like I said, you can blow up the image to help the grader assess certain flaws on it, in addition to looking at the card properly. Because the scan won't necessarily help you with surface and those things, but it can definitely help you with some imperfections on the design itself, something wrong with the image or something. You can see it a little bit better by magnification. A lot better. And if they're doing it already as part of the process, well, then you've got the scan. It's in the system.
Yeah.
So you can just carry it over into a database. It's just a possibility, something I threw out there.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, then you just need less cards.
Catch up first.
Yeah, it's like, well, Dave, you just need less cards. I don't think anybody's suggesting you scan all of them. But I think some of the key pieces you might be well served to scan. I think you'd probably be well served to scan some of your key pieces, especially the ones you really care about.
Dave, you have a lot more cards than I have knickknacks.
Well, the problem is even with the caveat I gave, Dave would be like, so all the Josh Johnsons? Yes, Dave, all the Josh Johnsons, every single copy, individually. Front and back.
It takes.
Front and back. Maybe edgewise too. Just to be safe. Just to be safe.
Yeah, you got to put your hand there and hold it without shaking.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, I might have to do an HD video. Maybe just do an HD video, Dave, of all of them.
So here's the question. Has anybody ever damaged a card a little bit putting it on a scanner front and back?
Oh, I'm sure they have. I can pretty much guarantee that.
Everybody got a hand up? Honestly, it does happen.
Oh, sure.
So that extra handling, I'm just putting that to PSA here.
Yeah.
So they got to handle it not only in their hand, then they have to put it on a bed. And you have to almost use a penny sleeve to get underneath it make sure there's because you need something to really get underneath the card, because when it fits flat on the glass, that's hard to get off. And it's almost electrostatic, or it's vacuum. It's a vacuum, because actually I worked in the glass business, so my family, they were all glazers, and we would, when we had a table and we'd have big sheets of glass, we would just let it flop. The air would keep it from breaking. Like, you're looking at 96 by 128 piece of glass going on a flat table. We just let it fall from the case. So that air pressure it's suction. And you can't move that. You can't move it, but then you give it a little ripple. The glass is flexible, but it's very brittle, and then you can move it with that air. So it's getting underneath that card, which is very difficult. It's almost like you can't get it up, and then you try to take it to the edge and try to pull it up, and your fingernail. Oh my gosh! Yep, happened to us all.
Yeah, the thing is, any handling you do always gives the possibility of damage. That's reality. Now, to your point though, mentioning PSA, and we'll move on in a second to the second story, guys, because like I said, I've got a couple queued up here. But I wanted to take a moment and talk about this because you can see there's a couple of directions you can take this a little bit and then go from there and branch off, as we like to do. And by the way, this 20 years later is just for the Josh Johnson. Just for the Josh Johnson. I told you, man, 4K. We need some 4K video, Dave. One other thing I'll throw out of this is part of that. I'll be curious to see what precautions PSA takes talking about what you're talking about. Because like I said, I think they're going to start scanning the cards as part of this process. But then that always gives the possibility that PSA could damage it. And if they do and that affects the grades, then it'll be very interesting to see. Like I said, they'll have to be extremely careful. That'll have to be part of it. But that was always a potential risk because they have to handle the card to a certain degree anyway. You know, for the grader to really be able to do this job. It's not like the grader can do it from arm's length without ever touching the card if they're going to look at surface and some of the potential areas. You still have to assess the card in some way. So there's always the possibility of handling being an issue. That's still a thing. Nothing has changed in that regard. It's still reality.
Yes.
But just something to think, a couple of things to think about. So you see, so that's why I say, guys, even on like a small thing, there's still some possibilities, some angles to think about. One other thing I'll mention as well, kind of playing off the post itself. Let's be careful jumping to a conclusion one way or the other, because like I said, we were able to kind of play both sides here a little bit and talk about both sides of it, because you can make an argument for PSA side of that equation because water damage, compromised, case, that's an issue. And PSA cannot realistically do anything about that if somebody's being reckless, but it's hard to say. But as a customer, you're hoping that if you do right, and if the case is intact, you're hoping they're going to honor it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens going forward. That's just something to keep in mind, something to keep an eye on as we proceed, especially as they start integrating more technology. And that goes for PSA and all the other graders too. That goes for everybody.
Yep.
So second one I want to talk about, and this will be a good one, I think, for some folks, maybe for Dave and maybe for some other folks as well. Also from Sports Collectors Daily. So I'll plug them a little bit here just because they do have some decent articles and you can check some of these out. So this one is the Stevens Convention Center to reopen in July. So this is a good one. I wanted to give a couple of these stories off the top because I thought this might be pertinent for some folks. That's the convention center in Chicago, or in Rosemont, I guess, in Illinois, where they're proposed to hold the National this year. So that's kind of a big deal because if they do reopen in July, the National is expected to be at the end of July and beginning of August. So that means there's a possibility. They mentioned here that they may have some health and safety protocols. It's hard to say what that'll be. It could be masks. It could be, letting people in phases. But if they're able to do the convention center and they're able to have the National, it could be very interesting to see how that ends up playing out, how they end up trying to do it, what configuration that goes in. We'll have to see over the next couple of weeks if it's official. But those who are really keen on seeing the National, this is probably your biggest ray of sunshine you could have asked for. So the possibility that they're going to open the convention center for the beginning of July means, like the Dumb and Dumber thing. So you're saying there's a chance? Yes, I am now saying there's a chance. I am now saying there is a chance, at least according to the way they've got it. So that's something for those of you guys, if you're interested. I just wanted to bring it up.
I wouldn't put a percentage on that chance.
I wouldn't do it, but I'm saying that is closer than it was a couple of days ago. So
chance to no, from no chance to chance.
Yeah. So now you got one. So the door has been cracked open just a little bit. A little bit of daylight is there. We'll see what happens. I think for those of us on the other side of the border, we're nowhere near that, no matter what.
No, even for the fall show, it's sort of.
We're still hit and miss. But the thing is, even if they said, "Oh yeah, you can cross," I was like, no, it's just too much of a pain. It would be too much of a pain for international travel for us. No, that's a straight no. But point, sure. For those of you stateside who want to take your chances, well, there you go. Maybe you go hang out in Chicago. We'll see what happens with that. Like I said, we still got a couple of months now between now and then, and we'll see if it ends up playing out about that.
Yeah, I think people are really looking forward to it. They need lead time on this too. Like it's closing tight.
Well, I think June 1st is the date they said they would make a decision. So that's that gives them still time to make any, because June 1st is when they would say either we'll do it in Chicago, we'll move it to October, or whatever the case may be. So it gives them time to prepare. Like I said, this is just notable because it's the venue. Yeah. So if the venue is able to open by July, that increases the likelihood that they'll take a stab at it in late July.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we'll mention it there. I think it's worthwhile.
Mhm.
So Joe B here says, breaking. Packers reporter Jose Reyes. And anything with Aaron Rodgers, I'll read it. But just to be clear, anything, Aaron Rodgers could call me and tell me this, and I'll take it with a grain of salt. But whatever. Is reporting that Aaron Rodgers is reported incredibly close to being moved to Washington, as Rodgers has told Green Bay management he wants to play for Ron Rivera. He's supposedly told a lot of people a lot of things.
I think they did it already.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything about it. And the thing is, I don't think they trade him before June the 1st because there's a big cap hit. And if they do it after June the 1st, it actually makes their lives a lot easier.
I heard he was traded.
Let's take a look here. I am seeing nothing. Nothing under top stories.
No, it would be that.
Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Yeah, he's been reportedly traded to about 150 teams.
There you go. Yeah, enough said.
Yeah. So it's like, that's why I say I laugh because as far as I know, Aaron Rodgers doesn't talk to anybody. So it's like, what are you reporting based off of? It's like, did you ask Aaron Rodgers' dog? Like, who are you talking to? I don't think they're actually talking that much. But anyway, whatever. So you may hear more about that on Tuesday night. Yeah, there you go. So I was on the Tuesday night last week with the guys. So we'll see what they end up talking about this week. I think they've put up the. I could be mistaken. I think they put up the new one for next week already.
I didn't see it.
I thought I did.
I usually see it. It's pretty fancy.
Yeah, usually
Dave does a great job on that.
Yeah, he usually puts it there ahead of time. I could be wrong about that. Did you already have the topic set, Dave, or the thumbnail and the usual thing? I'll take a look.
Yeah, last week was interesting. Yeah, the talk or Tuesday.
Yeah, well, you gotta have a little fun with it.
Oh, hey, that's what it's all about. We're having fun.
Yep. Okay,
It's
so
not
now
always
it
about the
doesn't look
hobby.
like it doesn't look like the placeholder is there yet. That's fine. Okay, cool.
So,
But anyway.
which article were you talking about for Sports Collectors Daily? Because I just put a new one up.
Well, the Stevens Convention Center one was from Sports Collector Daily, so that was that.
Yeah, I understood. Yeah.
Now the one that we're going to talk about here is actually the one that you sent over, which I'll bring up here on the screen now. And by the way, Dave, I know you're swamped with work, but if you want to pop in for 2 minutes and shamelessly plug and hang out for a couple minutes and then pop off, you're more than welcome to. You already have the link, so just let me know. So this one, the new sports memorabilia show could be coming.
Yeah.
So this one again, Sports Collectors Daily is the one that has the article here. This one here, according to Bloomberg, reported Thursday, the new show could be set around the daily business at Goldin auctions. So if you don't have enough Goldin in your life, there could be a day in the life of Goldin on TV.
A gleaming day in the life.
I would love to know, so it says, back in 2012, ABC aired several episodes of a show called, I'd be curious if it would be a network show or if it would be kind of on a specialty network.
Specialty. Hulu, whatever.
Well, the thing is, streaming platforms are looking for content all the time.
Constantly.
And in some ways, the streaming platform offers some more flexibility that network TV doesn't necessarily offer because you have to do so much more to get it into the format for network TV.
Of course.
You could probably cut the show in a much different way on a Netflix or on a Hulu
Prime,
or something.
Yeah, there's so many out there. It's unbelievable.
So I would think, I don't know what their leaning would be, but for me, a streaming show gives you so many possibilities to do it in such a different way that it might be more interesting.
The production cost wouldn't be as high.
Exactly.
You know,
and you could use more of your emphasis on making the show more watchable because so many people are streaming stuff off of set-top boxes anyway. You can watch it on your TV. Like that's why I say, like, I joke about it with a couple of my buddies and everything, but it's like, oh, you're on TV. It's like, well, I can be. Because YouTube can be on your TV if that's what you would like.
Basically, yeah.
It is totally possible. And some people do watch it that way and they prefer it. So if this streaming platform is available that way, well, Netflix, Hulu, like a variety of different platforms, you can watch that on your TV.
And we'll be movie stars.
There you go, exactly. But you can also have it on your phone, on the tablet, on this, that, or the other thing, in addition. So just more avenues to get it out there. If you're Goldin and you want to get in front of as many eyeballs as possible, then you want to get in front of as many eyeballs as possible.
I'm Golden Pony Boy.
There you go. Exactly.
Oh, finish up.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is it's interesting. It's just one of those things. It's kind of a wait and see thing. For me, it's notable because obviously we do enjoy our golden little nuggets of golden news from time to time. But there's not too much more to it until there's something to it.
Yes.
But I'm just putting it on people's radar, just so you know. It could be something down the pipeline.
Seems like every week he drops a little morsel. You know, the Hansel and Gretel thing, just a little bit here and a little there. And
It's not a bad. It's not
keep
a bad thing to
following
do,
me.
though. It's not a bad thing to do, though. It keeps people interested, and
Oh, has to
if
be.
if you waste a whole bunch of announcements all at once, then you run out of gas, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, no, you're better off a little bit at a time. Talk about a couple of things, then there's at least you're in the public consciousness somewhat, at least from a collecting perspective.
Yeah, it's interesting that you don't hear much about Gary V or Vegas Dave now in the
Yeah.
last 3 months, 2 months.
Well, to be honest with you,
Very
like
low.
Vegas Dave's kind of a one-trick pony. There isn't much he can do. Now Gary V though has his hand in so many pies. Like he's doing
Oh,
the
yeah.
NFT thing now. So like
I know.
and I've said it a multitude of times. I think Gary V enjoys cards, but it's like one thing he enjoys out of 57,000 things. He's busy. Like he doesn't actually have time to dedicate to this one category when there's so many things that his business does anyway.
I think he finds something new to run after and he runs, and then he gets out of steam, and then he downplays whatever, and then he jumps into the next thing, NFTs, and then it'll be the next thing after that, because he wants to always be on top of whatever's on top, and the cards aren't on top as much as they were before.
Yeah.
And we have quite a dramatic drop in wax. I got some news about wax. I got some other news. Getting back to Sports Collectors Daily, I dropped the York peanut butter ad came up, or the article came up.
Sure. While you're talking about it, I'll try to bring it up here. Let me see if I can
Yeah.
find it.
So he did publish it. Of course he did, because he needs content, especially in the hockey arena. He needs a lot of content. So I sent that, but I also sent him another one, which was very interesting. It's about a Bobby Orr photo card. It's a pre-rookie, and people always wondered where it was from. And in that article, I explain exactly where it's from. I've had a lot of arguments with, not so much arguments, I guess discussions, I would say, with other dealers slash somewhat historians. They tend to have feelings for where cards come from, and they like to think that they know,
Right.
and they don't. But I do on this one, so
Okay.
I always wait till the facts come in, and I did the research behind it, and it's all done now. So a couple people will be a little bit upset about that, but I think a lot of people will be happy to know where it really came from, where this card's originated from.
Right.
So
And this is the I want to say 1960s hockey program. Is that what we're talking about?
yes.
Okay, so here it is. By the way, I will say one suggestion. Sports Collectors Daily needs to really update its formatting of searching for stuff. It's really
it's
difficult.
bad.
Unless it's on the front page, it's actually very difficult to find a specific thing.
Well, even if you do the drop down and go to vintage articles instead of modern, and then go to hockey, this one isn't in the hockey. Or no, the York peanut butter isn't in the hockey. It's in the information, or the
what I did
news.
is I searched for general articles. I found one that was one of your other articles, and then I can click on your name, and then I get the articles. That was the way I found it.
I know, it's very bad.
Yeah, but at least I found it. So this is the one we're talking about specifically.
Yeah, this is actually very big information, because that Bobby Orr card goes for like $5,000. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can see the card that I'm talking about in question there.
This guy right here?
Right there, yeah.
Got it.
So basically what happened in the Marlboro's programs, they're sort of a bifold or a trifold. And then there's two little slits on the inside, and they used to insert player cards, player photo cards, crudely cut, not the greatest photos, but they used to get in there. And we're actually wrestling. They did wrestling programs too back in the 60s, and they also put a wrestler photo in. So this happened throughout time. They didn't do any visiting teams. They would just do the Marlboros. But this one year that they played at Maple Leaf Gardens, it was Oshawa Generals versus the Edmonton Oil Kings. And that game, they wanted to insert something because it was for the Memorial Cup. Mm-hmm. And this is the one time they played this one series at Maple Leaf Gardens, and they wanted to put inserts in. So what they did is they inserted, I think there's 8 different Oshawa Generals cards that have been inserted, and we've only found 2 Oil Kings. The Marlboros are all through that year and the other years, but this is a very particular. So there's, I think, 3 known Bobby Orrs, 3 or 4.
Okay.
And that's a lot of money.
Well, if it's something that is that rare, early Bobby Orr, pre-rookie in this case,
And it's an
early,
insert. It's an
early,
insert in
early,
a program.
yeah.
And then if you scroll down to the bottom, are you with the picture there?
Of the article or the
Yeah, the article. Yeah.
yeah. So I'll come back to the article. Give me one
This
second.
just kind of goes with that a little bit.
Sure. Give me 1 second. So let's go back here.
And right at the bottom. So we have that Crown Life. Is that what it is? Crown Life. This card, and it's always been touted that it was in between the programs, and I just want to dispel that. This one, the other one is from a program, but they said it was just randomly inserted into the other regular programs from the Oshawa Generals. Like a 40-50 page put in the middle somewhere and randomly put in there, and they're very hard to find. But usually when they're found in sets. So I said that this one, there's no evidence that these were ever in a program,
Right.
Whereas the other ones were. So it was a good timing because they're both very rare cards. They both get $4, $5, $6, $10,000, whatever. Depends on the grade. So they're very sought after Bobby Orr cards for anybody who pursues them. So, anyways, that was my article that I got there. I just put it. I gave it to him one day. He had it up the next day. I went, wow, okay.
Well, I think I think to your point, they do need a lot of content for sure, and I think also unless there's major revisions to do, I don't see what would prevent it from getting. The thing with an online news site is you can pretty much get articles up almost instantaneously, as fast as you can format them. Just get it
He
loaded.
rewrites them a little bit. He doesn't tell me what he changes, and he changed a couple things I didn't totally agree with. That lost a little bit of context. It almost seems like rhetoric, but it's not, because I'm defending sort of another case. It's difficult when you're writing and someone takes something out of your article that you think that was really important that you reference, but to a normal reader who doesn't really understand hockey wouldn't understand. So
Right.
yeah.
So now this one isn't an article. And for the most part, I'm going to be nice. I am going to be nice. But I am going to have a little bit of fun because I came across this on Facebook and I just cannot help myself. I cannot resist. It is like putting blood in the water for the great white. I cannot help myself.
I think I know.
So I'll show the picture and then we'll talk about it here. All right. So from Facebook, our good friends at Leaf have now announced that they have created the Pro Set Memories hockey set.
Oh,
this is coming this summer. The hottest cards on ice are back, or so it states, so it claims. So here's the thing. I'm going to be nice in the sense that I'm not going to make fun of this whole thing, even though I want to. Every aspect of it I would like to mock. All of it. Just because it would give me great joy.
Is our guy in tonight?
Yeah. So here's the thing though. But I'm going to leave the majority of this alone. I'm going to play the majority of this straight. I'm just going to read quickly what a couple of the key points here. And I understand why they did it. They went through the trouble of getting the trademark and the copyright and the naming rights and all that, blah, blah, blah. Fine. I get that you're going to do. And a lot of the stuff they're going to do makes perfect sense to me. So I'm not going to make fun of that. But there is one thing that I can't help myself. There's one little thing that if they had left it out, you know what? I would have just mentioned it, left it alone, and moved on. But there's one thing that it's like, no, you had to do it. You couldn't help yourselves. So anyway, what they did is they took the 1990, 91, 91, 92, 92, 93 Pro Set designs, also known as the only designs Pro Set has in hockey. So that's it. There's nothing else to do. That's all you got.
Their greatest designs.
Yeah, their greatest designs because that's all they got. So anyway. So they mentioned they're going to use the designs, and then for the first time ever, the iconic '89 Pro Set football design will show it. Yeah, because they only have a handful of designs, so they got to use whatever they got. So they got to go to the football design in order to get more designs.
They can't even get retro on themselves.
No, there's so little to pull from that it's like, well, you do what you can. So anyway, they're doing like sticker autos, which is normal. That's, to be expected. As a result, you're going to get, parallels and blah, blah, blah. Usual thing with Leaf. Nothing shocking here. So you've got the sticker autos. You will have a Mario Lemieux. So my condolences to Vinny and other Mario Lemieux collectors. Yep. So you'll get that. You'll have, Brodeur, Sakic, all that. So that's gonna work out. The other piece here is that you're also going to have Gordie Howe. So they are going to use some of their Gordie Howe stickers for a couple of these. So, and they've got that image down here at the bottom, which I get, and it's not a bad design for the card. So I'm not knocking any of that. That part I understand. So far, standard leaf. I get it. That's the design they got. Fine. No problem. Now here's the thing.
Clear my throat there.
Wait, there is more. Oh yes, there is. Also featured in the 2021 Pro Set Memories Hockey will be original buyback cards from 1990, 91, 91, 92, 92, 93. Each buyback card will feature a Pro Set Memories stamp and will be limited to 5 or 1 of 1. Okay.
That's all you could do with those to make them worthy of anything.
So here's the thing. If y'all had just stayed with that, if you had stayed with everything I said right up until that last part, buyback, Pro Set buybacks. Do you understand that you can buy back by the pound? Forget about cards. So you're taking cards that, with the exception of, I think, the Stanley Cup hologram, and you're not going to put a stamp on the Stanley Cup hologram. I hope you're not going to put a stamp on it, because that's the only card worth anything from Pro Set. The only one.
It'll be worth more because it'll be...
No, it won't. It will not. There is no chance that stamp will do anything positive for that card.
It'll make the other ones worth more.
It will make the other ones worth more, but that means it'll go from being 50 cents to 75 cents. Imagine you buy this product. I don't know what the price is going to be on the product. I don't know what the manufacturer suggested retail price is on the product, but I suspect it will not be a couple of dollars. I suspect it'll be a little bit more because you do have the autographs and stuff, whatever. I hope, for their sake, I hope this buyback is an extra hit. I hope it doesn't count as the hit in any of these packs. Oh my God. Because imagine you pull a $1 card, and I'm being generous with the $1. $1 card, and you get it with a stupid stamp that is a glorified show stamp. It's like, but it's a 1 of 1. Upper Deck did this for 30th anniversary. I didn't pay more than 10 or 15 bucks for those, just for the novelty of it. And at least the Upper Deck card is nicely designed. These are Pro Set cards. These are Pro Set buybacks that must have cost Brian Gray all of 10 bucks per card. No, for all of them. He could have bought every set they have, multiple, for 10 bucks. Maybe. And have every individual card. Why? Of all the things, a Pro Set buyback. That's the part that killed me. A Pro Set buyback.
Well, I think it's the only thing that could really pull in that made any historical sense to the set, other than the amazing design that they reached in and grabbed from past whatever they did. That's all. Yeah. So they were backed in a corner, and they said, we'll buy back our cards. So back the truck up, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, keep backing up.
You mean the toy truck? Because you only need change. You only need change for it. So it's like,
well, let's just hope they keep them at the price that they were back then.
I doubt that. With autographs, I very much doubt that.
How much do stickers cost? Come on.
Well, the Gordie Howe sticker, they're going to run out of those eventually. So they got to hold some value for those stickers. Those stickers are actually...
That one will be worth, sure.
Yeah, that one. And a Mario Lemieux autograph is a Mario Lemieux autograph, sticker or not. That's still good. Like, yeah. I don't think, even from the image they show on there, it's not like they're going to have bad players on there. You got Lemieux, you got Messier, that's a good one. Berdure, Hasek, Sakic. Saku Koivu, I don't know if I would have included in that company, but still, he's not on that list. So they definitely have stickers of him. I wouldn't be shocked, but don't worry, there'll be the Medano buyback.
Buyback, yes.
Oh, yes, the buyback.
You'll need that, I'll tell you.
Like less than $5 is like my top tier, and I will feel terrible for doing it. Okay, so let me quickly grab a couple here. So Bless and Breaks. Miss the bi-weekly episodes. Which bi-weekly episodes? If you're talking about the live streams, we do them more than bi-weekly. If it's the bi-weekly live streams, then watch them every other week. I'm not sure which bi-weekly episodes you're talking about.
Twice a week, when it used to be twice a week.
Oh, that. Well, it's one of those things. I didn't mind doing it, but it takes up a ton of time. And it was one of those things where it's really about participation and also how much stuff there is to talk about. Yeah. If there isn't as much stuff to talk about, then we're just stretching for the sake of stretching.
Yeah.
So good evening, Paul. Yeah, 50 cents. I'm being very generous, Paul. I'm trying to be like I said, I'm trying actively to be nice here. This is the best I can do. The best I can do. This is my limit of being nice on this. So anyway, so Ken here, Beans, Ball Card Block says, there are those of us that like buybacks. Fantastic, Ken. Then you can have all the buybacks.
Have at it.
I wish you the best. Buy all the buybacks. Report back your findings.
I might even buy some of these.
Yeah, I have no doubt, Bobby. I would like to see it.
They'll be somewhat affordable, and
I would
I'm
hope
assuming.
so.
I'm assuming.
I would hope so.
Yeah, because it's not top tier stuff. But any which way, just to have some fun. If there was a box I would buy something like that just to have some fun with.
It will really depend on price point. Like, I would really be curious. The price
Can't be
point is the part that I would really like to know about. Because, like I said, you do have some good autographs in it.
Sure.
Like, you do have some good autographs in it. I can't imagine. You either have a higher price point than most people would want to do, and you try to turn Pro Set into a premium, or you basically have to put these things at super long odds. I don't know. Like, I can't. That's not really Leafs MO. They tend to produce lower amount of boxes, higher price per box or per pack. That tends to be their MO. Usually they do lower production, not higher production.
I think they might do higher production on this because of the lower cost on the buybacks. I mean, because this might not go over so well. So I think it'd be better that they would have a lower price point and a higher volume, opposed to a low volume and a higher price point. It makes sense because I think everybody kind of wouldn't mind this product. They might find it entertaining. It might be a nice fun break with a bunch of buddies kind of thing.
If you were a beer guy, Bobby, I would bet you a beer that it'll be like $100 a pack minimum.
Really?
Or per box minimum. I guarantee, because nothing that I've seen from Brian Gray, I bet he's going to try to make this a high-end product.
Would that suit him best?
I don't know if it was that. That is a different conversation, but I think that's what he's going to do. I believe that, because based on that shell sheet and the stuff they're trying to put in it, I would be shocked if they didn't go a lot higher than I think a lot of people might think.
What stuff?
Just the autographs.
Okay.
That's all Leaf can offer. Yeah. I didn't see anything for memorabilia there. Nothing on the sell sheet. So maybe they have some. But I'm saying, based on what I see there, I would be very surprised if they didn't stuff it full of autographs and go for a lot higher than I think people think. That's been their MO so far.
No, I understand that. I think it might be the other way around. Just my opinion, because like you said, there's no game used jersey kind of whatever, or I don't know whatever else is involved in this thing. Does it list everything there, or is it just
it's just an initial promo sheet?
Sell sheet. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be one of those things where we'll find out, right? They say this summer. So won't be long now.
The beer bet is on.
Yep. We'll make it happen. So let me touch on this here. So Richie says,
want to know what kind of beer right here? Because I don't need to know.
There you go. You'll have to figure it out. So Richie says buybacks are cool if they're signed. Nothing special, just stamped. Yeah. The stamp to me doesn't do anything for me. So I'll answer PMN's question here. So how do buybacks work? Literally all it is, PMN, is what it sounds like. This is since we mentioned Rodgers earlier. So this is a Rodgers rookie from Topps Heritage. So let's say Topps was still doing football, and they went and they said, okay, let's do a buyback, insert as part of our thing. They would literally buy one of these, the real deal, and then put a stamp on it. And then there's your buyback. Or the other way that has been done in the past is you would buy this back, give it to Aaron Rodgers and be like, sign 10 of these or 100 of these or 50 of these or whatever. And now it's a signed buyback. You would still put the stamp on it to designate it as a buyback.
I like.
But then at least you're adding value. You're doing something. But if you're just stamping it, that's why I basically said it becomes then a glorified show stamp. How is that different from the old Expo stamps that you would get on some cards or stuff like that?
It makes no difference.
Which were a dime a dozen.
No value.
Yeah, they're a dime a dozen. Who cares?
Like when I tell people when they frame something, at least whatever's in the frame should be worth more than the framing itself. Come on.
Yeah. So, like I said, we'll see. We'll reserve full judgment. But when I saw the buyback thing, I just died of laughter, and I needed to share. I needed to share my feelings on that. The rest of it, look, whatever, fine. You own Pro Set, do whatever you want with it, all good. Some people are clearly nostalgic for it. I'm not, obviously, but some people are, which is fine. But those buybacks are garbage. I'm sorry, garbage.
Yeah.
No, just no. So hopefully that answers your question, PMN. It's literally pick up one of the old cards, or in this case of Pro Set, cards that are worth pennies. Slap a stamp on it that says out of 5 or out of 1 of 1, and pretend it's now valuable.
how can you charge a lot for a product that you're just going to have a stamp on? I know the autographs, like, okay, Gordie Howe's autograph, whatever. There's no big, huge autographs that are really rare, especially Gordie Howe's. He signs so much stuff, so I can't really see this being a high-end product. I can't see what they're bringing here. I think it's more of it'd be great if they did a mass production. You get it out there, people are ripping it, having fun. Yeah, you can get a nice autograph every, I don't know, one in every 500 packages or whatever. So
I get what you're saying. I just have never seen Leaf B have the production capacity to do that or any desire. No, but the thing is, like,
I've never seen Leaf do something like this before anyways.
At all. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, none of their products have ever done that. All their products have been limited production, certain amount of cases. This is what we got, and then they sell out. They're used to producing it at a level in which they can very easily sell out their product, and therefore they keep it a little more premium, which for the fans that enjoy the product, like I said, I enjoy some of the Leaf cards. I've bought my fair share of them, and the ones that are produced very nicely. Some of them are actually done really, really well, but they actually put nice premium, patch pieces and stuff like that. Some of that stuff's really nice, but you can only do that if you limit production. So it's like
I understand that.
All killer, no filler. Like you don't include much in the way of junk extras.
Well, I think this will be more junk extras than it will be. It'll be all filler, no killer.
We'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So Paul says, when it comes to jaded, birth, Paul, birth. No, when it comes to the hobby, like, I take it for what it is. At the end of the day, I like to have fun with it. The buyback thing is the one, like I said, the one that killed me, that I enjoyed so much. No, I don't care. If some people really enjoy it, like, please, by all means, go with my blessing. And if it's low price, like what Bobby says, well, then double go with my blessing, please, by all means. Then no doubt you'll have plenty of cards to pick up and enjoy your buybacks.
I think it'll be. I think a lot of people are in that era that they really, maybe not enjoyed those cards so much, but maybe the era. Right, and the stars that were in those cards at the time, because it was truly unfortunate. There's so many great rookies that came out those years that are just worth nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, that's why I say, like, for those of us that collect like a player or team or whatever, we have the cards already. So that's why I joked about the thing, like even the buybacks. I would not be surprised if the Medano rookie is there as part of the buyback, because Medano had card in all three of those sets. I've got all those already years ago in the binder, sitting there in the Z Folio. If there's a buyback there, would I pick it up? If it's like under $10, maybe for the 1 of 1. The out of 5, maybe I'll give you 2 shipped. Yeah, like it's like, but I'm losing money. That sucks for you. It's a pro set card. You should lose money. You deserve to lose money. So Sandra Sador says, I'm a fan of Leaf, but never want to see a pro set card again for the rest of my life. Fair.
I don't mind. It was a time. It was an era. And
but the thing is, if you want a pro set card, we have the real ones. We don't need new pro set.
Well, they've redone every card from every year. And from the 30s, 20s, T206s.
Now here's the question.
Jack. Didn't they redo Cracker Jack too?
They definitely did redo Cracker Jack. Absolutely. Yeah. Let me pose the question though. So I'll read Mosaic Minds here. Birth is the best time to become jaded. Fair.
It's when the doctor spanked his bum and he went, "Hey."
Yeah.
All right. He knew it after that.
After that, yeah. We knew what the score was after that. But here's a question. And this would be my curiosity, my legitimate curiosity. This product, whatever, fine, whatever. Have your fun. Here's my question. After this product, and do they just keep going back to the well? Because in this case, they're using the 3 years worth of designs for hockey. Do you make a new design and call it Pro Set? Because now theoretically,
now he owns,
you own the property. So now after this product, and you go for the nostalgia piece, because now you've touched on the old designs. After this, do you then make up your own design and be like, okay, because I think, I could be mistaken, I believe Brian Gray worked at Pro Set at one point. So he actually has a connection.
Oh, wow.
So it's not like random that he picked up Pro Set. I think he actually worked at Pro Set at some point in his career. So that he does have some connection to it. So I wonder if he would go like, hey guys, can we come up with a design, something that would have been like, if Pro Set was still happening, what would the 94 set have looked like, or the
Or what
95,
if,
or makeup?
yeah,
Yeah. And then you can put your own spin on this.
the missing link, so to speak.
Yeah, but you could come up, because you could go to that mid 90s well, because you do have memorabilia and stuff from some of those players that played in the 90s. Like
Yeah.
that's where you can introduce the 95 Medano card that didn't exist and put some memorabilia on it, but slap a piece of memorabilia on it, a patch or something. You could come up with ideas that at least make it interesting.
Yes.
So you
Guaranteed.
could.
I think it's a good thing. Because he owns the rights now to it, he'll obviously be carrying it forward.
Yeah.
He has to do something.
Well, he spent the money on it. I would think he would try to get value.
He's going to kind of sort of rebrand it in a way and carry it forward. The new Pro set, and it might be because the name is already there. It makes a lot of sense that you would use that and keep going forward with it.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. My expectation is that they're not done with the name. They spent whatever they spent, over $1 they got ripped off. But the point is, whatever they spent, I have no doubt they're going to try to get mileage out of it. So this is only going to be the first product, because they did the Trevor Lawrence like on demand card with using the football pro set design. I would think though, for hockey, now that you've opened the floodgates to it, you should probably, all right, you paid the money. You own all the intellectual property, lock, stock, and barrel. You own the name. You own everything with it. Well, use it for whatever you're going to do. Make up something.
Parkhurst did a good job with it.
Yeah, and I like some of those Parkhurst sets. I enjoyed some of those designs and some of the ideas. I said, put your own spin on it then. Get your own design guys on it and come up with something.
I think he will in the future. He doesn't have too much to work with, so this is actually a really good avenue he can go down.
Yeah,
and maybe spread his wings and fly a little high with a little bit of historical remnants of that name.
But if that's the case, though, then let's assume they play out your way, the way that you say, by making it a higher production. Then that may be the last time it does that, and it may go up market after that. Because I don't think he would keep doing it after this first run. I think it would be like this. We'll give this one to you. This is for the nostalgia crowd. We'll give you the old designs, and we'll give you a shot at it. And here it is. But after that, we're going up market.
It's just like, the sales game in the telephone thing is, they try to upgrade you as, hey, you can take this, and so they'll get everybody into the new Pro set because it'll be cheaper. Yeah. And then next year, surprise.
Yeah. No, that's just my thought process on it. If it's not this time around, then next time around. And
I think it's great marketing. I think it'd be great marketing for him if he would just get it out there and let everybody have a taste.
I would just be curious if there'd be enough demand beyond the nostalgia crowd to like actually not be stuck with a bunch of inventory.
I don't know.
That's the thing, is like, even if you try it, are there enough people that care?
Some good autographs in there, so a little retro, a little newer.
Then the odds become really important. How many can I get per box? How many can I get per box? Yeah. Because that's really, and how good is the checklist? You gave me the highlights on that sell sheet.
Yeah.
But like, okay, we'll see. We'll see what else you got.
Yeah.
I'm curious now.
I think he just gave us a taste.
Yeah, we'll see. So anyway, so Blessenberger says, I like buyback twice a week episodes. This time make it Mondays and Fridays. Well, during the week it's going to be very difficult. Very difficult. We'll have to see. But there you go. So let me go here. Pro set missing link. That's right. Yep. So PMN says here, pro sets were so cheap as a kid you could fill up a 9-pocket page. Yes. Very true. Very true. So, and then I think he goes, and yeah, double side them, 18 back to back. Very true.
Everybody's talking about it. Here you go.
Oh yeah.
Brian Gray's on tomorrow, isn't he?
Talking about it is great. Spending money is different. We can talk. The best part about talking about it is it's free.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. It's like, I want to see. We'll see. We'll see if they can, like I said, we'll see how they try to balance yes, there's nostalgia. Yes, there's people who have a hankering for that period and stuff. But how much does the novelty go when it comes time to pull out the wallet? Any
press is good press, I guess, in the hobby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when he was a kid,
it made your show.
There you go. Exactly. After school sitcom and Charles in Charge. Yeah.
Charles in Charge. There we go.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I'm not familiar with that one, but okay. Scott, I do know Scott Baio. No, Scott Baio I'm familiar with. I just not familiar with the show.
From Happy Days, you probably know Scott Baio or.
Okay.
Well, Charles in Charge, he went into his own little I forgot you're that young.
There you go. So name, good evening. No worries. We're just having a little bit of fun. We had a little bit of fun with some Pro Set. We had a little fun with maybe the national happening. So, but it was good. I appreciated that this time around, there were actually a couple of little stories. They don't necessitate like a big, lengthy discussion, but there was some fun. Even the Pro Set thing was kind of fun. Yeah. It was fun having poking a little fun at it. We'll see how the product ends up playing out.
Debate, and it's kind of a little anticipation, a little thought process of what's going to happen. Maybe something will happen. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just be $100 a pack, like you said. But I doubt it.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like that, my only point that I said is, if they went the mass market route, what if you don't sell out? What if you're sitting on cases and cases and cases? Because it's like, yeah, some people want it. I'll take a couple of boxes, but I've got 10,000 boxes or 50,000 boxes in order to.
I don't think they're going to go. I don't think they're going to do the repro set run again of production runs.
But the thing is, like 10,000 boxes isn't a lot.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I don't think they're going to go into the mass production. I think they'll do a wide production. Let's just say probably more so than they would on a regular other, because they really have to get the name out there. If they want to keep this brand going forward, they really have to give everybody a taste at a reasonable price.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's like I said, there is some value in it, but we're getting Pro Set. We're getting an unlicensed product because Leaf doesn't have a license, which is fine. For most of their products, it's fine. But most of their products are upmarket, more limited print run, very tight checklists with a lot of, like I said, all killer, no filler for the most part.
Yes.
Which has been their model up until
they have to be like that. They have to run that game.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think this is one where they could really spread their wings and go. I think the opportunity is there. I think it's smart for them to do on this particular product because it's a brand that's known.
Yeah.
I think it's a good time for them to expand, and then people might start looking more at Leaf products.
Yeah, well, it is, anything is a marketing opportunity under the right circumstances. So we'll have to see if they do take advantage of that. So PMN mentions here the Barry Sanders rookie, which is very true. But number one, Barry Sanders is an all-time Hall of Famer. Number two, we're talking about the PSA 10 rookie. And number three, the Pro Set, like I said, even though it isn't like the most exciting design in the world, Barry Sanders rookie is, I would say in football, I feel like there's a fonder remembrance of Pro Set for me, because they started a couple of years earlier. Hockey, they came in 1990, 91, but they only had that 3-year run. With football, they had a little bit more going on with it. I just feel like there's more history to draw from if you go on the football side of it. Sure. On the hockey side of it, literally the 3 years they're using, that's the run.
But those 3 years had more rookies than we've seen in a lot of years.
Well, 1990, 91 especially, it was chock full. You know, you'll get your Yagers, your Medanos, and like all
top tier stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of players. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So we got a little bit of Pro Set, a little bit of Scott Baio. Plenty of references to start off with.
Joni loves Chachi. Do you know that one? No? Okay. I'll leave it alone.
There you go.
Won't go into old school stuff. I do have some interesting other news if you want me to go down and.
I think we will here in a second. So Sanderson, sure. 3 years too many. Agreed. So Paul says, so not sure what the deal is, but I won 4 straight eBay auctions tonight. Well, congratulations, Paul. Hey, it's always good. Variance has a lot of movement. Sometimes you get a little run. I won a couple of pieces myself, and I'll share one in a minute. So 2 things really quick, guys. Number one, any of you, let me know. I have been trying to do a better job. I've still been lax on it. I've been trying to update the audio archive for anyone who checks out the podcast, the audio podcast. We don't really play to it very often, and I don't mention it very often, but I do know that some people do listen to it a handful here and there on the episodes. I'm still way behind. Like, I think I just got into March. So I'm trying to slowly move. There were so many episodes, though. I didn't want to drop like 4 episodes a week to get caught up, because for a while, the thing about doing 2 episodes is even if I release 2 episodes a week, I'm not catching up. I'm still behind. And even if I do 3, I'm only slowly catching up. So it's like, okay, I don't want to do too many because they're long episodes. So it's like, okay. And it takes a little time because I do try to clean up the audio, make it sound a little bit better. If somebody's volume is way high or way low, I try to even it out so we actually sound like we're talking the same volume. So I do clean it up a little bit, but that takes time. But do let me know if any of you do check out the audio version. And I will try to get closer and closer to getting caught up. and we'll see what happens with that. And then hopefully once I do, then it'll be there if anybody wants it as an archive, if they don't want to catch it on YouTube. YouTube though is the best because you do get the visuals. If we show something, it's easier to know what's going on. We're not going to describe it for you, so you do miss out on that piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles in Charge in the early 90s. Yep. I believe the name it is. I could be mistaken. You'll have to check Because I'm Carlos. Check there. I believe it is. It's definitely on a lot of the podcast apps I've tested. So it's definitely there. But like I said, I do include the date on there, and I do include a link to the YouTube video if you want to flip over to that. So it's on each one of them for the description. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we're basically going to hang out and chat. Bobby's got some stuff to talk about and we'll chat about. But if you guys have anything you would like to discuss or questions or thoughts you may have, feel free to participate. The participation is a big part of this because it makes things a lot easier in terms of figuring out what to do. So that's going to be part of it as well. So I am open to that, but you just have to let us know, and I am keeping an eye on the chat as we go along. So go for it, Bobby. What do you got?
Oh, with regards to, I think we talked about it last week, or was it the week before? I can't remember. The Delaware auction, with all the wax and what have you, the page that we visited. Mm-hmm. Well, there's been a lot of news that a lot of that stuff was searched and bad product. And there was some other information that I think even Steve Hart, who does the grading of the boxes, I think somebody flew in and flew back.
You mean Steve Hart?
Yes, Steve Hart. Didn't I say Steve Hart?
You said Steve Harvey. It's like if the comedian's doing it, that would be great. That would be
Harvey
great.
Come out of my head? Okay, that's good. Yeah, Steve Hart.
Okay, just making sure because I'm good either way. I'm good either way. I was just curious.
Maybe I was thinking of Doug Harvey because I just did his name in the. Anyways,
no worries.
I'll get into that. Okay, yeah. So Steve Hart, he looked at 10 boxes in a row and they were all bad. So. Mm-hmm. And more were coming, and it just seems like it's something went on. Something went down there. They did have a problem when they had the 2-day bidding. You could visit on Friday, and you could bid on Saturday and Sunday. And the Saturday they had internet problems or connection problems, so they had to lump a lot of the auctions into the Sunday auction. So there's a little discrepancy there. It's a small little auction house. Now contacting them, and if you're not paying, there's other people who want to buy you there's all this other information that's going on that I'm hearing in the background. I'm sitting there going, wow, kind of glad. Yeah, Family Feud. The new Family Feud's pretty good with anyways. So that's the final end of that story. There's more will come out about that, but one of the greatest fiascos opposed to Mr. Mint's online auction, where he bought out many years ago. He bought out the $1 million Michigan wax find. So he had to print it on all the packs on the back on the holders from GAI. And he had an online auction, and we couldn't even bid, and packs were going for dirt cheap. So we called him. We asked him what happened, and he goes, "Don't bother me. I lost $300,000." Nice. So they try to lump it with this online auction, but then you have the other auction. They haven't really melded that together very well, I find. High Bid's pretty good in that regard, but otherwise, most of the other ones aren't. So the technology is only good as what it's good for, I guess, with this melding of auctions and being there and on location. And do they ship? So many other aspects. And the Delaware, they would only take a credit card up to $1,500. You had to money transfer. Is that not a sign of something?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we make fun of it, but the reality is it is more difficult, I believe, than people think to actually run a proper auction. It's not easy. And when you're combining online bidding with live bidding, and we've seen it done it's been done for years, but most of the auction houses that are good at it are already really good auction houses. So they already have a lot of experience.
Sure.
So because when I showed it was last week or the week before, I forget now, we did the auction catalogs and I showed the watch one. The thing is, those guys, they're pros. They've been doing this to the point that you can watch the auctions live streaming online, do bidding live on there, and they've got people there live. Now, obviously not in COVID times, but traditionally they would have people live. They'd have people on the phone talking with their buyers, their anonymous buyers who have already been vetted, who have a direct line into the auction thing. But then you've also got online bidding as well. So you got 3 potential places for the bids to come in from, and the auctioneer has to be able to. Is there anything on the phones? Is there anything because they'll know that the online one, is there an online bid? Somebody's monitoring the online bids. Multiple people are monitoring the phones. And then you've got the auctioneer maybe taking bids from the floor. They have to be able to keep it all straight, give enough time, not too much time, but give enough time for people to react and respond, because there are little time delays and stuff. So you have to be able to play all of that. And sometimes some of the bigger auction houses also have a special room where certain select bidders are hiding. They don't want to be known, but they want to be able to make bids from in there, and they can make their bids from in there. Yeah. So all this is going on. And usually if an auction house has all that going on, they're not $5 items. It's usually stuff that is like, by the way, it's like, why are you giving so much time? Because the last bid was 16 million. We're going to give them a second to think about it if they want to go to 16.5 or 17.
Yeah, those rooms are held for the aristocracy and certainly Hollywood and what have you. So I understand they have those private rooms. I guess we all see those Sotheby auctions, where they're all sitting there. And you, on the phone, we have another bid for. It's just like, you put your paddle up and boy, it's so funny.
And they can make it into a show. The really good auctioneers make it into a show because for people that are, some people are just there to watch. They're just there to observe.
They create excitement for it. They'll force somebody to bid almost. Well, not almost. That's what the auctioneer is really trying to do, isn't he? If he's a great auctioneer, he's going to sell it for more. Exactly. Because he's forcing them and explaining things properly and, edging people the right way. So it's an art in it.
Yeah, a lot of those big auction houses, they know exactly they know how to generate FOMO on the spot. Even if somebody maybe necessarily was just on the fence thinking about it, they give enough to like push them over the top, because the more action they can force, the better it is for them. But even in the online space, what do you think Goldin's doing? The reason why he's out there all the time is that he's constantly reminding you that Goldin Auctions exists. Come and check out our new stuff. And he promotes certain lots. Come and check out our new stuff. Come and check out our new stuff. Even if this isn't the thing you want, we've got a bunch of other stuff. Check that out too.
And the one thing I don't understand is that, okay, he is doing this, but that's nothing new. And why wouldn't other auction companies do what he's doing? I would have done that years ago. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, because here's the thing, we joked about it before, but like, I'm serious.
So simple.
The sports card market is not that sophisticated. It's not. Like it's not that some of this stuff is really simple and it's been done for years, but it's novel in this space because people don't even think about it.
I don't think it's novel. I think it's novel in the space of sports cards, but
that's literally what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying.
In the sense of auctions, because the auctions have been running where you have Babe Ruth's equipment, you have Lou Gehrig's bat, you have Wayne Gretzky's jerseys, and that's all the big knickknacks that you talk about. Those are the big. That's where all the auctions went. Now the cards are really stepping up to the plate, so to speak. Yeah. And so it shouldn't be hard to drag that over and just keep going with it. I would have, if I was Mile High or REA or whatever other auction house, which there's hundreds, I'd be out there. You have the internet. You'd have a YouTube site. You would have that going right now, and I don't see any of them doing that right now. Why not? They're not utilizing their space.
No, but that's what I was saying a minute ago. Is that what passes for innovation in the sports card hobby is. I use the analogy. I make the joke because I've worked at banks before. I can make this joke. Whenever the bank would say, "Oh, we're introducing a new technology, blah blah blah. We're doing this, that, or the other thing," and I was there when they did some of this stuff. "Oh, we're going to VoIP phones. We're going to phones on the laptop, so you can make your calls from the laptop." And I go, so you're in the year 2000 now. And they're like, "What?" It's like this technology is not new. This technology has been around for a long time. It's new to you. You guys haven't been doing this up until this point. You had the physical phone on the desk because you refused to replace it, and you didn't want to do it until now. Now you're suddenly, this is more efficient. Yes, it always was. It's been for a while. They waited until technology was so refined, so far down the road that it's like, well, now it's standard in so many places. It's like, we should do that too. Good thinking. That's a good idea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't new technology. It was just they finally incorporated the technology was already out there. Sports cards is the same way. Up until like 2 or 3 years ago, it was still in the 1980s. Like it was stuck in that period.
Yeah, I understand that.
And it hadn't really advanced very far beyond that.
True enough. Well, with the larger items, yes, at the, the old master auctions, going back to those are well advertised, well done.
Sure.
But the card market, no, you're right. It's been a little primitive,
Yeah.
but it's actually took the giant leap. It didn't even just take a step; it just jumped right into first place there, and it kind of dwarfed all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And the prices are being dwarfed.
And somebody has to force. Money will drive innovation, and by innovation I mean just catching up. Like at this point, they're just catching up. So that's why, in the long run, I'm happy that PWCC is taking a step towards competing a little bit with Goldin, because here's the thing. Competition in this space is good because it forces Goldin to get better. It forces PWCC to get better. Maybe somebody else decides to come in the game and step up. Maybe eBay finally figures out how to compete properly. Maybe. Doubtful at the rate they're going. Doubtful.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they're a player who has the resources. If they had so chosen, they had such an advantage, and they still do. They still have a lot of market share.
Oh yeah.
But they would need to step up their game. And in order
they're
to
losing
play,
the market share. That's
they are. But all they would have to do is somebody would have to go in and go, so why don't we, for the higher auctions, do vetted bidders? Genius. You mean what everybody else does? Well, yes. Yeah, that. Good thinking. Get that. Promote this man.
Well, they have to adjust their, the buybacking cards that, sell for record prices, and then the market goes down in 2 months, and then they want to send it back to them and get a full refund. Yeah. And now we're dealing with the Canadian side, as somebody just posted about the Canadians are finally getting into our bank account and no more PayPal, which now it's going to be 2 days. So when you get, let's say you sell an item on eBay, you have to wait 2 days for it to go into your bank account. If you sell it in American, it'll get converted to Canadian. And then you want to buy something, so you have to convert it back out. So you're going to get double dipped in there between the two, in and out, and you have to wait 2 days. How instant is the out payout? Obviously, it's instant. Why 2 days? It's like, you're going to take 2 days to pay me, but you're going to take my money right away? How does that work?
Yeah.
So is it a three-way street or a one-way street?
Yeah.
Come on. It's silly. And that'll drive so many people away from it, especially Canadians. Are they worried about Canadians? I don't think so.
No, they're not. But we'll have to see how it ends up playing out in practice functionally, because a lot of that gets really complicated.
It's already enabled. My friend's been doing it because he opted in early, and now he was waiting 5 days to get his money. And I said, oh, that's just, I don't know what to do. I'll have to set up. I'll just use my business account and just have it all run through there.
Yeah.
So anybody wants to take money back or something, they just have to go through my bank account. So I don't know. I just don't like it at all. I think they keep pushing the envelopes to the degree. Okay, they're the big boy sitting on top of the world. I get it, but there's all these other options are coming in and around them. And you think they would adjust their fees a little bit or do a little something to give back. They're not giving back. They're just keep taking because the quarterly profits are more important than the customers.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with eBay, they're not threatened on the lower middle tier. Right now, even Goldin, for all his overtures, he'd like to move down market to take a little bit more business, but the eBay still has the volume. In terms of overall market, they still have the volume. Now, the high-end stuff is gonna start leaning more to. It's already moved a lot towards Goldin. Like if you got $1 million card, you're not doing it on eBay.
Yeah, but who cares? We talk about this hobby like we're in the 100%, but we're not. We're in the 2%, in the lower end of the top tier buyers. Just saying that there's more, and we talk about all of this stuff up here. The high tier.
No, I get
buyers.
it. But what I'm trying to get at is that eBay owns the entire rest. Like the rest of that pie, the absolute high end, Goldin has got it. But the volume, the sheer number of transactions, eBay is barely noticing a blip. Like for them, the money's still rolling in. The volumes are the sales are still rolling in. Paul talked about earlier tonight about winning 4 auctions. Yeah, so that's 4 purchases from one guy. Just so happens to be in the chat.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that we talk about Goldin and vetting, and it's like, who cares? How many people, average people out there who are collectors, let's just say out of 1,000 people, you got 50 who will be vetted, and the other people are not even in the game at that point. So we're talking like irrelevant stuff at this point. It's just like, you're not even in the game. You're
I agree.
talking the game,
But the thing is, what you just but
you're
the
in the
point that
all-star
you're
game.
making is proving the point why eBay would have no reason to change.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
But no, there is way. No, it's not just him. You have Facebook. You have HiBid.
Add
You
'em all.
have. You keep
That's awesome.
adding, but they
That's
just
awesome.
came in. They're just coming in.
I get
and
it.
They're slowly nubbing it away, and then you get Goldin taking the top end, whatever. And I like that part of it because great. If you want to sell a high-end card, you're not going to worry about 3 months later that you got to take that $50,000 or $250,000 out of your bank account because some guy wants to return it because the market changed.
No, I get it.
I
The
get
thing
it.
is, Bobby, you use Facebook Marketplace. You found some good utility out of it, right?
Yeah.
Can I take an informal poll as we chat? Just for you guys, question: how many of you guys A, use Facebook on a consistent basis? B, have even looked at Marketplace, even know what it is realistically, other than just in name? And 3, because like I said, I know that people are using it. I know this, but I consider myself in a user category. Like, I hate Facebook. I would delete my Facebook account right now. I will sacrifice Marketplace and everything else. I would delete it right this second if I didn't have people that only communicated to me through Facebook, because I hate the platform. I don't care if they have 50 marketplaces. I'll sacrifice it. You can have it. I don't need it. Facebook as a platform sucks.
It doesn't matter. You use it as you will.
Agreed. But I'm
you
saying,
use them. Don't let them use you.
no, I get it.
Who
But the
cares?
thing is, I'm saying I don't even want to go to the site. So in order to get to Marketplace, I still have to go on the site.
That's okay. Marketplace, you're going to miss some deals. Sacrifice a little bit of pride for that. I would.
That's exactly it. But the thing is, we'll see. Or like I said, I don't think Facebook Marketplace is even eating into eBay's side of it. eBay will only react if they actually start seeing the numbers drop sufficiently for them to care. And so far, no.
I think the numbers are so random with eBay that they really can't get it down to a science of what the numbers really are. Because if you consider what goes on Facebook in the last 2 years compared to what it went on 3 years prior,
Sure,
it's 80%. I buy so much stuff or sell so much stuff through there, trade so much stuff away from eBay. Why, that's just like, I'm just one person, but that's the whole, my part of the industry. And the card guys are just selling, it's the wax. Oh gosh, there's so much going on.
I get it.
There's 5,000, 6,000 people in the wax group. How many you think are putting them on eBay? No, not many.
No, it's fine. But I'm saying when it comes to eBay's thing, eBay is going to look at how many sales did we get, how many completed auctions, how many dollars are these completed auctions worth, how did that compare to last quarter, how did that compare to 2 years ago, 3 years ago? They have the numbers, we don't. And if they're looking at it and the numbers are comparable or similar or even going up, which with the boom, there's a possibility those numbers have still gone up. So if you're eBay and the numbers are still going up, have your Facebook, go to your marketplace. I don't care.
Yeah.
Do it till the end of time.
Okay, but then attrition will encroach upon
And
you.
when that happens, then they'll react. But until then, it's irrelevant.
Yeah. Well,
that's the thing. You could be correct about Facebook Marketplace's growth, but then eBay can still have growth, and they don't care what Facebook Marketplace is doing. So they have no incentive to change.
I understand that perfectly.
Yeah.
I'm just putting out the facts on my end of things.
Agreed.
And my perspective.
I get it.
So and eBay is, I guess it's a false narrative for them that they think, okay, business is great as usual. We're not really losing anything. You're losing a lot, but you've gained a lot. So you're really, it's a false narrative. So they will see the reality will come because people, and HiBid is another huge. So you have all these little small auction houses who are logging into to HiBid. So they run their own little out in, I don't know, North Bay or wherever they are. And they have their site. They'll have the people bidding there. You can come and view it, or you can look on a HiBid and they'll ship it. So you can just bid on all these little 50,000 auction all over the Canada, United States. It's amazing. And that is a huge driving force for
sure. And there's a lot of transactions that happen between Instagram and various other platforms where
I didn't even mention those.
Yeah, you can do direct, but that's what I'm saying. We know that there are a multitude of ways to do deals that work, a multitude of ways. And in the long run, eBay's only concern is how their numbers match the last quarter. If they start seeing a downturn in revenues, Then they start looking at, okay, what do we need to do to change something? Until then, the incentive is minimal for them. And I apologize to Jim Moss. I've had this question on here for a while, but we were having a chat, but I'll quickly touch on it. So it depends on the year, it depends on the brand, and it depends on the product. Because being in a professional uniform sometimes matters and sometimes it doesn't. For some of the older products in like the late 80s, it depends. Because we talked about already in the past, like 1990 Score Eric Lindros, he's not in a Flyer uniform. He was in a Flyer uniform for a couple of years, but it was a testament to the era. And it's in a very similar era to when we're talking about with this Barry Sanders. So it depends. It 100% depends on the year, the product, and the brand. Today, the expectation is that they're in a pro uniform.
If you buy out the rights, do you not own the past rights of the product if you reissue something?
I would think so.
Yeah. So they could get away with that. So Brian Gray is pretty smart buying that because he can put old cards that have logos.
No, for sure.
It's one way of getting away with it, isn't it?
If you call it a full-fledged reprint product, maybe. Although I don't know what the Players Association would say about that. I'd be curious to see because they're like, we still own the logos. It's like because if they say no,
yeah, but they've already been paid for.
But that that license doesn't carry over.
Yeah, but then I can sell my card on eBay and the logo is still fine. You know what I mean?
No, but you're selling a card that's already been made. If Brian makes a new card, that's different.
Well, I meant with the buybacks.
Oh, the buybacks are fine. Yeah. But he already does buyback products now anyway.
Stamps. Oh.
No, he already does buyback products now anyway. He can buy cards of any manufacturer, any sport, anything he wants and sell it as in his packaging. As long as he is not making the card, doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. For buybacks, you're good. You can do buyback products, Bobby, out of your house.
We didn't have buybacks when I was collecting cards.
Yeah. No, but as long as you're taking something that already exists, you didn't print it, you didn't manufacture it, it's fine. Knock yourself out.
Makes sense.
Yep. So Sandra Sador here. Sorry, guys. I'll try to bid faster when we get to 60 million. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. That was back in the conversation for the auction house. So Name here says, I've never been to a live auction in person, but I've always wanted to go, even just to observe. I think it would be an interesting experience. I would love, now, unfortunately, the really good ones as a guy who enjoys watches, the really good ones are in Geneva. I'd have to go over to Geneva to go visit the nice ones because that's the good auction. It's like, all right. It's like, what are you doing? I'm here. It's like, are you going to use that paddle? Absolutely not. I'm sitting on it.
That's
I don't want to accidentally. That paddle's not going anywhere.
You scratch your back. It's like, hey, no, that wasn't my bid.
Yeah, it's like, nope. I am sitting on this paddle.
Three guys not going anywhere. Igor comes over and visits you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I've been to a lot of live auctions, not the high-end ones, but just regular ones.
Yeah, sure.
And they're quite interesting. It's amazing how nervous you get when you put your card up. It's like, okay, and put it down, pack it up again, and he's coming to you. They're talking fast. Yeah. You don't know if you have the bid because some are very good at describing who exactly has it, and they're always talking about the next bid. So you got it at 60 and he's going 80 and he's pointing at this other guy and looking at it. You go, did I got that? Did he point at me? Like,
yeah, there's also a gamesmanship as well. Like if you ever watch a live auction, there are some folks that like bid aggressively to, I guess, try to intimidate the other person. It's very funny.
Oh yeah, the guy goes like this every time. Back to him, he goes, yeah, up. He never wins. That guy never wins. Yeah, I know those guys. They come in, then they bid it right up, and then they drop out as soon as they go. Okay. They weren't going to win it. They just wanted to drive the price up and look big, and they try to intimidate you, like you said.
Exactly. There's like an added element to it that you're not going to get in an eBay auction. It's not there. It's weird because it's like you're trying to play the man in the room, which is very odd. But some people try. They try.
Everybody's got suspenders on and plaid shirts, and
very, very bizarre. Very bizarre.
There's no Hugo Boss in that room.
Yeah. But at that point, you could stand out by bringing. It's like, all right, suit up.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, no, listen, and I hope that I do get a chance to do it again. Like I'm enjoying the working from home, to be honest with you, but I have no problem going back in the office from time to time because it's like I have made to measure, not custom because that's too expensive, but made to measure. Absolutely. I've got a couple of those suits and I think I can still wear them. I've tried to be on the treadmill enough to stay in reasonable shape. I can still wear my damn thing that I paid good money for. So
I've been known to go to Moore's every once in a while.
exactly. So Blessing Breaks here says, this is about the new show with King Goldin. Yes, we did, right in the first hour. So if you get a chance later on and check it out on the replay, we did chat about it for a bit. It is interesting. I'll be curious to see what happens. I would love to see it go to a streaming platform. That's my opinion. But if they go to TV, then we'll have to see how that plays out. But we did chat about it for a little bit at the beginning. But if you guys have any questions or comments about it, we can certainly talk about it some more after. But just let us know. But we did discuss it a bit at the beginning. Does anyone trust the bidder on the phone? Is he really on the phone? It depends on the auction house. No, if it's a legit auction house, I have very little issue with it. Because the big auction houses, they make so much money and they make so much business, and they're not going to play shenanigans with the phone because they would lose their credibility, and there's too much money to be made to mess with that. Because you make the final value fee. Their final value fees are off the charts. They make too much money to mess around with silly games like that.
Yeah, and when you have small auction houses or little barn auctions or whatever it is, and then they do have some people who can call in, you know it's their buddy going, hey, listen, it's not out enough. If it is, call in.
Yeah.
I'm sure that goes on. With high bid, the other point that they do is they do a soft close. So anytime that somebody makes a bid, the clock starts 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
So every time they bid is 3 more minutes. It's like the regular auction houses, and it's a pain in the ass because some guys bid $1, and then they'll come back in 3 minutes another $1, and you could be an hour and a half doing bids. The first time I did it, I was an hour and a half with this one guy. Yeah. And I put a top bid in. After that, I stopped bidding. I just went, here's my top bid, and then keep coming back. Just infuriating. If there should be a certain point that it cuts off, make that 3 minutes, then make it 2 minutes, then make it 1 minute, and then go boom. That's it. There's your final. You better go in, better go large, because it just drags on and people don't understand the process. The guy's got 49 bids in and he's at $60. Yeah. It's like, come on.
Yeah. And one other variant I've seen as well that combines the online element, because like I said, in the modern age, most big auction houses will combine. They'll have an online element for a lot of these items as well. Just because, like, naturally some people are more comfortable doing it that way because maybe they can't be there in person, or they don't want to be on the phone. They don't want to be stuck on the phone doing a call. What they'll do though, and again, it depends by auction house. Your auction houses may vary. One of the ones that I've seen done a lot on high-end coin auctions and also watch auctions is that they'll take the internet bids they'll take them ahead of time.
Yes.
And whatever the maximum internet bid is, that will be there. But then as people bid live, it'll be like the internet bid's higher, the internet bid's higher, and it'll keep going until the internet bid is hit.
Yeah.
And then if you surpass it, then you're the high bidder.
Yeah.
But the internet bidder stays the top. Now, nobody knows who it is because it remains anonymous. It has to be fair. But whatever their top bid is, if it's still the highest bid, they still win.
Yeah.
But they basically put in their number ahead of time, and the person live can try to bump it all the way up and try to get ahead. They don't know what the number is that they're trying to surpass.
No.
It's like a reserve built in ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah. It just automates itself and it goes up to that certain point until they're up it. Yeah. Smart.
And they have it there on their books. Literally, they already know what the top dollar is for this item on the internet side. Mm-hmm. And the people live, you can keep bidding as high as you want, but you got to pass this number if you want to win the auction. Yeah. Because that number's already sitting there.
Because I noticed that. I saw that on a few where they're bidding and they go, $800 to 900, 900 to you, sir, $900, 1,000 to you, sir. It keeps going back to them because then they know that they've been outbid.
Yep, and that's part of the process. If you're completely new to it, it's going to be weird. But if you are a person who has seen it or understands what the rules are, it would be advantageous to you to understand what the rules are before you walk in that door, especially if you do intend to bid.
The funny part is we see them all on the TV and all the different ones in TV, in movies all the time. And it's hard to remember any movie but it's the same scenario all the time in the movies. And we all think it's like that, but it's not quite like that. So it's a different place. And then you go to these small barn auctions. It's actually funny to watch the people, because people will overpay for stuff that you see on eBay or you see at the show that are just goes for half of that. And they I don't know, just lose their mind. Mm-hmm. Crazy. It's like they need to win, or they think they're passing up a good deal. They get too emotional. My friend I used to go with all the time, he got so emotional. He'd overpay. Why are you buying that? He goes, I don't know. I got caught up in it. Are you kidding?
Well, the auction industry has made a lot of money on people getting caught up in the moment. That's how a lot of money is made.
Me, I'm pretty like, okay, I got a level. Yeah, we're good. I'm in, I'm
The
out.
thing is, there are people that take real strategy to this. They're like, these are the auction items that I really care about. These are the ones that I'm going after, and I'm sitting there waiting for these to come up, because if you've got an auction catalog that has the listings and you know exactly what you're going after, you know what your budget is, you know all this, and you're already
Simple.
prepared, then for you it's easy. You just sit there, wait for your moment, attack to the best of your ability, and if you take it down, well then great, that's how much it's going to cost me. Do I have money left over for the other one? Yeah, okay, I can go to this point, maybe that's it for me. And then you've strategized it out and you've prioritized whatever your thing is going to be.
Yeah, sometimes it changes along the way. I remember one time there was a lot of early Spider-Man comics. This is about maybe 15 years ago, and it wasn't in the sports memorabilia. There was very little, if anything. It was mostly furniture, old furniture, and what have you. And I was there, and I figured I'd steal them. And I was going against this one guy, and he kept bidding, and I kept bidding fast back. Like we both went slow, and then I just kept outbidding him. Just keep putting my hand up like that, like you talked about that other guy, right?
Exactly.
And you try intimidation factors, and you just keep your hand up. You know, the guy goes boom, 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 boom. So we did that for a little while, and unfortunately, I didn't win because I didn't know as much about comics. Today, they'd be worth 50 times what they went for. But I did bid hard, but I won some other good stuff, so I was happy.
But in a nutshell, I laugh because there's a YouTube channel that I watch. If I think of the name, I'll see if I can find the name and I'll share it with you guys. He does collectibles in general. He likes to do videos talking about the collectibles market, and he's very analytical. I like the guy because it's very funny though. It's very entertaining for me. But I do enjoy his approach in explaining it, because he's basically trying to explain like, a lot of collectible markets are inflated because he doesn't focus on just one area. For him, it's antiques. He talks about cars. He talks about, comic books. He talks about it's collectibles in general.
Oh, that's nice, because I'm always into a little bit of everything. It's nice to know what's going on.
Yeah. So when he speaks to it, he goes, look, I'm going to explain. That's why I appreciate it as someone who tries to bring in other reference points. That he goes like, no, it's not just one market. You need to understand that these markets are more speculative because this, that, and the other thing. And let me use this other thing as a comparison point. Nice. And then let me use this other thing as a comparison point. And that's a good thing. That's informative to be like, guys, you're inside this little tunnel. You're inside this bubble right now. You're paying attention only to this, your tunnel vision. So why don't you look outside? You're going to realize actually it's across the board. Comics are up, coins are up, this stuff is up. There was an auction that I think I mentioned on Dave and Steve's, or if not, I mentioned it elsewhere. A recent coin auction, and it was a lot of lots. It was like 15,000 lots. But that coin auction recently, the total gross for the auction was 47 million.
Wow.
Eat your heart out, Ken Goldin.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and that's a dead hobby. 47 million says there was plenty of money to go around. Now, they had 3 $1 million coins, so not as many as some of these big auctions, but on an overall totality, $47 million is $47 million, however you want to slice it, for one auction. That's big money.
But do people collect kings and queens still?
Apparently, they still do. To the tune of $47 million worth.
Yes.
So it's like somebody's still out there spending money on it. In volume, in totality, however you want to slice it, somebody's buying that stuff.
My
because they still want it. So because they still want it.
He tells me all this stuff.
Yeah, but it's good to know. It's good to pay attention. So in context, you look at it and go, actually, that's a lot of money. Yes, it is. For one auction, yes, it is. You don't have to be in that world. You just need to understand it exists. Here we go. Hershey's Cards. This is new. So good evening, Hershey's Cards. Reserved investments. That is correct. Thank you. I was going to look it up, but yes, that is.
Oh,
that
is that what it
correct.
is?
That is Reserved Investments is the YouTube channel.
Let me write that down.
I do enjoy his stuff. I do enjoy his stuff.
I'm going to search through 6 hours. Just.
Not wrong. Not wrong. But yeah, Reserved Investments. I believe that is the correct one. So he's an interesting dude. I do enjoy that he does refer to a lot of different collectibles formats, and he does talk a little bit of antiques and stuff, which is great. I like the variety, so I enjoy that. That's why I say when I watch my YouTube, I like variety. You give me a little bit. I like to be informed beyond just the one scope of the one area. I like to have a more expansive understanding where I can. So that's good. So thank you for that, Hershey's Cards. Appreciate that. So here, so quickly, I'll include Paul's comment. He says he's been to a few horse rate auctions, been buyer and seller. Lots of fun. That's good. And then Sanderson Dorier says Bobby needs to be expert. They bring in to look at the items in the Goldin show. I can imagine that being wonderful. Pawn Star style, Bobby. You can be their expert.
I don't want to be that guy. I can just see that guy with a hat who's the historian and owns the museum.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be that guy.
Yes. So Hockey says, why isn't there blind bidding similar to the way housing market works? Blind bidding, I think the way that a lot of those regular auctions have done it, they like the fact that they like the confrontational aspect for some of those auctions. The fact that you can see the person and try to play the man, people can try to play those intimidation games and stuff. I think that adds to the show. And to Bobby's point, it stokes the passion in some people to bid on stuff they probably didn't want to bid on, which prompts action. Blind means you're literally just blind. It means there's nothing in particular other than a desire for the item that's going to push
Personal
you.
drive.
Yeah. But if you make it competitive, you know what? I hate that jerk. I don't like his hat, and I think he's got a stupid shirt. I'm going to beat that guy in this auction. I'm going to outbid him. And it could be something as stupid as that. That sounds ridiculous, but it could be something that simple for some folks. It'd be just like, you know what? I would have let it go, except this guy's annoying me.
That's every movie premise, though.
But I guarantee you, if we go to enough auction houses and watch enough auctions, there's some of that in there. Not everybody, but I guarantee you there's some folks who would be that petty. They would just want to do that just to get over on this person. That's it.
Like those private deals that are going on cards.
Yeah. It's just bragging. It's literally just, I spent more than you because I have more than you do. Period.
He who has the most money wins.
Correct. So Jeff says, I heard eBay is no longer using PayPal for sellers. Yep. We chatted a little bit about that. Effective May 28th. So this is a date on here. I don't know if that's a hard set
for
date.
Canada?
I guess so. So Jeff, if you could clarify if that's Canada or stateside, if you could clarify, that would be really awesome. But thank you for the comment. Another MLB no hitter, Wade Miley. Okay.
So why did eBay do it in the U.S. for over a year now, or about a year, and they waited it for Canada?
Well, they tend to roll out a lot of stuff in the U.S. early, and also test the market. Honestly, with a bigger market, it's easier to see if you get pushback.
Yeah. Are they getting pushback? We don't even know.
Oh, I'm sure some people hate it, but like not enough to matter.
A lot of people left.
Sure.
Well, if you want to maintain as much business as possible, and you won't notice the attrition on, because it's so varied. Somebody, I don't even know how they can even figure out, they can say average sales, but maybe 40, 50 people left that sell $10,000 a year. That's it adds up. So, but then they had other new people come and go. It's really hard to predict. So I'm sure there's an algorithm that can figure it all out, but they keep losing people. I don't think people are going back. I think they're leaving more than they're going towards the finish line with them.
Well, I'll have you know, Bobby, that if it's any consolation,
okay,
ComC is still consigning.
But
so they're fine.
Are they shipping?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm going to find out. Thank you for bringing that up, because there was an auction on an item, and I saw it, and it was ComC consignment. So first, I was annoyed. But it was a card that I actually was like, I actually kind of want this card. Okay, so I have two options. One is I order it on the ComC platform and wait at least a month when I initiate the order, which sucks. Or two, I can run a test. And I decided I'm going to run a test. I bought the item, but I'm shipping it to the U.S. address I have.
Okay.
I want to see how long it takes them. And do not think for 1 second I will not hesitate to give them a negative if it takes too damn long to ship. Because they have no excuse. They don't even have to bring it across the board. All they have to do is get it to ship my cards. I'll take it from there. But you have to get it to there.
2 to 3 days is the average for the U.S.
Within
the U.S.
That's what should happen.
So there's your
we'll
gear.
See.
And now we can go see how long that chain runs. So
that I'm running this experiment. I paid for this item today. Okay. So the clock is on. I want to see how long it takes them to acknowledge the shipment. Money's been cleared. It's done. I want to see how long it takes them to show that it's shipping. I want to see how long it takes to ship, and I want to see how long it takes, because as soon as it arrives, I'm going to have a picture of it, because Ship My Cards takes a picture as soon as they receive it. So they verify a receipt, and I can see my card. So we'll see. Because when I ask Ship My Cards to ship it, usually within a couple of days they ship it out. I usually do FedEx, so it's faster. And then I get it within a couple of days.
Do they do bulk orders or shipments to the place that you get your cards delivered to?
You can.
So they might go. It might go faster than you think privately than it would
It can.
privately. Yeah.
No, but the thing is that I'm testing. I want to see it from the eBay side first.
Yep. Gotcha.
And I may try it from the ComC platform itself to see how that works for me, because I cannot tolerate the current turnaround is unacceptable. Like, it's beyond unacceptable. So I want to clear my stuff off the platform. However is the most efficient way for me to do it. I want to get off it until they get their act together in 2025. So we'll see. I'm being conservative.
Everybody's leaving.
I'm sure they'll buy more buildings. It'll be fine. It'll be very exciting. They'll buy more buildings.
PSA had an announcement, didn't they? They were talking about the avalanche, and I didn't finish it. Do you want to regale what they said?
So, short version, they're basically giving updates that they are making progress on it. The first thing they were prioritizing was inputting the current, because really apparently according to the most recent thing, I think it's Steve Stone who's the guy who does the announcements there for them. Apparently their big pinch point was that they were having trouble getting all the stuff processed in. It wasn't even getting it out. It's that they're getting it all processed and accounted for in so that you could scan it. And they were concerned that they were leaving stuff lying around, even with all the space they've got, because it just kept piling up. So they're like, we need to clear this so that we can get it inputted into the system. And then at least our customers know, hey, we got your stuff. We've scanned it. It's now in processing. We're getting going. But there was so much stuff coming in that they're like, even as fast as we're processing it, the pile's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That was part of the reason for the shutdown of all those other services, to slow the intake so that they could shrink that pile and get it in the system. Because then at least once it's in the system, as a customer, you get updates. So you can be like, okay, so it's in the system. Now it's for grading. Now it's in this stage, blah, 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 all through the different numbers.
It's funny. He did use the word avalanche in twice in as many paragraphs.
Well, for them it is, though. Like, in terms of stuff they were taking in,
it's a word that you don't usually use unless you have specific intent. And I think he was just going, well, it's an avalanche. That's all we can say. It's an avalanche. So the $300 orders are climbing over the avalanche. And Sir Edmund Hillary is standing there with the staff and sitting there going, "You may pass."
But I do think long run wise, like I said, PSA, I believe, in my opinion, PSA kind of proved their point, because the other ones have struggled. So while they shut the door on a bunch of these levels, BGS didn't really take market share from them. Not really.
No.
The other ones were not in position. SGC had to triple their price. They couldn't handle it. CSG, they've had to announce small price increase. Their price increase, by the way, is too small, in my opinion, to actually do anything to stem the tide. But they've had to acknowledge that they've started getting a backlog too. So they've had to move their timelines back twice. So like, they cannot handle the volume, which is perfectly reasonable. I understand. But like, PSA basically said, like, we have the most capacity in the industry, and we had reached this point where we're like, we couldn't keep going the way we were going. We had to make an adjustment. So they did. And then we'll see how this plays out now going forward, and what happens, because they left themselves open so that they didn't commit to reopening all the levels in July.
No.
They said, we will look at it. Our goal is to do that. We may not do that.
You would never give a definite anyway, so something like that.
Correct.
If you're smart, but you would definitely lead people to believe that there's a bit of hope.
Yeah.
And there's no hope.
But I think they're smart enough they were smart enough to use the right language, because they were like, we're not going to promise something, because if we promise something and we fail, it looks bad on us. But if we make it clear, like, look, we're not promising anything. This is what we're going to try to do. We're not promising it.
But word on the street is, once they open up in July, then we'll be back and going,
no shot. And they were smart to make sure they did not get that word out.
No. Yeah. Well, July was mentioned, sure, but I mean,
July is their target date. That's all it was.
Target. How many people hit a target? But whatever.
That's the thing. By making it a target date, not making it a promise, it's better.
But it's in everybody's mind, and then they'll get pissed off again when it doesn't hit July, and then they're going to go, we're going to take it till the end of August and see what happens.
Well, here's the thing, though. In order to meet what they actually said they were going to do, is they said, we will try to restore all the services, but all they'd have to do is restore the 150.
And that would be one step closer.
Correct. But that would be enough, because then, hey, we got far enough along that we were able to restore the 150. What about the other ones? Not yet.
There might now be no other ones. The 150 might be their minimum price now.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. So sorry, hockey. We've been having a lot of fun with the conversations today. But thank you for the comments, by the way. Thank you all for the comments. So hockey here says, anybody notice that Jeff Wilson has declared himself a LeBron James '07 refractor collector? Anyone one of these would have to go. I did see his latest vlog where he made reference to this. I laugh when he talks about trying to corner a market on something, and it's like, you're not going to corner the market on it, but it's adorable you did. But here's the other part. I guess maybe this is what Hockey explained to. Here's the fun part. One of the guys on Card Ladder, Josh. So Josh from Card Ladder, he's a LeBron collector. Just kind of, so I'm not going to read that much into it, but it is funny. It is amusing. But I think for Josh, I think he's got that card or a card like it, maybe the gold version or something, but like, it is funny. Like if you're going to try to be an investor and you're going to try to do that, cornering a market's not a bad idea, but there's plenty of those. Well, actually, I'm trying to remember if the '07 has any numbering. I don't think so though. I don't think it's numbered, or maybe it is, and I don't recall, but somebody who's more versed in basketball could correct me. I'm not sure about that one, but I think it would take a lot to corner it. That's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, that's risky, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think he's actually going to try. I think he'll say the words and then not go through with it. I think he'll buy a couple. I think he'll have a couple in hand, which is not a terrible idea. It could certainly appreciate, and that's not a bad play.
Yeah.
But pretending like you're going to corner it may prompt some other people to buy it, which would raise the price, and then still you win just by having a couple. So Hershey's Car says eBay forced me to switch to eBay managed payments instead of PayPal. Yep, that sounds about right. So here we go. So Jimo says, you're right, Bobby. People are still bidding on kings and queens, especially art and gold and silver coins. Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Paul here makes reference to our fun. Buildings that can be seen from space. That's true. ComC will have more buildings that can be seen from space. That's important. Mm-hmm. That's critical. So yeah. So I forget you're Canadian until you say the words like process. Yeah, that's fair. For Boston, Canadian
process, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. No, for sure. Occasionally
we don't say a boat. I don't know where that ever comes from.
Oh, I probably Newfoundland.
That's the only place.
I took
northern Saskatchewan,
northern Saskatchewan, northern Alberta.
For sure.
Look, if I say northern, probably the answer is probably. If I say northern,
pick none of it.
Pick a province and say north, maybe. Yeah. But I can tell you, because I used to work in a call center. Mm-hmm. You knew when someone from Newfoundland was calling before you even punched in the number.
Lord, 100 days by.
I was like, I remember the first time I took the call, I'd be like, really?
A lot of Americans don't even know Newfoundland and how they talk. They're almost like the what's that on Mardi Gras down? What do they call those people in there? The
Cajuns.
Yeah, the Cajuns. It's almost similar in a weird way because it's hard to understand them. Yeah. And very much like the Newfies, it's hard to understand them.
You have to really listen. You can figure it out because obviously I was able to do the call, but it's like it took me a moment. I'd be like, hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure I understand. Sometimes I would have to repeat back, like, let me make sure I heard you correctly. Let me make sure I heard you correctly. I think this is what you said.
And then they say, no, cheese boy. Yeah, definitely different. There's, we have BC is like California, Newfoundland is like Cajuns, and Ontario where the rest of it.
And Alberta is basically Canadian Texas.
Yes, pretty much.
Yes, it's Canadian Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Down to the cowboys and guns.
Where does Quebec fit in?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
Well, according to them, they don't.
Speak French
according to them, they don't.
Right? Yeah, they speak French, but I mean,
yeah, they're Chinese knockoff French. Because the French won't acknowledge them.
Wouldn't they be? What's that other state that's not a state?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think it's fair. Fair.
We fit everybody in the proper places.
This is a very important thing.
I think so.
I think we've done something good. I appreciate it.
A lot of geography here.
Listen, I like to think that this show has a lot of variety. I like to think that it does. So good evening, Ty. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, no, I think it's one of those things where I think we're in an interesting spot in the hobby. And maybe this is the way I would put a lot of the discussion we've had. I think we're in flux right now. I think there's a lot of stuff that's moving, but a lot of stuff that's moving slowly. A lot of stuff that is happening that may be impactful down the road, but we haven't seen the impact yet because it's still developing. It's still in progress. There are
Specify a
shifting
little
markets. What's that?
Specify that a little better.
So when I look at, like, remember the conversation we had a moment ago about, kind of what you're looking at about all these other avenues for buying and selling that are opening up that are
Gotcha.
potentially creating. It's not going to change eBay today, like for the reasons that I outlined, because there's no reason for them to. If down the road it gains inertia, there are enough other avenues, the money starts to shift that way, then they'll change. And if eBay changes, that's a momentous thing. But it's not happening today or tomorrow. But the possibility is there. There are things in motion that could, at some point, as it develops, prompt change. Because if eBay actually changes, like legitimately changes, it will be impactful in this genre.
Yeah, well, I think this is a big change for eBay. Going to they said it would be cheaper. Now they're saying it will be at least the same, if not a little cheaper. Thanks.
Yeah.
And PayPal, that's going to hurt them big time.
It will, but the thing is, a lot of other things except PayPal. It's one of those things where PayPal has expanded beyond just relying on eBay, because eBay used to own PayPal. Yeah, like whenever I go shopping and a lot of other things, PayPal is still an option right there. So they do a lot of good business.
Oh yeah.
And now I believe, I could be mistaken, I believe PayPal is now going to has delved into the world of crypto a little bit as well.
No.
Oh yes. Wow. So yeah, so they're trying to make sure they're available for a lot of potential things, and as a payment processor. And if they can keep themselves in that space, they can be open to a lot of stuff.
Home Depot, Rona, all those places that I ordered from, it was PayPal, because I had money in my PayPal. It was quick and easy.
It's one login. It's simpler. It's for the buyer. For the buyer, it's so much less work that they have to individually punch in credit cards for each individual thing. Like with eBay now, from the buyer perspective, it's not from the seller perspective. From the buyer perspective.
Yeah.
I do have the card loaded in there. I have a couple of them, and I can choose which one I want to charge this to. So I've already got that set up, but it's still a nuisance. It was easier when it was one PayPal thing and I could do the same thing from that one login. But at the end of the day, as a buyer, you deal with, like I said, eBay is a necessary evil because they still have a lot of the volume of stuff that you want.
Sure.
As a buyer of certain things. Other things, don't care. It depends on what it is, though. Depends on the item. Totally depends on the item. So Hockey here says, what do you think of Jeff Wilson's prediction the card market will spike with the reopening of card shows? I will say this. It's not a very bold prediction. Basically, you could say, it will spike with the change of a season. It will spike with the rollover a month. It will spike with the equinox. Like, it doesn't matter. Pick something. Right now, there's different stuff that could potentially spike a market.
Yeah.
It's really up to people. Because will reopening card shows spike the market?
No,
maybe
it won't. I don't think you can actually monitor it enough to say that it would spike, because the crossover would have to be online so everybody could visually see it, because all the other deals would be private in those shows. Someone could say, yeah, I sold this for this, or that's fine. Is it really going to up the value? Because if people aren't seeing it actually happening, how is it transcribing to the rest of the internet world and online buying, which really which we talk about. So I go to a show and I go, I had the best show ever. I sold this for this and this. Where does that go? Goes to this show and a few people listening, and after that,
but here's the other piece:
the marketplace.
When we say these words, and I know hockey guy here has some comments on it as well. I'll get to that in a second. One thing I'll state though as well is whenever we say this, we have to be careful, because I always try to say the card market is not the card market. The card market is segmented into all these sections and subsections: high end, low end, middle end. This sport, that sport, this section, that section. There's so much variance. Question: if this card show does a lot of quote unquote business, a lot of high dollar volume sales, but a lot of stuff sits on dealer tables not moving, the majority of the inventory doesn't move, but it's the same Luka rookies, the same, Zions, the same ones rotating over and over again, maybe selling multiple times in the same show from dealer to dealer, dealer to collector, collector to dealer. That's a lot of volume in terms of sales.
But not a lot of sales.
That doesn't really say much in terms of a market. It says that certain items are moving. It says that certain sports, certain players, certain items. But what if this other items are just sitting there, languishing, gathering dust for the majority of the show? I can make a lot of money as a dealer and the majority of my inventory stays stagnant.
Well, that's the majority of things. I always say that at a show. I said, we show up and we leave with 95% of the stuff we
Yeah.
came with, and we sell 5%
Yeah.
of it.
Now there are some dealers that will definitely be able to rotate their inventory. But that's the minority. But there are a lot of other ones that will sit on the majority of it. They'll move certain items. Other items will stay. There'll be some movement, some shifting, maybe some dealer to dealer trading and selling and buying and all that as well. So the inventory will move. It'll circulate the room. And some of it will leave with collectors, some of it will leave with investors, some of it will leave here and there. And then you've also got the people that are trying to do their own private deals out of their little suitcases, which we've referenced in the past. So do you count those? Because they are not dealers, although they're acting like dealers, walking around from table to table to table.
Players.
Yeah. So like,
In the
how
card
do
industry,
we
not the
quantify that?
cannot.
It's impossible. It's too many deals happening in too short a span of time, because the same card could flip 4 or 5 times in the same show. It could be the
10
same individual
times.
cards. Yeah. And you have no way of tracking that. It's
At the
impossible.
look, at the look, at the look, at the look. You know?
It's impossible. It's impossible. So name here says about his wife's Mother's Day gift with PayPal, exactly, from a local business. As a payment processor, PayPal has a solid spot. Like, it's still very convenient for the user.
Uh-huh.
So-
And I've never had a problem with PayPal. I've been with them over 20 years.
Yeah, they've been pretty good.
And never had a problem. Anytime there's a question, they look at my account, they go, you're great, 20 years, no problems. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I say, like I said, losing eBay is a nuisance to them, but at the same time, now they've established themselves so strong. They've got such strong roots now in a lot of categories that they're like, okay, well, that sucks, but maybe you'll change your mind down the road. But in the meantime, we'll do business with all these other folks, because there's
I'm
a lot
not
of
so
business.
concerned with PayPal. I'm just so concerned with the end use customer, not the buyer, the seller.
Yeah.
You know,
So
if
let's
you're trying to sell a few things on your whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's no problem.
I'm finished.
So I was going to say, so here I'll touch on Hockey's comment here. I wonder if Brian Pillman cards. I'm going to say no. I know what he's referring to. But I'll side with Hockey Guy on this one. Brian Pillman, quick short synopsis. Very good professional wrestler, very enjoyable character, very committed to his craft. Interesting story, fascinating story. But if you weren't interested in Brian Pillman before, not everybody's watching Dark Side of the Ring. Like, as a wrestling fan, I'm watching it. It's enjoyable. It's a documentary series. But Brian Pillman's life was very tragic. A lot of very sad things that come out of it. Now, his son is in wrestling. He potentially has the chance to be the redemption arc of this story. So that may happen down the road. I just don't know if Brian Pillman's career, though, is worth, like, if you're interested in his stuff, you're interested in his stuff. I don't know if I go out of my way to buy anything from Brian Pillman, even after, like, a lot of the stuff in the documentary I already know about. Like, as a fan. So nothing changed for me. For some people, it'll be eye-opening. But again, you have to be interested in watching. You have to already be inclined. But I will say, the Dark Side of the Ring series, if you are a wrestling fan, they're phenomenally well done. Very well done. And very interesting. But if you're not interested in the genre, you're not going to care. It's not going to matter. And as far as superstars in the sport, giants in the sport, Pillman's like a second or third tier guy at best. At best. And he was very good. And he was very good. And I remember Brian Pillman. But I wouldn't pick him as a candidate to see any major movement. So here, talking about the card show thing we talked about a couple minutes ago here, are going to be like a hobby bottle rocket, not like most dealers would have massive turnover. That's kind of where we were touching on a little bit here. Hockey Guy says it may spike them for a month or two. I don't know. I don't think the card shows are going to make that much of a difference for the reasons that we outlined. It's too hard to even figure out. Even if it did, it would be too hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Because measuring it would be borderline impossible. You can watch as many Sasha T vlogs as you want. It's only going to tell you this little sliver window of what one person is doing. Right? Yeah. It's impossible to track.
It is.
So Ty here says, is it me or does a lot of show dealers go off eBay comps when selling a card or give trade value? Yes. But they do add a little profit for them to make the worth trial. Some will knock it off an eBay comp a little bit to facilitate a sale. The smarter ones will go like, okay, we'll take a little bit off to facilitate the sale here and get it done because I'm saving on fees. But some of them will just jack up the price. It depends. Depends
on the card.
It depends on the card. It depends on how hot it is. It depends on the dealer. I've planned it out. I will actually do a video on comps. I want to talk about comps a little bit, playing into this, but also playing into some other stuff, some considerations a little bit, but we'll definitely talk about it.
We kind of did last time about the comps and how big the prices are going for certain things, and the comps for those are just where does it stop? Where does it go? But like I said, and again, we're into the stratosphere collector. We're not into the regular hobbyist. And I wonder where the regular hobbyist kind of fills in there. Like I said, in the vintage aspect of what I collect and what I do, nothing has really changed. It's been a little better, I'd say, on some things and a little worse on others, but that's, that's the way it always plays out.
Yeah. But what I want to do is I want to do a little primer, because folks know what a comp, folks use the vernacular. They say the word comp. They generally understand what it means, and I'm not going to define it for them necessarily. I will a little bit, but I think it's good to think about comps, because comps are not one thing that is always true. In some cards, in some items, it's more valid. For some items, it's less valid. And there are some factors that play into that a little bit as well. So I think a little refresher, a little primer, or a discussion point to think about some things, even for folks that have been around the block a little bit, is not a bad thing. It's a worthy discussion to have, again, just to think about it a little bit more.
True.
So let me quickly scan through here. Don't think anybody is spiked from Dark Side of the Ring. I don't believe so either. I don't think it's usually Dark Side of the Ring is a very sad story. So I don't know if that's going to motivate people to want to buy stuff related to it. Brian Pillman is the equivalent of a fan favorite NHL team. That's fair. Third tier is very generous. I guess it depends on how big the tiers are. I do think highly of Brian Pillman's work when he was able to do it at his best. But like I said, memories for some fans, hardcore fans, and it kind of plays into this here. Hardcore fans will remember him very fondly because those who remember his work remember it very fondly. But as time goes by, we're generations removed from it now. So if you don't remember it from back then you don't know. Then the only reference point you're going to have is Dark Side of the Ring, and that story has a very sad ending. So I don't know if that's going to motivate you to necessarily be interested in picking up stuff from Brian Pillman. That would be the angle I would take on that.
Well, I didn't. Oh, those wrestling things were biography. That's who's doing the series.
Yeah, Dark Side of the Ring is separate from that. It's from Vice, but yes, Biography is also doing it. I saw the Macho Man Randy Savage one. It was very well done.
You did? That was just last. Yeah,
I thought that was very good.
I haven't watched it yet. I have a PVR.
I think it's very good. I think anyone who checks it out, I think it's worthwhile, certainly.
But you should watch the other ones. They were well done. Just probably as well.
Rowdy Piper is one that I've heard good things on. Haven't had the chance to watch it yet,
so
but apparently I've gotten some favorable reviews back from it, so I definitely want to check it out. Some good stuff though. Definitely some good stuff.
Steve Austin was good.
Steve Austin one was very good. I did watch that one as well.
Yeah.
So I caught
some
those
good inside stuff that I really never heard of before, which was kind of interesting.
Yeah. A lot of it for me as a longtime fan who has observed a lot of it was stuff I did know, but I did like that they interviewed some fresh people. I thought that was cool. I thought that was nice because it gave a little bit more insight. I think that was very good. I enjoyed that. Like I said, I won't spoil anything, but I like that for Randy Savage, they did talk a little bit about his early career a little bit more. So I was familiar, but it fleshed it out a little bit more, which was really nice. It was good. I enjoyed that. I thought that was good.
What about did you see the one where they're acquiring stuff for the WWF Hall of Fame or the
I know
museum?
I'm familiar with the series. I haven't had the chance to watch the episodes yet. But it sounds interesting. Like that definitely sounds interesting.
Well, it's right up our alley because now they're talking about collectibles and they're
the memorabilia definitely. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good, and I actually learned a lot from that. Early Kane stuff and all. It was really well done. And they even went around to Kane after because he's a governor of.
He's a mayor of Knox County. Yeah, Knox County.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny walking into a guy like that who's the mayor and you'd be, because he's still a big dude.
Yeah, he is. He's an interesting dude. I'll call him a reasonably smart guy, but he's also if you ever want to have some fun,
he's a good guy.
Go check him out. Go check out his discussions on libertarianism because he's a libertarian.
Oh, is he?
He has extensive discussions on libertarianism.
Oh.
It's interesting. Let's put it that way. I don't subscribe. Like I said, as a guy who enjoys philosophy and different concepts and things, I think some of his arguments are weak, but he tries. So, but he clearly thinks about it. So I'll give him his props for clearly thinking about it. He's not just throwing stuff out there. He's definitely well read on the stuff he believes. Mm-hmm. We'll put it that. I'll put it that way.
Aren't we all?
So here we go. So this weekend would have been spring episode. That's true. Yep. It's early May. So will fights break out of card show when people stop hiring on the same card? Yes.
Like the NHL the other day.
Jeez. Yeah. I can only hope. If
Mm.
Pillman lived another year or two, he'd have been huge. Yes, because he was with WWE. And if he had been able to do, because the Attitude Era was just winding up as Pillman had his end of his run there. I believe that. I actually think that's true because it would have been very interesting. Very interesting. So, I get it. Yep. Love me some Hot Rod. Piper will be erased from history eventually if he was over at racism. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get erased. I think
No.
here's the thing about it. Piper is not going to get a pass because obviously people will complain. But the reality is his character was an antagonist.
Yeah.
He would literally say anything
Surely.
to antagonize. So from that perspective, I'll put it to you this way. I'll give you a simple example.
It was an acceptable act for the time, was it not?
For the character, it fit fine. In even that 80s period, you could get away with it.
We cannot carry the past forward.
I will use an example that will play into this that talks about Dark Side of the Ring as well. They did a Dark Side of the Ring with the Von Erich family, the last of the Von Erichs. And as part of that, they talked about the family and the kids and the different brothers and all that. And they have a very tragic story. If any of you are not familiar with it, you can check it out. It's really well done. It's really well done. The patriarch, the first name escapes me. I want to say like Victor Von Erich. The first name escapes me, but he's a Von Erich. The thing is, he literally played a Nazi. His character was literally, he is a Nazi. He is, he's a German, an evil German, in the 1950s, just off World War II. So he's the ultimate villain. Mm-hmm. So that's his thing. And that was his character and his gimmick. And he took it very seriously when he was doing it. Fritz von Erich. Thank you. Appreciate that, hockey guy. Yeah. Which very German name as well.
Yes.
Now this is in the 1950s. It kind of makes sense. And you're playing right off of World War II. Like the Germans were your enemy, not less than 10 years before. So it's like the attachment is very fresh. We're not that far removed. It's a dangerous gimmick to play, but he went for it. And then he raised all his All-American boys, the Von Erich boys, in their wrestling, Worldwide Wrestling Federation or World Class, in Texas. And all his boys are the All-American boys. And it's like, wasn't your dad a Nazi? It's like, not anymore. Move on. That was in the 50s. We're fine.
That's, that's sort of played in the regular general public, tongue in cheek as we would look at in wrestling, looking on the outside in. And from their part, that was their gig. I don't have a problem with that. I don't see a big issue with that. You can't erase history. Mm-hmm. History happened. You cannot erase it.
I get it.
You only learn from it. I'll
play into it with a couple of the comments and also what you're saying as well.
Sure.
So here, the thing is though, beyond those aspects of the character, the Piper character also went beyond that and did other things. So like he was in movies, the man was in movies. He did other characters and other things. He was able to showcase that he is a character. He is an actor. He's really an actor who happens to be in the professional wrestling genre. And he also did other work beyond that didn't touch on that anymore. So it's the same Roddy Piper character who in the 80s was this overt racist with these things, but only with some of the time in some of these things. So he focused on it when it played into what they were trying to do and trying to get the antagonism going. But then he was a good guy for a cup of coffee, and all of a sudden it was like, it's not like they threw it away or forgot it. It's the same guy technically, but now he's a good guy.
But it's like Inglourious Basterds where you have Brad Pitt. I think it's the same thing. What is the real difference? One's an act, one's a movie.
It's a character. It's a character. Yeah. So you're not gonna give him flack for playing a character because at the time. So I'll touch on this one from Hockey. Doesn't age well in today's society. But it's basically replay stuff. So the thing is, you're not going to erase it because now Peacock, which owns the WWE Network stuff now, which they do, they might, but it was on the WWE Network. You can watch it. Now, I'll touch on this one because these couple of comments here, I want to quickly touch on these. You have to look at stuff in the context of the time. That's fair, but there's something very important that I want to touch on with that. I'm going to come back to this, but in principle, I agree with the statement. As a history major, I agree with the statement. However, there's a caveat here. We'll get on to that in a second. Go look at New Jack promos to Smoky Mountain. Yes. Well, New Jack is it's a different conversation. I won't even go there. Society doesn't look at anything in context of time. Not anymore. Yep. Okay, so real quick here. The Russian sympathizers. Yep, that was a thing too. Yeah, 92 said Smoky Mountain. The Mountie reminded the village people. Yes, that's right. Okay, so real quick. Hockey's comment here. Society doesn't look at anything in context of time. Yes, but most of the people who try to do that and then say that are not qualified. There are too many people who say, like, because it's basically a nice way of saying, well, society's too sensitive. It's like, you can make that argument and there's an aspect to that, but then I'll say, but you are overly sensitive about the people being sensitive. You're whining about the whining. That doesn't make you any better. You're just doing it in a different way because your argument doesn't really hold that much water either. I personally don't care one way or the other, but I'm willing to study the history and take it at face value for what it is. I'm not imparting judgment on it. I can say X is bad because it was a bad thing. Lynchings is bad. That's easy. That's actually a very easy statement to say. Now, if you glorify it, well, that's not good either. That's not going to fly. You can say, oh, it's in historical context. No. If you try to do that today and you're saying like, oh, it's justified. No, that's not going to fly because it's not an argument that you can make very well. Because then you're trying to then retrospect. It's like, well, I'm trying to give context to. It's like, context is a beautiful blanket excuse that a lot of people try to use for a lot of things. You want to say something, but you don't want to take responsibility for saying it. So you're saying like, I'm giving context. No, that's you not being willing to say that, no, you kind of agree with it and that's your prerogative, but then own it. Don't try to then hide behind, oh, but you're just being politically correct. It's like, okay, look, man, too many of the people that would say this politically correct thing would then whine if I said something about your religion. It's First Amendment until it's a thing you don't like. You can't have it both ways. Yeah. I'm okay with either, but you can't have it both ways. It can't be when it suits your purposes, then it's one thing, but then, oh, but I can say this because, no, you either can or you can't. Choose. Most of the people that make this argument are not qualified to make the argument because they only decided to do a select reading. That's why I said the thing with Kane. You want to argue about libertarianism? The argument can be made, but I've listened to some of his takes on it. It's like, I can pick that argument apart. And he's pretty well read on it. It's not like he's ignorant. He's actually pretty well read on it. It's still a weak argument. He tried to present it and explain it. It's like, actually, that's really weak. I understood what you were trying to get at, but you didn't get there.
Well, I guess it's like using comparative time frames for, let's say, Gretzky to Ovechkin, or we can go back to Rocket Richard, or we can go back to Newsy Lalonde, or we can go back to whoever. And you cannot compare the eras. There was a different time, a different equipment. Mm-hmm. You know, they say the 60s and 70s, all the goals went, along the ice. Look how many easy goals. Well, 90% of the goals go over everybody's shoulder now because they're always on the ice. So you're kind of barking up the wrong tree or restating the same statement. They all went low. They all go high now. So So you can't compare eras. And the things that happen in those eras, we use them as reflection for the future so we don't make the same mistakes or repeat the things that were good. Yeah. And that's where we should go forward. And I think the internet is full of a lot of people who like to talk tough behind keyboards. It's also full of a lot of opinions.
It's also full of everybody and their brother has an opinion. And we're in the era of no vetting. We're in the era of you want to have if I want to do like a mission statement that I do on the live streams or the videos I do or whatever. The reason why I often will present both sides of the argument is because I'm not trying to tell you what to believe. That isn't my concern. I will make the case for X, Y, or Z. I will explain it. You can still disagree with me, but at least you know what you're disagreeing with because I outlined the rationale behind it, how I arrived from A to B. If you still disagree, no problem. But at least you understand why. I didn't just say like, oh, it's right because I said so. No, I gave you a couple of reasons. And then we can discuss the reasons, and that can be the discussion. That's the debate. But if you then go in with absolutely no background, no understanding, and you just make definitive statements that you can't back up, that's the current era. We got everybody who has an opinion, a really strong opinion, that is backed with very flimsy foundation.
Depends when you grew up, depends where you grew up.
Yeah.
There's all these different things, all these different factors.
Yeah.
I grew up through a different era than everybody else did. Everybody thinks everyone was so racist in the 60s and 70s. It wasn't. It wasn't like you think it was. It was not. People think it was, and they say it was, but it wasn't. It was just a different time. And best friends were black, brown. Everybody was whatever. We were all just friends. We were all hanging out. We all respected each other's parents. There was a different level of respect back then. But then there was extreme aspects that happened along the way too, in different areas of the world that things happened. I understand that. But from my perspective, it was not.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
And I'm just trying to say my side of it. It's just, we think we hear what was the truth. And I was there, in Canada, in Toronto, so I can give my opinion for that era.
But that's the key though. We want to make the clarification. You can speak to your era. You can speak to your area. You can speak to your surroundings.
That's it.
But if 100 miles down the road, it was lynchings every 5 minutes, you can't speak to that unless you were physically there.
No, I understood.
Yeah. But that's the key qualifier. I'm okay with the anecdotes as long as it's understood that you can only speak to what you were involved in, surrounded by, heard, saw, experienced. Beyond that, whatever happened outside of those boundaries, it's impossible to say unless you have that firsthand experience to be able to say definitively, yes, this happened, X, Y, Z.
Some of the best TV programs, Good Times, The Jeffersons, they were the top of the charts. We all loved watching. We couldn't wait to watch them. It wasn't, they wouldn't be on the top of the charts if it wasn't so. Yeah. In a basic thing. So we'll get off of this and we'll move into hockey. Is Ovechkin going to beat Gretzky? It doesn't make him the best of all time. No, it's a different era. You can't compare. I think 20 years is a good dividing point. 20-year era from one to the next era. We're actually at sort of almost critical mass. These guys have dietitians. They have the best skates. They have the best equipment. They have the best training. They have the best everything going on. It might improve a little bit more, but very little, marginally, where it has improved in the last 20, prior to 20 more behind there. We've leaps and bounds, and now we're at this point. So yeah, I think they're at the pinnacle of playing, and with everything that they have covered. So we're in a different era.
Yeah, I think what you can do, you can't compare eras because it's not fair, because equalizing it is almost impossible. There's too many factors. There's too many variables. The amount of teams, the composition of the teams, the type of players, the type of play, the style of play, all these things factor in. You can, if you want to have the debate, you can, but with the understanding that you will not draw a definitive conclusion because of the weaknesses that we just outlined. There's too many moving parts to accurately state it. I can say that Ovechkin is the best goal scorer of this generation, comfortably, and which is true. That's objectively true of this generation. That's easy for me to do. I can say that given the changes in the game, the average goals per game and all that, it's extra impressive. The gap that he has between himself and the next closest guy in this era.
There is a caveat too, because we have now the shootouts.
We do.
That adds a lot of goals.
They don't count.
Those
goals don't count.
Okay. Oh, we have the
shootout ones don't count. Otherwise Ovechkin would have 80 goals.
I didn't know if they counted on a separate roster or whatever.
I think if you score in the 5-minute overtime, yes, but a shootout is no.
Okay, so the 5-minute overtime tells you how much I watch new hockey. Anyways, so the 5-minute overtime. So that adds a lot of things because the games used to go on. So you think actually they get more points, but the 5 minutes is.
Yeah, it's now again they might have changed it again, but the point is that if you have a goal in a regular overtime period where you're skating, sure, but shootouts don't count.
Yeah, okay.
You can score as many goals as you want. A shootout, it doesn't count.
All right. But I'm sure they have stats for that.
Oh yeah. No, they definitely keep track of shootout percentages, what players do, but they don't count towards their regular goal total.
I didn't think they really did. I just thought there was some other point to thing you got for it.
Yeah,
Or
what
something.
they'll do is they'll count it for the standings, and they will count it as a goal for the score. But that's it. However many rounds of shootout you go, it's still one goal. It's still the final score. But
So it is
there's no.
counted for the shooter, for the goal, to the win.
I don't think so. I think they just count it as a goal in the score sheet, but I don't think a specific player gets credit.
Oh, so just a team.
Because imagine you get
the same
imagine
guy
you go a
keep
couple of
doing it.
rounds.
Yeah.
Imagine you go a couple of rounds, and the last thing that wins it is a goal, but then the other team doesn't score. But then you're also not counting the first two guys that scored as well.
That scored, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which it would be kind of unfair because all of them contributed to you getting to that stage.
Yeah, it complicates everything. Anyways,
It does,
I don't like the shootouts. I never did, ever. I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, I prefer having an outcome. I hate ties.
I hate ties.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Keep going.
I listen. I have no moral objection to that, but in the regular season, it'd be miserable for the players.
Oh,
yeah, double and triple overtimes in the regular season.
You only made 14 million last year. I know you played a few extra hours, whatever. Come on, give me a break.
So Bobby demands the players play on. Drop dead. Quintuple overtime. Let's go.
Oh well.
Yeah.
What can you say? That's the way it goes.
Yeah. So I get no worries. It's fine. It brings up. I was okay with the conversation because it was good in the sense that it left open the possibility. And I like making sure from time to time I do like to go into the area of how people think, because I think that's a broader topic. And you can still touch on it within the context and the confines of this. So I'm okay with it because we can still touch on it in a clear, respectful way, talk through some of the ideas, and that's good. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, and how and why we think. I come across a lot of different things that I discover, and people have other points of view of how they think things should be. Maybe allocating. Let's say a card was pulled out of a thing and they replace them with somebody who's the A, who's the B. There's all these little intricate things that happen within, like you wouldn't think so, but it does happen. I come across it all the time. Do I add him to the set? Do I not add him to the set? Is he really cool? Is this regional technically? Because there's only two teams, but so you run into all these things and everybody has an opinion. And I think that's the one good thing that I would probably say that I'm good at is a good sense of common sense of rationalizing technically what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed, and what an issue is or what past issues have allowed, and we kind of carry that forward and keep going with it. So just references, and so it's a constant problem. And like you said, everybody has an opinion, and it's just some of them are way out of there. And you have to watch, because some people are buyers and sellers. The buyer will give you a different opinion, the seller will give you a greater opinion. It's like trying to get a card. He thinks it's a 7 because he's buying it, and you think it's an 8 because you're selling it. Yeah. And that's why PSA is backlogged. There you go. Exactly. Enough said. We summed the whole show up right there. Bam.
Exactly. No, it's one of those things where part of the reason that I take the approach, and I don't go too far down that road, because for a lot of folks, it's kind of heady stuff and it's a little bit overly complicated, whatever.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy, on my own time, I enjoy reading the great thinkers of time. I enjoy listening to arguments put together. That's the reason why I enjoyed myself, this philosophy side of things, because you're getting, by the way, there's a lot of those great thinkers who I disagree with. I think their arguments are faulty for whatever reason, this, that, or the other thing. But that's okay, because then at least you understand how they develop their idea. And that's the key. It's that it's not the final answer on a lot of these things. All it is develop your argument, build your argument, show me what your points were, and then I will decide for myself if it makes sense. But if you read enough different things and open your mind to those things in that sense, then you're in a good spot to be able to say, like, nope, I disagree with this. And I disagree with it for this reason, this reason, this reason, this reason. And then I read some of these counters and I agree with this piece. I don't agree with this piece. I agree with this. And you can build your own knowledge base and your own philosophy by understanding what has already come before you. Because a lot of these people did take a lot of time, and they were sincere and they tried their best. You might have some advantages now because some of these philosophers were in the in ancient Greek times or in the 1700s, they didn't have the advantage that you have now, being able to take this all in context. Now you have certain advantages they didn't have. It's an unfair advantage.
Flat. The world.
Yeah, it's an unfair advantage.
The flat Earth guys, so forget that one. Okay.
Yeah, it's Kyrie Irving would disagree with you, but yes, but it's an unfair advantage. Yeah, it's an unfair advantage. But then that means you can take it all and really put it together yourself. And then guess what? Somebody 200 years from now will look at what you believed and will laugh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, I think that's the thing about my articles is I'm really building in a case. I'm building an argument. And at the end of it, and that's one thing I didn't like that he took out of my York peanut butter. At the last line, he took it out of there and he replaced it with something and he didn't tell me. But I said, try to prove to me this came out in 62.3 opposed to 61.2 or 60.61 opposed to 61.2. That was my last line, because it's really a game stopper, because you can't prove it was issued. I'm trying to tell you all the reasons why it was a continuation from the 1 year, but you can't prove it the second year. So, and he took that out of there, and that was what I was kind of talking about before, is like the creative control that you lose, and that little context at the end there. It's like that really sums it all up in your head. It's like, yeah, I can't really prove it. It was in all the price guides. That's all I can prove. Well, what proof did they have? None. It was just speculation. I'm giving you a bang, 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 and then, prove it was the next year. And you can't. You cannot. There's no proof. So, and he took that out, and I went, you just.
Well, somebody else does the site. They get to have editorial control.
Yeah, that I didn't like. He tried to change a couple other little things, which I didn't mind, because he kind of a little bit improved them. So. Okay. But you take that out. That was the final statement. That was the mic drop.
The good news, Bobby, is when you do get your site completed, you'll be able to do it unabridged.
The problem with that is it won't be as public as I want it to be.
There is a price to pay. There's a price to pay.
I think it might be public, because I might write articles to let people know what's in
so
there.
You could have some stuff in front of the paper.
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
That's fair.
Well, actually, we do want to do that anyways.
Yeah,
we want to, you can try for free, have a quick look around. You'll be limited, but because we don't want it to be that totally segregated site, like going into Beckett. Kind of you go in there and it's like all these pictures of what was it? They got the little cameras on. There's no pictures.
Yeah,
and you're kind of looking at this formatted, like weird looking. It's like, what do I look up? What do I do? How many things do you click up here and there? It's just like, come on.
Oh, I got you. So good evening, Paul. I saw that there. Have a good night. So quickly, I'll touch on a couple of these and we'll get caught up here on the comments. So I want the NHL to get rid of the best of 7. I'm trying to think of what would you replace it with, though? Because if you replace it with a best of 5 or a best of 3, it opens it up. The thing is, 7 might not be the perfect number, but it's become it's become traditional for a lot of these series, where it's like 7 is a good test of a better team. Usually you might get lucky 1 or 2 nights. It's hard to win 4. Yeah. Not impossible, but it's hard to win 4. And a lot of the sports, just so you guys know, if you think about this and go back in time, I'm trying to remember the exact number, but I remember in baseball, the world's first World Series was 1903. I believe it was a best of 9.
Wow.
Yeah, so they played around with the idea. They were playing around with it in the early days, and they eventually settled on 7. And 7 has kind of become the traditional number where it's like doing it. So here, hockey. That's called football. And that means literally the playoffs would take 20 minutes and you would have the worst team win all the time. I can pretty much guarantee you that in a 1-game playoff, one bad bounce and your team gets knocked out a bunch of years in a row. One bad bounce. Yeah. Now in football, you can structure your team in such a way where you will have Cinderella stories.
Lots
but
of usually
decent teams,
10, 15 years.
Yeah, usually decent teams will end up in the Super Bowl. It is very hard to do that in best of 7. Very hard to do that in best of 7.
No, we're talking about the last game.
Oh, I get you.
1 game.
Yeah, so this was related to the shootout thing. If you can't, your permanent overtime thing. If you can't handle, let the other team score.
I think they went to 9 games because of it was about concessions between owners. Yeah. Hey, I got to get my share. You got to get your share.
Well, Hockey Guy touches on the idea here. You won't cut it down because of money. Yes.
Dollars, yeah.
Yeah, like playoffs are free money for the owners. Yes, absolutely. So Hockey here asked Bobby, any cards on your want list? You're not really a card guy, but do you actually have anything that would be on your want list theoretically?
Yeah, I did mention before, I love Joe Namath. There's a few other cards. Actually, I would be more interested in some Parker's non-sports cards, a
Yeah.
few sets. One of my favorite sets of all time, I think is of all time, is the 1924 Fry Treasure Island cards. I think that was the ultimate card. You would collect pieces of a puzzle, and once you put the puzzle together, it showed a path to the treasure, and then you can mail away. And then on there was a skull that was, you didn't even see it until you kind of had it together. It was just, I think that's what cards were for back then. They were in chocolate bars. So it was such a great thing for kids. And, to buy Treasure Island over, okay, sports cards was great too, that they had back then, but it just gave them something else fun, and I think that's what we sort of miss out of today's is we miss the fun, the honest fun that you have out of it.
Okay.
Because the monetary value isn't there. You buy a chocolate bar, you're going to buy 5, you're going to buy one anyways. But you're not going to buy $100 pack today that you wouldn't have bought, whatever. It's different. You're buying specifically to get something specific, where you buy this chocolate bar, you get a card, put it together, have some fun. They didn't have TV. They barely had radio. I don't even think radio back then. No. 24?
I don't think
not very
in 1924.
No.
I don't think it really. I don't think it really took traction until the 30s.
Yeah.
I think if memory serves me.
Yeah, nothing. So it's one of my favorite sets of all time. So card wise, I'd like to get that set. I've had it at one time 15 years ago, but I think I got rid of it.
Okay.
But I'd like to reacquire it. That's a nice set. And I'd love to get the wrapper with it. I think that'll actually set me off. If I ever find the wrapper, it's a really great looking wrapper. There's one known. There's actually, for most of those chocolate bar issues, there's very few known wrappers. We can't even document the dates on most of them, but we do know the 24 for that year for some reason. I can't remember why. But there's a lot of excitement in that. And if you sometimes find a wrapper, it's like getting Gretzky card. Then you can put the set together because you got the big one out of the way, kind of thing. So things like that will spur you to collect in different things that you go for. Sometimes you'll just get the right couple cards and go, hey, I might as well do the set. Pro set. Oh yeah, I might as well do the set.
No, settle down, Bobby. Settle down. Calm down. Calm down there.
Try
you never go full pro set ever.
Oh, I know.
That's the only commandment I believe in. That's it. Yeah. Even the murder thing, I can be swayed, but the never go full pro set. Thou shalt not.
Yes.
Go full pro set ever.
Half pro set. Yeah. But never go full.
I'll look the other way, but you go full pro set. That's it. We're done.
Yeah. It's not even my error anyways.
Yeah. So here we go. So this was related to the endless shootout thing. Peter Klima goal 3 times a week and very tired players. Very true. This one is talking about the Sheik, the original Sheik. If there are any wrestling matches on YouTube without blood spilling in the ring against the Sheik, let me know. Well, there you go. Now you know.
Yeah, I watched the Sheik. He was at Ted Reeves Arena. Wasn't the Iron Sheik? Was what before that?
Yeah, this is the Sheik, not the Iron Sheik. This is
there's
Sheik.
A few Sheiks over the years. Actually, I think from the 30s, this Sheik goes up, right?
Yeah, but I think it's the one. I want to say the 60s. A lot of Zabos. There was like a 60s and 70s, something like that. There was one there.
30s, 40s.
No, I know, but I'm saying like the one that generally gets referenced is that one in the 60s and 70s. I think I could be mistaken.
70s one, yeah, he was.
I think that's the one that usually gets referenced when they speak of the Sheik.
Yeah,
that's the one that usually gets referenced. So Hagi says no league will cut down the amount of play games, which is true. Be awesome. I don't care if the best team wins. Best of one is exciting. You would be in the minority. There would be so many. Hockey doesn't work the way in the NFL. The Super Bowl is an event. People watch the Super Bowl because it's an event. The NHL has trouble getting viewership if the two teams in the finals are not like big markets.
Yeah.
They struggle. And that's with the best of 7. You make it a best of 1 where maybe you have the best team in the league the whole year and you get bounced in a 1-game playoff where there was one dumb bounce in overtime or something like that. You're not watching the rest of the playoffs. The ratings would tank. You go to the floor. So you'd be the only one watching. You and the fans of the two teams. That would be it. I'm assuming that's related to Pro-Net, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is understandable. It's a valid reaction. It's a valid reaction.
Who was the lover of it? I forget his
What's
name. Who was the lover of the Pro Set last week?
Oh, I thought there was somebody who was making like a
There
pitch for it.
was. There
Yeah.
was one guy.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
forgot.
remember the name now.
Yeah, but it's they're probably shamed at this point. They don't even want to discuss it.
Maybe.
Yeah. So what I'll do, guys, let's do this. So Bobby and I will chat for a little bit longer. But like I said, if there's any questions, thoughts, or topics that you guys want to talk, we touched on a lot of different ground. We've covered a lot of nice areas. We've had some fun with it. I'm going to show you guys a couple of cards that are going to be coming in. This one I'm particularly proud of. This one is kind of good. I want to give a little context to this one, but I'll show it. This will be a little sneak preview. And also, any of you who do check out my channel normally, the pickups video for this week will be showing up at 1 p.m. Saturday morning. Sorry, Saturday afternoon. So early afternoon. So that video is already recorded. It's set. It's already uploaded and ready to go. It's just going to appear at 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time.
Nice.
So it's already done. It's nice to get it in the can and get it done. That way it's already set.
Okay. Well, you're going to show your card. I'll be back from break. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. So the card here in question, for those of you who are a little more familiar with it, that's the 9798 Zenith. This is the Gold Impulse. This is the 5x7 Gold Impulse. And this one came across the desk this week. I caught it. And as soon as I saw it in the new listings, I had to go pick it up. I made an offer on it. It took a couple of days for the seller to mull it over. Ended up accepting my offer. And this one is incoming now. That one is going to complete the rainbow of these. So any of you who are familiar with this series and the set, these are pretty tough. The Z Gold is still kind of the holy grail that's sitting out there for it. But in the 97, 98 year, this is one of the ones that I was after. So I was kind of very curious about, I wasn't sure if one of these would pop up. I did look at PWCC, and I think the last one of these that popped up that PWCC showed under Gold Impulse was 9 years ago. So it's basically 2012. So these don't come up all the time. So I'm happy to pick it up. And these are numbered to 100. So I'll quickly show the back there. So there's the numbering right there. So very cool. I'll be happy to have this one come in, and I'm looking forward to getting that one in. That's going to be one of the big pieces, having the three versions: the regular, the Silver Impulse, and the Gold Impulse. So that's one that I have that I picked up. Okay, so Hockey says, what are your thoughts on Ben Carlos's list of top 10 content creators? I'm familiar with the video, haven't watched it, don't know who's on it. So I can't say too much about it. I saw the thumbnail. Mind you, I don't watch too much of Ben Carlos's stuff. I think he's very enthusiastic. It's just not my type of content. Anything in particular you want to know about it? Like I said, I haven't seen who's on it. I can guess based on the thumbnail. And I know Jeremy's on it because he talked about it on Facebook. I did see that. So that's a thing. Outside of that, I really don't know. I don't have too many thoughts on it. I think Ben Carlos's top 10 list, based on what I have seen from his channel, would be very different than my top 10 list, but we got different criteria we'd be going after. So that's, I guess, what I would say on that one. Other than that, I don't know. I guess maybe my question would be, what are your thoughts on it? Did you agree with it? Did you think the list made sense? Would you have added anybody, taken away anybody? I'll check it out at some point. I'd be curious to see who's actually on that top 10 overall, but I really don't know. So thank you, Name. Appreciate it. So yeah, as far as that's concerned, that's definitely one of the pieces that's coming in. That one was a good one. Anything in the late 90s, I'm always a big fan of that because I'm starting to run out of big cards in that late 90s period that I need as part of the collection. Yeah, I figured that. That's what I thought you were referring to. And there was one other one that actually was that I actually picked up. I won today, and I'll show that one as well. Agreed. Never trust those guys. I wouldn't. For reasons. So let me see if I can get this picture up here. Exactly. Yeah, in the 90s, if it's out of 10, out of 100, yeah, those are tough. And the seller, apparently, I had a little conversation with him. The seller apparently had opened boxes back in the 90s and had held it since basically 98. So it was fresh material that hadn't made it out on the market. So I was very shocked. I had a quick and this, I mentioned this on Dave and Steve's The Instant Revolution podcast thing on Tuesday. I mentioned it this past Tuesday. I gave a little tip. I reached out to the seller because they had a best offer. And I said, okay, where are you at on this? I wanted to gauge if they were dead set on their buy it now price, because they did leave the best offer open, and I didn't want to give an insulting offer, but I obviously didn't want to pay the full buy it now price. Otherwise, I would have just done it on the spot. So I wanted to see what wiggle room there was. And their answer was kind of a block of text. It was a lot of extra information, but it did tell me that they seemed to be unsure about where they wanted to go with it. So I made a fair offer. They were able to mull over it for a couple of days and see if they got any counter offers. I wanted to be open just in case I needed to, send another offer if I needed to. But so I opened the line of communication before I even made the offer. And then once I kind of got the vibe that they were kind of just trying to feel out what the market would bear, I sent out the offer. It took the better part of the 2 days, and with a couple of hours left in the offer, they accepted. So I ended up getting it for a price that I thought was fair. But obviously, I would have loved to get it even cheaper, but I knew that was a tough card, and it hasn't come up all the time. So it's definitely one. So I'll show you guys one other card here, and this is this was a ComC card that I mentioned earlier. So I decided to buy it through eBay, pay a little extra, and I'm going to have this shipped to the US address that I use to ship my cards. And we're going to see how long the shipping time is. But I'll show you the card and you'll understand maybe why I went through the trouble of going through the extra effort to pick this one up. And this will be the other card I'll show today. So here, this is from 2014. This is from that Piece of History series. If any of you guys remember that. So they had the 500 gold, the 1,000 point, and I think there was another one. But they had the 500 gold club. And this is from the Piece of History. This is the jersey. I was a big fan of the series. I enjoyed these cards that they came out with. So that's the Medano from 2014. So that is what I would include. Let me see here.
Perfect timing.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Come on, we were gonna get your opinion.
Oh no, not my opinion on new cards.
Yeah. So anyway, Hockey's talking about that top 10 video here. So I asked what his opinion was on the top 10 here. I would remove Sasha T and Sports Card Investor from the top 10 list and add in Flip and Steve and Wax Museum podcast. Now, let me see. Top 10 content creators. Wax Museum podcast I like. I think that's a good one. Flip and Steve. I like Flip and Steve. What I'm trying to think about here is if you don't like Sasha T for the flipping content, but then Flipping Steve is flipping content.
Same thing.
Yeah, so it's like Sports Card Investor we could drop off. No. As a video, and by the way, this is not a critique on the investing genre because, like I said, Sasha T's an investor. He would qualify under that, buying and selling. It can be entertaining. I like Sasha T's videos. I like the videos and the way they're produced and made, and I like the concept behind it. Would he be in my top 10? Not necessarily, but in the top, but in like that Mount Rushmore potential influencers down the road, kids who are following and watching his stuff, yes. Sports Card Investor is not fun for me as a video. It's not fun for me as content, and informationally, it does nothing for me. So it's like it has nothing for me.
No.
At least Sasha T's, I can enjoy it and appreciate it from a video perspective. I can enjoy it from that perspective.
Yeah.
And Flip and Steve.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if I'm looking at the video, I'm not just looking at the content. Of course,
it's
you want good
intriguing
content.
more than interesting.
Sure. But I'm saying in Sports Card Investors videos, I don't even get intriguing. I don't get interesting. I don't get intriguing. I get nothing.
You get hype.
Which is fine. I can get that in 100 places. I don't need it from him. Like, it's not even fun hype. It's like, it's overproduced hype. With Sasha T, I'm getting a vlog. If you don't like vlogs, well, then don't watch it. That makes sense. But like I said, I'm not going to knock Flip and Steve because I do enjoy some of his stuff as well. And I've seen some of his live streams in it. So he does think about a lot of stuff. He is pretty knowledgeable in his genre. But if you don't like the investing content, well, Flip and Steve is kind of that too, a little bit. I wouldn't call it collector content. I'd call it investing content, but it just depends on your genre. Max Museum, I enjoy his stuff because he does take different angles on it and also does sometimes historical stuff, talking about some classic things. So I enjoy his podcast for sure. So I think that's fair. So that's only 2 that you would swap out. So then you're pretty good with the other 8, I assume, based on that hockey. I'm guessing so. I'll have to check out who's in the top 10. I'd be curious. Obviously, Sports Card Investor is in there. Like I said, for me, if I'm just looking at sports card content, I have no problem with Sasha T being in there if you enjoy the vlog style. If you don't enjoy the vlog style, well, then he wouldn't qualify. He wouldn't be in there.
Yeah, I think with Sasha T, I could watch 5 minutes if I condense it down to 4 or 5 minutes of all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And get rid of all the other stuff along the way. Yeah. It's sort of like any show, this show, anybody else's show. It's certain times, so there's good subject matter. There's good guests, and it varies. It really varies. Sometimes I'm intrigued by a guest that somebody else will have on, or stopping in and seeing Steve and Dave. Just watching their show. And sometimes it's just all football, and it bores me, and I don't really watch it. And then other times they talk about different things, or maybe a little bit more general hobby, which is kind of good.
Chicken sandwiches,
Chicken
that's
sandwiches.
exciting. That's exciting.
Those are always good.
Yeah.
And just having fun. And most of it's, we're just all hanging out, having fun while we're in COVID. So
Yeah,
I think this wouldn't exist without it. I don't think in the degree it's in right now.
Not the degree. I don't think so. I think there are those of us that would still because if it's just hanging out, talking.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Talking shop.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think one other thing that would be good to do, because the list was the top 10 content creators. And I think your recommendations and your ideas, hockey, are as valid as anybody else's. It's based on your preference, the type of content you enjoy. Some people enjoy the audio podcast. That's one genre in a way. Some people enjoy the videos, creating different kinds of things. Some people like more investing content, less investing content, more collector centric, more informative, more entertainment. It depends on the type of content you want to absorb and take in, because some will work better for some of those. I don't mind the vlog style because, and I'll use an example. Like I said, I'm a watch guy. I enjoy that aspect of it. I've watched a lot of different watch channels, and one of the ones that has come onto my radar recently is a guy named Timepiece Gentleman. And what happens is they do a week in the life of a watch dealer. So he'll go with his camera guy following him around for the whole week. The videos are like an hour and a half. So it's not like necessarily an in one seating thing. You might have to take it in pieces and chunks. I enjoy it for what it is, but he's very much peeling back the curtain. He's doing business deals with individuals. He's getting on a plane and traveling to do a watch deal, doing this deal with this person, this deal with it, back in the shop, doing this. They're buying a new piece of retail real estate, meeting with the architect and the designer. All of this is part of the week in the life it's not just sitting here selling watches, but that is the business they're doing, but also buying, also trading, also getting on phone calls. While he's going to his car from point A to point B, he's on a call talking to one guy about a prospect. People are calling him. Sometimes if he goes and visits a place, because the YouTube channel now has 88,000 subscribers and some of the videos have really taken off, people recognize him on the street.
Yeah.
Because if he goes to the jewelry district and it's like a watch centric thing, it's like, hey, you're the Timepiece Gentleman. I saw your YouTube channel.
Sort of like Saucer Tea in a smaller sense.
Exactly. So that's what I mean. Now, if you enjoy that type of content, then it might be interesting. If you do not, well, then certainly stay away from it, because it's an hour and a half. It's very long videos. It depends on what you're trying to do. For him, it makes sense because he can have his videographer follow him around, and the editing on it is excellent. They do a very good job with the editing. That's a style choice. So it may not be your thing. So it is very much produced, but it's also really well done in the sense that it's on YouTube. You can watch it for free. It could be a TV show if they really wanted to do it that way with the editing style they decided to choose.
I like watching that guy who's always, I don't even know the name of his thing. I think it goes by his name. He's a very monotone kind of guy, and he just talks about his new cards he got in from PSA. He tells you what happened, what prices they're at, what the new record prices are.
Elite Code 3? Nolan?
Nolan, yeah.
Yeah, so he's Elite Code 3, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of his style too.
He doesn't have the most expression.
And he's not trying to. But his videos do very well. People watch them.
They're very informative, and he tells personal stories, and he doesn't hide the fact that he's a dealer and that he needs to make profit or how much he made on a deal. And he's very honest. I like the honesty part that people bring, or they, go back into their history and talk some stories and deals that happened. And those things are really interesting to me.
People would be surprised how much you can get done. It's because I've said it repeatedly. YouTube, there's two areas you can do. You can do one, you can do the other, you can do both. Entertain, inform. Ideally, you do both if you can. But sometimes there's a room for just informational. He's telling us stories, he's giving us. Is he the most engaging, exciting storyteller in the world?
Not at
No,
all.
but he's giving tremendous information. If you're interested in the information, that's what you're there for. He's not going to do a song and dance. It's not a whole thing, but the information is there if that is what you want. And you go look at the numbers. The answer is there are people who definitely want that.
Oh yeah.
Somebody else will do it. Somebody else will take the same concept, but they'll be like, well, I'm more of an entertainment guy.
Yeah, and they tend to make it more entertainment based, like a investment dad or whoever else.
Yeah.
You know, they're just trying to make a show up where
Correct.
he's doing a show.
It
He's
is what
not
it is.
making it. He's letting it happen
Yeah,
organically.
it is what it is.
I got these cards in. Here's what I got. Here's my grades.
Yep.
I was hoping to get a better grade on this, but I didn't. I thought this was an 8. It only came back as a 6. Obviously, I screwed up somewhere, or you know. And he's just like so blatantly honest, or you know, he's just a really simple guy that tells the truth, and I kind of like that. So I get off on that.
That's what I mean, though. There is the reality proves over time there is room for that because he's been doing this for a while. It's not like he started 5 weeks ago, 5 months ago.
Oh, yes.
It's been years. He's been doing that for years. So after a while, people are like, well, that's Nolan. That's what he does. That's how he does his business. And he's not worried about, you know, making money, being YouTube famous or whatever. But people who watch know who he is. And they watch consistently. And they enjoy it for what it is. And there it is.
Yeah, it doesn't have any bold titles like the top 5 cards that are going down, you know, and you just tune into those ones, and those ones are just silly because, you know, I don't know.
But he's a practitioner because he will talk about certain trends he sees. And he's talking about this is what I'm seeing. This is what has been going on lately.
Sure.
This is what's going on. It's matter of fact, like, look, I'm buying and selling stuff. And he puts the prices on the screen. This is how much it's sold for. This is blah, blah, blah in this condition. So it's as transparent as it can get.
Basically,
This is what I'm doing.
Yeah. And that's that, you know, obviously there's a place for that. And there's a place for the entertainment part because a lot of people want to be sort of want their hand held, I guess. Yeah. You know, hey, you should go this way and invest. You know, we do the hashtag invest thing here, but I mean, they should really do that in other places saying, hey, take my word for it. But they're telling you their word. These top 5 cards are going down because of this, you know. Mm-hmm. And, you know, is that right to be doing that? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because is it for the sake of entertainment or, you know, or do we assume malevolence where, I don't know, ignorance is sufficient?
Well, I think, and I want to touch back on that in a second. I will read a couple of these comments, but I want to touch back on that. But one thing I'll say quickly, and then we'll talk about it here in a second. I think it's very important to consider the source and to treat a lot of this as entertainment. It's not just the caveats and the qualifiers that different channels use. If you really do just treat it as entertainment, you will do better in the long run than if you take anything said on any of these channels as gospel. You will do better. Critically thinking will always help you. It will always help you to critically think. We can provide certain piece of information. As long as we give you a reason for it, at least you can take that back with you. But you should never take it as advice. You should never take it as, do this. Take it as, this is what we think based on your question to the best of our ability, and do with that as you will.
Yeah, I'm a hobby historian. You ask me no question, pretty much take it to the bank for the most part. Yeah. But do your own research.
Yeah, it's always good to verify your own stuff because then you will feel better and you'll be a much more informed practitioner yourself. It'll always be better that way because that's kind of Bobby got his information from talking to people doing, but then also doing his own research and going in. And I'll touch on a question that kind of plays into this as well. So it'll play into it. So Sanderson Dora here says, Sasha T taught me if you go to card show, you should bring a portable basketball hoop. Well, it's critical. These are important things, man. Come on. Absolutely. I want to make sure I get through your comments, guys, so I'm getting through them here. So Carlos hasn't made the rounds on other channels yet. A little bit here and there, mostly just get Dave's channel. Down the road, I may pop up on a couple of channels. I've been on Jeremy's channel in the past. I don't expect to be there too much here and there, but I don't go out of my way to try to get on other channels. But it's one of those things where if they ask, I would certainly consider it. The hobby hotline thing would be tricky only because I hate Saturday mornings. Like imagine doing this late Friday night and it's like Saturday morning. Yeah, I might as well just stay up then.
That's me. Saturday morning. So
the other thing is, and this kind of plays into what I was just saying a second ago, is a lot of the stuff I do in the hobby was experience, talking to people, but I don't just take what they say at face value. Well, I take it at face value, but I don't just take it as gospel. I then take what they say, but then I apply my own research to it. I do my own digging. I do my own research, my additional. Hobby Hotline, I'm familiar with it. I've watched a little bit here and there. It's not my type of content, only because I don't care who's on it. I almost never have a question. Not because I know everything. The exact opposite. There's lots of things I don't know. I like to do my own research. I don't like to ask. I'm always willing to answer questions that I don't like to ask. I like to do my own digging. I prefer to do my own thing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times the people that are on Hobby Hotline, you got Beckett, you got Rich Klein, you got whatever. Do they have knowledge? Absolutely. They got a great historical knowledge. But do I necessarily want to hear Beckett's opinion on today's market? Not necessarily. Rich Klein has a lot of information, yes, but a lot of the information he's got, I can go do my own digging and research on. They've got the guy from Steel Gum. The name escapes me, but I'm familiar with his blog from back in the day. He's got some interesting opinions, but I've heard some of them. I don't need to hear it. They got
yes.
The names of the other ones escape me. The point is that I've heard things from most of them. The point is I'm not unfamiliar with the people that are on it, the rotating hosts, and almost all of them are like, okay, whatever opinion you've got, I've either heard it already, or I can go look it up myself. I don't need to ask you.
And to your point there, I find that there's a lot of repetitiveness amongst a lot of the shows that are out there, and I'm finding that. Didn't we just talk about this? Wasn't that just discussed? Isn't this just beating a dead horse?
Well, a lot of it is going to regurgitate. That's the reason I like this week is that we had a bunch of little stories. They weren't like big ones, but they were a bunch of little ones that
Probably
we could go
better.
and have a little fun with, talk a little bit about this. I can make fun of ProSet for a bit, but like all of them gave a little window to go down a path for a little bit, not for a super long time. Sometimes there's topics that have this huge depth. We can go into this deep dive or whatever and take some time and maybe do a whole panel and talk about all this, that, and the other thing, which is fun. Mm-hmm. But sometimes it's like, no, look, we'll give a couple of opinions, but it's straightforward. It's not that complicated. And some of it doesn't warrant more than, if you really want to keep diving into it deeper, you certainly can. I'm not going to discourage you by all means, but some of it doesn't require the same amount of depth as other topics. The Hobby Hotline concept, I have no issue with it because I think there's value. And I think for some folks who don't want to do that digging, it is nice to just be able to go on and ask.
True.
And ask somebody who is authority. So I think that's fair. I get that. It's not for me.
Some people copy homework. Some people like their own homework. So
yeah. So it's one of those things where a lot of times I will prefer to just, I'll do my own research. I don't need to ask. So here, a Bobby Burrell Hobby Podcast. We've talked about this a little bit. Would you ever have considered doing anything behind your wall though? Because a podcast is audio only.
Yeah, no, I don't like audio only. I think that's not for me.
Yeah, you prefer the articles and the kind of adding the visuals as well?
Yeah, I really like the visual part of everything. When you're in the genre I'm in, the stuff, it's visual, and so is cards too. But describing a display box or an original advertisement opposed to a card, it's a little bit harder, more difficult to explain something, opposed to a card, because the cards are pretty easy. Oh yeah, it has a reflector. This does, whatever. It's red, it's green, whatever. With display boxes. And you remember I went and got that box from the 70s. Try to explain it.
I think though the other piece as well, and I think we've talked about this, alluded to it a little bit before. I think you do your articles, you've got your books, you've got this information that you've put out there and done. I think and by all means, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you enjoy kind of coming on and giving and filling in that information rather than having to self-create the content right from the get-go from the visual medium. Basically, like your own podcast or your own video series, something like that, wouldn't be as interesting to you as maybe contributing to something else or writing an article about it.
No, exactly. Yes, very much so.
That's why I just wanted to give that synopsis, just conceptually to explain kind of because we've talked about it a little bit here and there. And I feel like that's kind of the impression that I've got and also what we've talked about.
Yeah, lock me in a room for a week. I'm good.
Yeah. That's right.
By myself working on my book. I don't care. I'm more happy. I like coming out here and talking and, and, adding a few 2 cents here and there, and something to do on a once a week.
Yeah.
It's fine. I enjoy it.
No, and I think we appreciate you coming in and contributing that, because I think it adds the other perspective as well, and also adds in some additional context for some of this stuff. But as I say, I think creating the content is not for everybody. Not everybody is interested in doing it in that way, because it is kind of a thankless thing. You kind of do it and people see it. Maybe they don't see it. Some people like it. Some people appreciate it. Some people hate it. Like,
Some
you
people
can make
just don't
stuff.
want to be seen.
Yeah.
You invite people, and nobody comes on. Sometimes
Yeah.
we have 2 guys show up, and that's basically it. They just don't want to come on.
Exactly.
Fine.
And that's the thing. I'm not going to put a gun to anybody's head and force them. Some people want to be out there and be seen everywhere and anywhere. And I promise, if I asked them, they'd be like, yeah, sure. And they would run. Sometimes I'm not interested in doing that for that reason. I'd be like, well, you just want attention. You just want to be out there. Sometimes I'm a little more interested in bringing on the people that are a little bit more reluctant, because maybe they've got something interesting to say.
Usually.
And then the people that are volunteering that will like, oh, please pick me. I'm like, okay, I'm actually less inclined to pick you.
Yeah. That's always the way it works,
Yeah.
When you get picked. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, it's like, chill out, relax. It's fine.
Yeah. Some people want, I think, remember gym class, the teacher picked, this, oh yeah. No, not you. Yeah. This other guy. So they always go to somebody else. But as for me, I'm pretty content with the information. I've always been out there and available at shows and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
You could always contact me. I get 50 to 100 specific texts every week. People asking me questions about, a guy asked me today, he goes, well, what's a Gretzky uncut sheet set worth? And I went, I said, I don't know, $10,000 to $40,000, depending on the condition of. It's all about Gretzky. I have no idea. I said, you have to go check the comps and see where the last one ended up. Those things don't come to market very regularly. Somebody going to cut it up and get a 10 Gretzky? I don't know. There's too many, but I'm answering questions constantly all the time. Bobby, have you seen this? Have we did this? What about this? What do you think this is worth? It's a Bobby Orr, match, lighter display. Well, it should be worth this much. I don't know. What do you think? Well, so what do you think? The problem is when I ask them, I say, hey, how much do you want for that? Well, what do you think it's worth? And I was like, well, you make the price guide. It's like, please don't ask me that question. Just tell me what you were going to charge somebody else and I'll pay it. And we'll call it a day.
Oh, at that point, it's like, I never liked that question, because it's like, all right, $1.47.
Yeah, everything's $1.47. You might as well make it.
Yeah, but it's the old saying is always like, oh, there's no dumb question. Yes, there are. There are dumb questions. Yes, that they lied to you. There are definitely dumb questions. Now, there are plenty of questions that are not, that might seem on the surface. They're not. They're questions that at least allow room for, maybe there's actually something interesting we can add here. Or something maybe we can educate or do something. But there are legitimately dumb questions. They're like you think through what you want out of this conversation before you ask that question. Think through a little bit.
It's a game ender almost at that point, because it's like, what do you want for it? Well, what do you think it's worth? Well, if I wasn't alive, what would you list it for? Because you can't come to me, because I want to pay as little as possible.
Correct.
And you want to get as much as you can.
Yeah.
And
which is fair. But you have to understand that it's like, look, the game is simple. Like, if I have a stake in it, my answer is naturally going to have to be different, because it's like, well, if I actually want the item, then I want to pay as little as possible.
Yeah, but I will step up to the plate, and I always have. Mm-hmm. And I always say, listen, I understand you're a dealer. I know you need to make money. You got 500 US on it. I think you're a little out to punch on that. I'm more about 300 Canadian. Does that sound fair to you? Mm-hmm. And usually they'll come back and go, well, I think, and I said, that's fine. I said, my offer's 300. If it doesn't sell in another few weeks, get back to me.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's kind of the approach. I think you have to, like, look, this is the best I can do. Yeah. It always plays out that way. And it's not the same thing, but whenever I buy something from Medano and somebody happens to know that I collect Medano, that's when they try to be like, let me try to extract. And I'm like, no, that's my offer.
That's it.
But it's like, but you're a Medano fan. I am. And if you want to sell it to another one and they're willing to pay more, then that's fair. But if they're not, then I'm the buyer.
But you have
And
a strong defense for, you know what you paid. You have a lot of different products.
Mhm.
You have a lot of range that you can kind of take from.
Yeah,
Whereas
that market,
collectibles
I know
were
that
one of a
market pretty
kind,
well.
right?
I know that
Yes,
market really tight.
exactly.
So it's like usually I can gauge like this is worth about this because
Hmm.
I've bought so many in this category. And it's like, you want X? Well, that's great. If you can get it, more power to you. I don't know who that buyer is.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, well, then I'm the highest buyer because I do bid strong on some of this stuff. And it's like, if I'm the strongest bidder out there and I'm not going to pay that much, who are you going to sell it to?
Hockey guy for $1.
Correct. So I'll quickly flip through the comments here to get us caught up. So Hockey here says a lot of flippers are blaming Gary Vee for not talking about cards as frequently as a reason for the market slowdown. I think the market slowdown is because we went so hot for so long and so much money got spent. Like at a certain point, it's like you can't just keep throwing more at it. Somebody's got to sell and somebody's got to get their money back.
Do you think he sold a lot of his cards?
I think Gary Vee definitely sold some, but I don't think he sold. Like I said earlier, I actually think there's a bunch of stuff sitting in Gary Vee's vault
Oh yeah.
that Gary Vee just likes.
It,
Because the thing is, he fills his room when he does his podcast and stuff with knickknacks and like he is a fan of some of that stuff. Some of it, he buys 10 of them. If he buys 10 of them, expect that at some point he'll sell it.
yeah. Well, he has a lot of money, so he doesn't have to worry about
Correct.
having to sell. But if he bought for an investment purpose, he obviously wants to win because that's what he sort of does.
Totally.
So, but I think he sold a lot of his bigger cards.
Yeah, but the thing is, one of the key pieces, and it's been said a couple of times. I want to make sure I quote this correctly. Let me see if I can find it here. See if I can find it. Here we go. Let me see.
The go to wrestling is Hulk Hogan.
In terms of popularity overall, he kind of is.
Yep.
And I'll get to that one in a second here. I wanted to see if I can find it. So there was a direct consumer wine brand that Gary Vee started.
Oh yeah.
And he ran it for a little while. And then Constellation Brands, which I'm familiar with from back in the days when I used to do wine sales, actually bought it. I don't remember how much they bought it for, but they definitely bought it for a pretty penny. I wouldn't be shocked if they spent 9 figures or 8 figures on it. So the point is, though, regardless, it's a lot of money. He made money on that deal. And the thing is that if someone legitimately believes that Gary Vee is quote unquote worried about making 5, 10, 20, 50 grand on a card, like his other businesses make money. All of them make money.
I think there's something we have to understand about Gary Vee. He likes to win.
Yes, absolutely.
He doesn't need the money.
It's part of his brand
He
too.
likes to win.
It's part of his brand too. Like
Yeah.
being correct about certain things and being able to then refer to himself being correct about certain things. That's the brand. Buying or selling a couple of cars in the grand scheme of things, does it matter? Not really. Not a big deal.
He didn't have the Gretzky rookie like Bet David did. No. There's a different person right there.
For Bet David, though, that served his purposes. That worked for him. Gary Vee could completely ignore sports cards for the next 25 years and do 57 other things in these other categories and be just fine. But I think he enjoys it to a certain degree in a certain aspect. And by the way, at the same time he's not talking about it, he is one of the owners of 1:37 p.m. I think it's called 1:37 p.m., which does the Sports Talk podcast, which is a sports card podcast, which is co-hosted by Card Collector 2, who has a nice Instagram following. By the way, Gary Vee owns 1:37 p.m.
Isn't that amazing?
So like he doesn't need to be involved.
Vested interest.
He can be part of a media group that has sports card podcasts under its umbrella, and he doesn't have to be within 500 miles of it.
Yeah.
So like at the end of the day, do you think he cares?
No.
A couple of bucks here or there is not going to make that much of a difference.
And that gets back to what I was saying before. You know, we're talking about the upper echelon here. We're not talking about the average collector. And I think, like I was saying earlier on, you know, that wax prices have really dramatically went down. Vintage wax, 84 baseball, 84, 85 football, you know, half even pre-COVID prices for a lot of those. And they're going, well, yeah, what did you expect? Oh, it's okay. Just sit on it a while. It'll go right back up. And I'm going, what? Where do you get this advice from? can anybody predict the stock market? No, unless you're manipulating it. But I mean, all this wax that's come and gone, and all these big prices that kind of came in, and where do you think it's going right back to where it was? I don't know where these people come in. You got to do the hobby for at least 10 years and at least know what you're talking about before you start throwing stuff around a little bit. Just
Yeah, but there are people who have been in the hobby for 10, 20, 30 years who still don't know what they're talking about.
yeah, I meet a lot of those every day.
Yeah, just being physically present does not qualify you as being an expert. It doesn't hurt, but it also means that you were just physically present. You get attendance points, and that's it.
30-year dealers, you sit in there and shake your head and go, "What are you doing?"
Yes, correct.
But that's okay, because that's why we get that so-called used cars salesman reputation.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You're into sports cards. Now you're into sports cards, really?
Mm-hmm.
Different, really.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So Hockey says, baseball card collector investor dealer. Yes, I'm familiar with that channel. I do like his stuff. I think I enjoy his style. He is pretty transparent about his stuff. Some of his content is him just reviewing certain things on there. He does some research. He does some market information, and then talks about some of his experiences as a dealer. I enjoy it for what it is. It's a nice conversational piece that he does as part of his channel. I enjoy the way he does it. So I feel like Sasha T's fans adore him the same way as Billy Mitchell's fans in The King of Kong. I think that's an excellent reference, fun reference. Perfect. I like it. So Bobby should do his own YouTube channel with top edges cards going up and down. We talked about that. I don't think that one's going to happen. I wouldn't hold my breath on it. So we'll go to wrestling. So I'm quickly zipping through a couple of these comments, guys. Sorry, it took a while to get there, but we're getting there. So for me, it's Hogan just because of cultural significance. Let's put it that way. For cultural significance, it's hard to beat Hogan. Andre was a big attraction, huge attraction in his day.
Probably the largest. No pun intended.
Yeah, but no, like as an attraction for a long time. But he missed out, unfortunately, on the era where television took off fully. Yes. Like an Andre the Giant would be a giant, pun intended, today, even beyond what he was. He was already an international star, but he'd be like a next level international star just because people would be fascinated with Andre. They would make like reality TV series of Andre. There'd be all kinds of stuff.
All the storylines could come up with for him. Just amazing.
Especially with a guy who has as many stories about him anyway. Mm-hmm. It would be a cottage industry to talk about Andre and his goings on and his happenings and what's this guy up to. People would be fascinated.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd enjoy it because the paparazzi would be on him 24/7.
Yeah, he was very private.
But he would be a detractor anywhere he went, and he could make money in so many ways from a lot of things, endorsements, all kinds of stuff.
It's like the hockey era that missed out to the wrestling era that missed out to all these different, things that happened in the more recent years.
Yeah. One other thing I'll touch on is when you talk about go to wrestling, because it's a performance art. Let's call it a performance art. You can talk about, if we talk about cultural significance, Hogan's the guy. If we talk about maximum apex, Stone Cold Steve Austin at his absolute peak, was bigger than Hogan, but he didn't have the sustained period of time that Hogan had. Hogan from about the mid 80s and then was able to reinvent himself in the mid 90s and extend his career because Hogan's career wasn't a 5-year window or a 10-year window. Steve Austin had a longer career, but his apex, his absolute prime was this 5 or 6 year period where he was on top of the world, which maybe was the highest ceiling that anyone ever achieved in that sport. Long term, in terms of overall totality of fame, The Rock has surpassed him because now he's the biggest movie star in the world.
Yes.
Who started in wrestling.
But is he the GOAT of wrestling though?
No, I wouldn't consider him so.
No.
But that's why I say that what is the criteria is the most important. If you talk about in-ring performer, you could say Shawn Michaels, you could say Ric Flair. There's certain guys that in ring have these tremendous performances that we could talk about and debate. But if you talk about, like I said, cultural significance, making it into the thing that it became, it's hard to top Hogan.
Yeah, and Hogan was in Rocky, and I think because his career was still at that point, not even close to where it got to, but that helped boost him. Where The Rock, it was kind of after, and then he left and went that way. So that boost helped Hogan so much, and then all the other stuff.
It was. Obviously. But one more thing you got to bear in mind, too. This is a fun thing. Rocky 3 was in 82. Mm-hmm. Hogan didn't win his first title in WWF, launching the WWF iteration of
Mhm.
Hulkamania until 84.
Yeah.
So Hogan was already establishing himself as a star
Before he became a
before
star.
and because he cut his teeth in the AWA. He was already Hulk Hogan. Hulkamania was already a thing. Vince McMahon got to take some credit
Hmm.
because then it really took off. Then he went and catapulted the WWF to what it would become from 84 onward.
Hmm.
But yeah, Hogan was a Rocky 3 in 82 with Mr. T and with Sylvester Stallone and all that. So he was already establishing himself as bona fides as a star in a certain way. And then in 84, it just took on a different dimension and he became a cultural icon. So it's like, it's interesting the way the timing worked out on that. It's like, actually, it predates the 84 title reign that then catapulted it from there. But like I said, he established himself as a brand before that. He was already on his way.
It's hard to say who's the GOAT because you have good guys and bad guys, whereas sports, you don't have so much the good guy, bad guy thing.
Sure.
And, you got to like Kane and The Undertaker. Undertaker is his brother, and he's this, he's against him. He's good with the crowd. He hates the crowd. It was such a, there's so many different characters that you loved at different times. It's almost like saying, what's your best favorite movie?
Yeah.
If you asked me 10 years ago, I would have told you this, but then 8 years ago, it's this, and 7, 6, and it changes.
Yeah.
So we have that graduation too. Overall, who's your best wrestler?
The other reason I use the performance art category here, the reason why I'm using it.
Mhm.
So imagine we go with acting, like the analogy that you gave here.
Yeah.
Okay. I could say to you, who's the best actor? But then, okay, are you thinking more Shakespearean? Are you thinking stage actor? Are you thinking movie actor? Are you thinking television actor? Are you thinking somebody who can do all of the above? Are you thinking the one who made the most money, who got the biggest box office, who got the highest rated show? These criteria matter. All of these things are irrelevant if you're trying to figure that out. And by the way, your answer could still vary from mine because maybe I value a certain category more than you do.
Sure.
And that doesn't make it right or wrong. That just means if I really love comedies, I might favor a comedian character.
Sure.
As opposed to maybe you're a super Shakespearean guy. So for you, the Shakespearean actor is like, well, I prefer this genre, this style. So for me, this is it.
Sure.
And that's why I say, like with wrestling, that's why I make the distinction. Cultural relevance, Hogan.
Yeah.
Biggest attraction, then we can talk about something else. Highest apex, we can talk about something else. In-ring performance, top to bottom, we can talk about a third thing. I can give you a different answer depending on which category you choose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So that's the truth. That's
Best
just how
goalie, best defenseman, best scorer.
totally depends. Totally
so
depends.
many things. Yeah.
So here, somebody's going to get caught holding the bag with the market the way it is. And I think here's the thing, Hockey Guy, that's true. But here's the good news. So what?
As long as it's you or me, or
Yeah, like as long as it's not you, do you really care?
yes, you do.
I don't.
Easy. Yes,
I
you do.
don't. I don't.
You don't care about you. You care anyways. You won't go there.
Well, I already established, Bobby. I would like to see the market crash,
I
like
know you
legitimately crash.
I got it. I understand that. And I'm the kind of guy whose glass is half empty or half full, whatever. It's always empty with me. So I start from the ground up and I always work my way up.
Yeah.
But I look at things the way they're happening and I see different things happening. And cards slowed dramatically. Is it a cause or a byproduct of PSA being shut down? Possibly, yes. Is the card shows going to drive it up like the last question we had about that? No, I don't really think so. What's the next thing that's really going to drive the market up? I think the hype is sort of gone right now. I think they'll sustain higher prices than they've ever priced. But some of the prices I've seen down, like the Bork rookie, I was looking at it. The sales, the last one was March something. It was $8,000 for a 10, and then before that, in January, February, I think it was February, it was 15,000, just or 12,000. Dramatic drops in those prices, and more recent, so March and April, very low,
yeah,
comparatively speaking. And I think people reached a point of critical mass where all their investment money they got in, they did what they bought their wax, they bought their cards, they bought whatever, and they did all their investment. Now they're sitting back waiting for this long running market that was supposed to shoot up. Well, things go up and down to
Yeah.
level off.
Well, I think though, and I think that's very true. But kind of what we've alluded to a bunch of times around here is that for every case that is like that, which is true, those are facts. It depending on the thing you're collecting or the player you're collecting or the
True.
team you're collecting or whatever. Last week it was $99. This week it's $100. Next week it'll be 101. Then it'll be back to 99. The difference is so minor, so it's like you don't notice it. It's like fractions of a percent. You're like not even registering it. No. It's like, oh, but what? Because this was very steady. A lot of these things, certain items have tons of volatility, but there's a whole segment. It's like, how much was it last month? $100. 5 years ago, $95.
Yeah.
What's it now? 101. Like it's negligible. It's barely moved. It's neither gone up or down very much. It's just right around where it was. So it depends on the item. It depends on the thing.
The only thing I hope is that for the U.S. guys, I'll use the reference for 401ks. Like a lot of people didn't get in for that part of it because I think it would be like buying a volatile stock, in my opinion. #invest, but kind of whatever. I don't think the putting your money into wax and thinking cards going to go up forever or whatever. It's just, just be smart with your money and have fun with the hobby.
Yeah. There's a lot. I would wager there's a large contingent that did that.
Oh, I know.
But the thing is, what it really comes down to, and like and I got this one as well, hockey guys, like, no, that's fine. You can make observations. That's fair.
Yes.
But the last piece is the one I want to emphasize.
Yeah.
Whoever is caught holding the bag is at fault of their own. Correct. Because that's always been the thing. I put the responsibility back on the individual.
But I looked at the sports card index. He said.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say but that's the reason why I made that comment about the hobby hotline thing is that I can appreciate that they're doing it and they seem to be enjoying themselves and I'm happy for them. It's not my show. I'm not going to watch it. Because for me, I'm very comfortable in doing my own research, developing my own data sources. And even the data sources that I have, I will question them and check them and verify myself. And if I do all that, and I'm still wrong, that's okay. Mm-hmm. Because then I did the digging and the responsibility then goes entirely upon myself. I was incorrect. I was wrong. And that's okay. But then if you put it on somebody else, well, the good news, the reason why a lot of folks will do that is because then they can blame the other one if they're wrong. Mm-hmm. They get to pretend to take credit if they're right. They'll be like, oh man, I was so smart in following that advice. If you're right. But if you're wrong, oh, that idiot told me to do this. It's like, they didn't tell you to do anything. They said this is what they think, and then you decide to take that as an order. That's not the same thing. Because most of them are smart enough not to give you an order. They'll make a suggestion. They'll be like, this is what I think.
Yeah.
Do with it as you will.
I think places like Hobby Hotline, I think it's more like it's more fun being on the show, doing the show, than it is maybe watching the show.
It usually is. Like it's one of those things where like unless you're relatively new, or you really want it to be spoon fed to you, I'm never going to knock anybody for asking a question. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah. Because like, do we not? The reason why I kind of internally chuckled about it is like, do we really do something fundamentally different than Hobby Hotline? Like if I bring in a panel. And I ask a couple of more folks on, and we do it. Let's say 4 total. So let's say I invite 2 other people to join us who maybe have some hobby experience. And then we say, questions?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
No difference.
It's the same show.
Yeah, because, we have some knowledge.
And the thing is, I used to do the thing also where I used to put the link.
Yes.
Technically, anybody could come on and ask whatever. What's the difference then? Except we do it in prime time. I don't do it on Saturday morning. That's right. Yeah. That's the only difference is that I don't do it on Saturday morning.
Like I said, it's more of a fun place to hang out and do things. And,
correct.
It's sometimes better being in the gang than it is watching the gang or being in the parade rather than watching the parade. Yeah. So,
and sometimes the folks that would come on would pose a question for discussion which would then lead to a panel discussion where then maybe some interesting ideas could be aired out. Oh, well, what about this? What do you think about this? And then that could go from there. And then between that and the chat chiming in their portion of it as well, like it becomes an interesting debate, interesting discussion. And at the end of it, everybody walks away and says, "Oh, okay, some stuff I didn't think about. I hadn't thought about that."
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So you have all those guys do it. Does anybody watch that in the panel there? Anybody watch the show? That show? Or is it
Well, the Hobby
part of their
Hotline.
top 10?
I assume that, like, I know that some folks definitely watch it. For me, I'm at the stage, and maybe this is kind of what we'll end off on here. If you guys have any questions or comments in the chat, feel free to throw it in there as the last couple of things here as we wind down. But I'm at the stage right now where obviously work's been busy, so I've been kind of occupied, but it's been okay because it's not like I've had that much. I prided myself on watching tons of hobby content for quite a while. And I'm finding I'm having to do so less and less. It's not that I don't want to necessarily, although I really don't want to as much, because I feel like I've watched it already. Because once I've watched it and I've got a pretty good reading on the content provider does, what their shtick is, I'm like, okay, without even seeing it, I have a pretty good grasp on what you're going to develop here. I've still got my podcasts I'll listen to. I'll listen to those. I'll listen to certain ones. But a couple of things that I'm not into right now. Call-in question and answer shows. I'm not necessarily going to do that because I kind of do my own thing and I'd rather come up with my own ideas. I don't necessarily want to be hearing somebody else's voice in my head when I'm doing it. I don't listen too closely that way, but I'd rather just formulate my own ideas based on my own research I've done. Second one, interview shows. Unless it's somebody I haven't heard before, my interest level is low. If I've already heard the same person interviewed in podcast format and video format again and podcast format again, I'm not going to watch it for the sixth time.
No, nothing new is happening.
Like nobody in the hobby right now that has been out there has not already made the rounds. So if you've heard one interview with them, you've probably heard them all. Like there might be a handful of things here and there, but it's rare at this stage.
A lot of stories.
Yeah, but a lot of them tend to rotate. And by the way, that's not a problem because it's understandable. And I'll use a good example.
True, it's not
a guy that I've talked to, and a guy that I've talked to quite a bit that we had extensive conversation with on this channel. Carvin, I talked to him. There's 2 conversations. We talked for a total of 10 hours. Covered a lot of ground, and a lot of the stories that talks about his early time in the hobby, how he got into how he got into Upper Deck, how he got into Panini, how he became a distributor, how he did all that. We covered that over those 10 hours. And then in the time I've heard him do some interviews since, he said the exact same stories. It's not, and by the way, he doesn't know if the people in the audience are new. So he should tell the story because if the question is asked, he should tell the story again. So that's not Carvin's problem and it's not the interviewer's problem because they can't assume who's seen it before. They can't. If I brought him back on, I'm not going to ask him that question because I already did. I'm not going to ask that other question. I already did. This other one, already did. We're going to have to go in a different direction. We're going to have to come up with something else because I've already asked him those questions. And if you want to hear that, I'll refer you back to the previous video.
Yeah, it's interesting how the hobby went up through COVID and it peaked in I'd say the end of February.
Could be.
So did the hobby content creators. Kind of reached that peak moment. The creativeness, the new ones coming out, the content creators. And
it's very difficult to bring something new to the table.
But it wasn't for the prior 6 months because people were popping up like everywhere. Now we're hit. See, it's amazing how the hobby has slowed a bit and the content creation has slowed a bit, and very similar.
It's a practical reality though. You can only it goes back to the same concept. What you're going to find, and you will find it, and you guys can take this with you and go look into it yourself. What you're going to find is a lot of the stuff, like the interview shows and stuff, you're going to see the same names, the same people over and over and over again, because who else are you going to talk to? Who else? It's like, bring on Goldin, bring on Brian Gray, bring on this person, that person. You have to really start trying to think outside the box a little bit to be like, okay, who haven't I talked to already? Can we talk to another distributor? Can we talk to a dealer? Can we talk to a different dealer? Can we talk to a dealer in this other thing? You run out of gas. So if you want to try to bring something to the table, you have to try to find a different angle on it, or
it's hard.
Try to put a new spin on an old question. maybe you bring in something. But what allows you to sustain is if there is a collector base, because for me, so even as my hobby content consumption has gone down, because there's just been less that has been worth spending much time on, my collecting's moved on unabated. As a collector, I feel exactly the same as I did before because I'm still picking up my stuff. I'm still looking for some things. I'm still finding things that are on my want list that I still am targeting for. So as a collector, the beat goes on.
Yes.
And as a content creator, I can still come up with ideas, but I'm not going to bombard you guys with a video every 5 minutes because otherwise I'll be rehashing my same old ground. When I can put a little twist on something or maybe explain something in a different way, then I'll do that. But outside of that, we'll do the live streams on Fridays for now. And then I'll do my pickup video because that's new stuff that came in. That's new for me. And then if I come up with a video idea here and there, I'll throw it in during the week. That keeps it simple for me. It doesn't put too much pressure on me to have to like come up with these brilliant creative ideas all the time because it's like, what's going on that warrants it? If something newsworthy happens, then I'll make a video on it. But otherwise, what do you want us to talk about?
Well, you've utilized about 1% of my knowledge, so we're doing pretty good.
Nice, nice.
Problem is, there's not a lot of calling for the vintage. There is actually, just not in this type of format. So it seems.
Yeah.
But I could do question and answer for years.
Yeah. And the thing is, over time, I think we'll try to tap into some of that. But the beauty of it is that means it's the same thing as what we talked about with Carvin. We don't need to do that in one shot. We can kind of chip away at different things and bring up little topics here and there that allow some of that to come in. And that can be in the context. That's why I say I like to make a variety show concept out of it.
Sure.
It's a discussion. And then we bring in those elements. It's like, but then you don't get those elements elsewhere. And that's a little different. It spices things up.
Yeah, it adds a little bit of spice, but it's not a constant craving for people. Most of the newer crowd, I would say, that are into either the investing side of it or the short-term collecting part that they've been into. You know, I got lots of years of knowledge of other stuff, and you know, every once in a while, it's nice to throw something out there and see what's happening. Like that Bobby Orr card. You know, well, most people would never know about that. Now, if they ever find one, they'll be calling me.
Nice, nice. That's fair.
I hope so.
So, guys, what I'll do is any last second thoughts, and then we'll wind this thing down now. I think we've reached a good spot. If any of you want to check out, I think the crossover guys are probably still doing their thing, so you can flip over and check it out. I'll be checking it out later on replay myself. Usually I'll listen to their stuff because they do put it on replay, so it's nice to kind of listen to it while I'm doing some stuff. And then we'll kind of go from there. Otherwise, thank you everybody for popping in. Thank you everybody for the questions and comments in the chat. It's been fun. We've gone through covered a lot of ground, I think, and it's been enjoyable. It's been another good Friday evening into a Saturday morning here in the East Coast.
Yeah.
1:07 a.m. It is now Saturday. So let me quickly go in here.
Make sure you all get a good Mother's Day present for your mother if you have one.
There you go. Fair enough. It's a good point. It's a good point. San Dimas High School. Yeah. So good evening. So thanks, Richie. Appreciate it. And Bobby, good show once again. Absolutely. So again, thank you all for popping in. Enjoying your
final thing. One of the things, one of the channels that I do like is All Time Greats with Victor.
Oh, Victor, yes.
But informative. Like, he doesn't do a lot of them, but I mean, he hasn't done them for a couple of weeks. I don't know what he's been doing. Maybe he's busy with work. But I always like his. They're always fun, informative, and you know, he's just he's easy to listen to.
Yeah.
So I do like watching his every time they come up.
No,
that's part of my top 10 if I even have 10.
Yeah. So there you go. Nice. Okay, I like this. Name. I already sent you the invitation. I already gave you the option I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I will send you the link right now. You've got 2 minutes. And if you don't show up, well then, 10 or not, early or not, it's on you. And I'm actually going to do it. I'm doing it right now. Check your Instagram, buddy.
It's only 10.
See if you can figure out that link. That's on you. So now, that's why I say these people talk a good game. They talk a good game. They say, "Oh, it's still early."
Keep
I'm
talking.
okay, but it's like I'm trying to give you guys every opportunity. One other thing I'll say as well, I do agree with Victor. Victor has been putting out some excellent content. I do appreciate that as well. One other thing I'll say though is that in the same vein, I've noticed also that Victor does kind of I think he's still working on trying to find different topics and things to talk about. He's got his genre in it. I will say long term though, it's going to be very difficult to keep going down the rookie card well because there's only so many twists and angles you can take on it.
Yeah, but he has a lot of tributaries that he can go down, and I think
I
that
suppose.
he has to find those. It doesn't always have to be rookie. It kind of can branch off a little bit there, and I've talked to him a couple things that might be of interest, and but that's just his own. Does he want to be a big content creator? It does.
No,
It
that's fair.
depends, and I think he likes that kind of thing, but he's kind of in a certain area.
I
And
think
I
that's
think
fine.
you need to branch off a little bit.
Like I said, I enjoy teasing, but it's not. It should be doing it at the pace that you want to do it at. It's not. There's no like this isn't.
Now you're getting paid for it, right?
Yeah, it's not a big financial. It's not a financial windfall. It's not a big deal. You shouldn't be killing yourself over it.
No.
Yeah, I know hockey guy like that, and I'm serious about the 2 minutes. I'm watching, and then we'll, as I say, Bobby and I are just finishing up here. I did send him the link though, so like let it not be said, I did that. But yeah, no, because the reality is talking is not difficult, but it's got to be a little bit of interjection because Bobby and I can talk all night. We already know this. But we're not going to subject you guys to that all night, especially if there isn't anything specific. Because otherwise it just kind of goes in a bunch of meandering directions. And then when it comes down to chickens, if it starts venturing into chicken sandwich territory, we're in trouble.
Yeah,
We're no bueno.
Tuesday at that point.
No bueno. Oh my God.
No,
then it could extend it to Tuesday. That'd be terrible.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It would keep going till Tuesday on chicken sandwiches. So we had to come up with our own sandwich or something.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly
the Palfy's gone. Chicken sandwich is gone. So we're kind of left with name having 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's about what's at. Yeah, I've been watching it. What I will say though is that I did notice that I think it was Richie actually, and I saw a little bit of a tribute to Ziggy Palfy buyback cards. Speaking of buyback autographs though. Buyback autographs, the proper ones. Yes, on Instagram, and I definitely hit like on those. I appreciate a good Ziggy Palfy buyback autograph. Come on. I believe it was Richie. I could be mistaken, but I believe that's correct.
It was worth the like.
Now, listen, if they show tribute and respect to the goat of goats, I must show appreciation. I have no issue with this. So who's determined to have best chicken? Here's the best part about this. I don't think they ever came up to a conclusion. I think they talked around the issue. Like we joke about the chicken sandwich thing, but maybe I missed it. I don't think they ever came to a conclusion. I don't think they came to a consensus.
Sasha T did it. Did his chicken sandwich thing, right? Popeyes versus Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, so here we go. So it was Richie. So love the Ziggy buybacks. That's right. Perfect. I appreciate it. I appreciated that content. Believe me, one of those likes was me. Yeah.
It was exactly. 4. It had to be one of you guys.
Yeah, it's like without a doubt, those likes were me. No question. I was all about that. All right, hold on.
No way.
Look who decided to show up.
Oh my gosh.
Did I make it?
You made it. You made it. You made it. You got lucky that we had the chicken sandwich talk that bought you a couple extra seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the middle of putting my son in his PJs when the challenge was raised. So
it's only 10 there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't challenge me. Don't challenge me like that, name. That is not the kind of I will then push it right back on. That's what I do. So how's it going?
Good to be here. Finally, I know you've extended the invite a couple times, and I haven't been able to come on. I was out walking once.
No worries.
I was out walking once late at night. Yeah, it's my free time to go walking, so take advantage of that.
So I'll tell you what. So let's hang out for a little bit. And chat. I have no issue with that. What I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to refill my drink. But let's do one thing, because since you're here, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you quickly chat? Because I didn't get a chance to watch the video, but I know you're doing an initiative with, I think, the cards for the kids.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a moment and just explain that a little bit and give a little background on that?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, sounds good. I will be back in just a moment, guys.
Toodles.
All right. Yeah.
So you have the floor.
So what I'm doing is I'm collecting base cards of Indigenous players who have played in the NHL. I even put it out there that I would accept like pro players or like even junior cards. But what I'm doing is I'm collecting the cards, and what I asked the hobby community to donate them. And what I'm going to do is I'm connected with a few people that I know in the community who do hockey camps, and I'm hoping that once things open up, they can start doing camps again. They can give out hockey cards to the kids at the camp for free. So I'm going to put together little packs of cards and then distribute them to the people who are holding the camps, and then just kind of leave it up to them to pass the cards along to the kids. And I wanted to focus on Indigenous players because a lot of the camps that are run by the Indigenous hockey players that I come in contact with, they go into First Nations communities, they go into urban Indigenous community, and they do a lot of their camps and clinics there, and a lot of their speaking and mentorship. And I just wanted to be able to connect kids with some of the players who have played in the NHL or currently playing, and then also promote the hobby. Because I remember when I was a kid, I loved collecting hockey cards. So I just thought that might be a good way to be able to do that.
Oh, that's really good. Have you started doing that already? Have you got donations? Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few come in already. I think I've had about 6 packages or so, and I have 3 sitting on my kitchen table waiting to be opened. But so far, I've collected I think 642 cards. Is how many I've collected.
Has anybody showed a special interest that you may not have thought of, or they thought they were interested? Has it started a discussion? No, I meant among the kids.
Oh, no, actually, I don't think people outside the hobby community really know about it. So.
So as it grows, I guess that'll happen.
Yeah.
By default.
Yeah. So I put it on Instagram, Twitter, and on my YouTube page, and just sent a little request out, and then I've actually got a really, really positive response for it, and I've had over 40 interactions with people asking how they can donate and stuff. So so I think I've received 6 packages that I've opened, plus the 3 that are on my kitchen table.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I caught bits and pieces, so apologies. I think you've already covered it, but just quickly for my edification, what was the specific criteria on the cards? Is it Indigenous players as well, or was anything specific about it?
Yeah, I was asking specifically for Indigenous players. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, I even put it out there that it could be players who are playing in another pro league or junior. Yeah, you can include those cards too.
No, it leaves it open. I think that's good.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that on your site you've obviously been collecting the Indigenous players. Is it a thing though where and this is just a question.
Yeah.
Is it a thing because I know you've developed checklist, obviously, as you've been and more has been added, and you've added different kinds of cards, because that part I've definitely caught previously. For this project though, it might not be obvious to most people. Is there a list, or is it just a thing where you kind of refer to your site? Or is it something where maybe a Google, because you could always have, and this is just a thought that I had, if somebody doesn't know for sure, but they're like, well, maybe it could be a Google Sheet, because that could always be hosted. And hey guys, here's some names, here's some examples, and these folks would qualify.
Yep. Yeah, I do have a Google Sheet that I've shared out, and then also I've referred people to my website, and I didn't put my website on the initial post because I didn't want it to be a plug for my website, because it wasn't. I just wanted to generate some interest and see. I just really want to see what I could do. And so far over 600 cards in 2 weeks. So pretty good so far. Yep.
No, that's good. That makes sense.
Are you developing something else for the kids beyond this, after all the cards and what have you? Is there some kind of a website they can join a group, or maybe get into hockey, or is there other things that you have plans for?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking about including a checklist for them, in the packs of cards that I'm going to make, with the list of Indigenous players, and but I don't know, it might be annual thing that I do. I don't know, just depending on, see what kind of interest I can get in the community. And like, because previously back in 2018, when Jonathan Chichu announced his retirement, there's a really big hockey tournament in Ontario. It's called the Little Native Hockey League, Little NHL. And he played in that when he was a kid. So it's minor hockey. It's like all the way from like the Tim Hortons kids all the way up to like to midget who play in there. And I don't even know how many communities participate in that, but it's pretty big. I've never been to it. I just like read about it and people told me about it. So in 2018, when he announced his retirement, he was the honorary chair of the tournament because they wanted to find a way to like honor him. So that year I knew he was going to be there. So I reached out to the organizers of the tournament and asked them, like, if I collect like cards of Jonathan Chichu, would you be able to give them to kids there so they can like get them signed by him? So I made a similar request in 2018. I think I collected almost 400 like Jonathan Chichu cards, and I sent those all to Ontario. And they gave those out to kids there to get signed by Jonathan.
Nice.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Very good. Very good. I wanted to take a couple of minutes. By the way, and I mentioned it previously in kind of my Instagram to you, my goal is not to interview you, but I did want to take a moment to discuss a couple of these things because obviously they're near and dear to your heart and you've obviously put some work in. So I did want to make sure we talked about it for at least a little bit here off the top. Because I think it's very good that you're putting in the effort to do all these things and building off these initiatives. And sometimes it starts off small and then builds, obviously. And you've already seen kind of the outcome of that. So let me touch on one more thing, and then I'll kind of ask you a little question. I'll go a little back in time into your collecting background a little bit. So let me ask you a question. But first, can you let me know what happened with the thing that was supposed to be happening with the Upper Deck thing? It was the card setter, if memory serves me, something like that.
Yeah, it's still happening. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Like I'm not.
Okay, but it's still
happening. Yeah, okay. It's still happening. It's just there was a lot of things slowing it down with COVID. So it'll still happen. It's just down the road a bit.
Yeah, I just remember hearing about it and then not hearing about it again. So I was just curious to make sure it was still. So it's still on.
That's still on. Yeah, and I have had people ask me if it's still going on, and I just say, yeah, it's still happening. It's just little delays here and there because of COVID.
Understandable.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, I get that. So let me ask you this question because this goes back to the Hobby Insider days. As I like to have a little bit of fun because I'm one of the longer time Hobby Insider people that never post ever.
Yeah.
Well, my account I think was made in 04 or thereabouts. So it's been there like forever, and I think I got like 88 posts or maybe 80 odd posts. Like that's about it through the course of time because it's like I don't really do forums. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is right. Originally, I believe you started as the Bowmeister collector.
Yep, that's correct.
So what was the draw for Bowmeister? I'm just curious. Like, what's the impetus to the Bowmeister thing?
Well, at that time, I got back into collecting. It was like 2004, and it was around the same time I joined Hobby Insider. I didn't know what to do when I got back in the hobby because I had taken like about a 10-year break.
Okay.
And I was just going on the Beckett boards, I was going to Hobby Insider, and I was seeing what people were doing because I was just buying random packs here and there, and I wanted to focus on something. And then I had watched Jay Bowmeister's career from like when he was in junior, and I thought it was like just a wonderful player, and I thought it would be someone that'd be cool to collect. And at the time, he was still like really a young and up and coming hockey player in the league, so I just thought it would be like cool to collect him, and that's kind of how I got started.
Yeah, absolutely. I just started grabbing the comments since he was mentioned.
Yeah, those are the good old days.
I like this one. Wake up and see that. Hey, sometimes we surprise people. I like when the opportunity presents itself to break it up a little bit because I don't mind going for a while. You already know, like some of these go long, but it's really Friday is good because I have that ability to do it, but it depends. It's one of those things when it's a little bit of because Bobby and I have turned this off and kept chatting until like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Like it's ridiculous. That's why I say, like, I'm not going to subject you guys to that, but we have done it. It's not a question if we can. We have done it, and that's after a long live stream.
Yeah, I was just giving you a hard time about shutting down. Yeah. That's all.
No, but I always laugh because it's the folks on the West Coast. But that's why I always like to tease the folks on the West Coast back. It's like, guys, I can go all night. It's not a problem. Yeah. We're still 7.5 hours is the longest one of these. We're not even close to that. So it's like, don't test me. I'm the wrong guy. I do remember full bag. That's right. So I think what's the what have you changed the username on HI? What is your username you go by these days?
I still kept the same username because that's how people knew who I was from back in the day. So I just kept it the same.
Yeah. Is it Bowmeister and a number? I forget the exact.
4. Yeah, 4.
So Bowmeister and 4. Gotcha. I went very creative, very inventive. Yeah. Medano fan 9.
I really
creative, really creative. Yeah. It's the same one I use on eBay. It's one of those things, but nobody ever sees the usernames anymore. So, but that's why I say, like, when I buy the card, it's like, well, the seller probably can figure this one out. If they can put 2 and 2 together. So wait, this guy bought a Medano card. Are you interested in Medano? No, the name's an accident. Like, it's coincidence. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway. But yeah, it was one of those things where I kept the name in there and I keep it consistent. I use it in these different platforms, but at the same time, I could never get into the forum posting too much because I always felt like the format was a bit slow for me. Because I like reading the posts, but it's one of those things where it's like, it would just get into this back and forth, but it was like a conversation, but it was a slow motion conversation. And I'd be like, it's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, it's hard to go backwards now when we have this live content.
Well, now it's different because now this is it's a conversation I had with Chris from House of Jordans and the Card Ladder guys. Is that he talked about the forum folks, and it's one of those things like I've been collecting 30 years uninterrupted. Even the folks that have been around the hobby a long time, they've stopped and started, come back, stopped and started, come back. But I was able to go pretty much consistently. I just kept collecting, even though I had slow down periods where I didn't have money. So, school, probably I was spending money on school and beer. Priorities. But I would still buy a card here and there. So even when I was slowed down, I would still go on eBay. I'd scour a little bit here and there. I'd find 1 or 2 things, grab it. Really cheap stuff, but I'd grab it. And I was still picking up stuff, and I would just have it sent home. And then when I got home, I would have the envelopes and I'd open them up and pull out the cards. So I never really stopped collecting, even during that time period. But because I don't post on forums and I didn't do any of that, the content and the ideas and things out there never got out there. This is my format. This is where I can be like, all right, so here's what I think. And by the way, you've never heard of me, but I've been around here a long time. Been doing all this stuff.
I think you had it out of order. I think it was beer then school.
Well, I like to pretend. I like to pretend by. I like to delude myself from time to time. I like to pretend that I prioritized school.
Understood.
I attended the odd class.
Depends on the time of year.
No, there was no pretending. Like most of those courses had, I think, there were ones that would do 3 times a week. They do 3 courses, 3 classes per week, and I'd be lucky if I attended 4. I'd attend the first one, the last one, the midterm, and then usually the class before the last one.
That's always good.
Yeah, usually those are strategic. You want to attend them. And then usually when I handed in the papers, I'd take it straight to the professor's office and just drop it off. I wouldn't even bother attending the class. I'd be like, Carlos, what are you doing? I was like, listen, man, I'm gonna take a nap. I don't need to be here for this class. Mornings, absolutely not. Nope. That's a straight no-go. Not doing it.
Yeah. You know how many 8 a.m. classes I withdrew from when I was in my undergrad? Probably like every semester I felt like I was going to do better the next semester. And then the 8 a.m. class came around and I wasn't doing any better. So I just withdrew.
Well, that was the only good part about the university life is that most of the professors by that point they're like, look, show up, don't show up, whatever. There's no attendance marks. Like here's they give you the syllabus, and in the syllabus is like, here are the dates. This is when the final exam is. This is when the midterm exam is. And these are the dates that your papers are due. Figure it out. Show up. But it was always funny to me when I'd show up on the final exam and it'd be like, who are you? And I'm like, look, I know. Shut up. Just give me the nameplate. I don't need sass from you. It's like, I don't need any of this.
So, we were talking earlier, obviously, about the content that we kind of watch or what have you. What do you consume in the content world out there? Like other things that you watch or tune into. I think I know a few of them, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as like the hobby goes, obviously, Carlos.
Obviously.
And
with this much hobby experience, how could you not? How could you not?
I come here for advice. When you're starting out your commandments, I make sure I'm writing them down.
There you go.
Yeah, but as far as like YouTube goes, like in the hobby, like there's not a lot of like I subscribe to a lot of pages, but I don't always consistently watch them. Like Carlos is one of the pages, like one of the shows that I watch consistently. Sports Cards Live. Friends with Jeremy. He does a great job, and known him for a long time. But like outside of the hobby, like I subscribe to a few pages, I subscribe to an RV page called Big Truck Big RV. Because I want to I eventually want to buy an RV because I've always been interested in getting one. And he talks about RVs all the time, gives tips and like what to look for, and this is the latest RV that's out right now. And also like I've been watching a lot of Bigfoot content lately, just for entertainment purposes and listening to the stories. And then there's another YouTube channel called Can-Am Missing Project 411. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Okay.
The guy, he's a former detective. He's American. He's a former police detective, and he's retired, but he's like started investigating all these disappearances in national parks across North America. And he's written books about it. And I just like listening to the stories. I find them really interesting. And
is it mostly bears?
No.
Mostly bears.
It's like a lot of strange disappearances where people just like kind of vanish without a trace. And and like there's no trace of them. They can't track them in the forest or anything. And I just find it interesting to listen to that. But that's kind of like my hobby. My YouTube consuming content outside of the hobby right now.
No, but that's okay though. I think the fun part of Bobby's question, and by the way, there's no wrong answer. Because it just makes it interesting. But you learn a lot because the YouTube, we joke about the algorithm before, but the algorithm is paying attention to what you're watching. If you're watching a lot of videos like this, all of a sudden your suggested starts shifting and you start seeing it can figure this out pretty well. It can pin it down. They're
looking for your rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I think sometimes because we're producing hobby content, people get into this tunnel vision, and they think it's like, no, most of us have lives or interests that go beyond this. This is one aspect in which maybe we have a lot of knowledge, maybe we have a lot of experience, and we do have a lot of passion. Otherwise, we wouldn't be collecting these stupid pieces of cardboard that cost us money. We'd be doing something more productive with our lives,
like driving around an RV.
Basically anything, Bobby. Literally just about anything.
If I wasn't married, I'd live in an RV and I'd drive around, do everything, and I could just live on. That's what I'd love to do that.
Nice.
But anyways, that's free to dream, right?
But the thing is that being a little bit well-rounded is good. Having other interests is good. It's healthy. It keeps it from getting too much down the path. That's why I say even though my hobby content consumption has slowed down just because it gets repetitive. Like after you've heard so many interviews and done all these things, like I've heard it already. And okay, I'll get the short version. Let me get the synopsis. Let me play it at 2x speed and skip ahead a little bit. It's like, all right, I heard the story. I heard the story. Okay, let's go. But that doesn't mean my collecting has slowed down. That doesn't mean my passion for the actual genre. But when I come in here, I try to bring a little variety to be like, hey, let's make it a little more interesting. Let's not just talk about the same stuff everybody's already talked about 50 times. We've already done that. In that way, not going to the forums is useful to me because I don't want to get poisoned because a lot of the forums do tend to fall into groupthink. Everybody thinks the same thing. Although I will say, one of my favorite things, and I am a big purveyor, a fan of salt. I do enjoy the saltiness, especially on forums. Forums are great for salt. But the thing is, it is fun where people will get into these bubbles where they'll just start to think the exact same thing. And I was listening to a podcast earlier today. It was basically that. I listen to these guys, but all they ever do is complain. It's hysterical. Grading is a scam. It's like blah, blah, blah. And they spend an inordinate amount of time waxing poetic on it. And I'm just sitting there like, you know what your thought process is on this every single time, but no matter what happens, it just reinforces your one thought you have. Yeah. No matter what, we always end up funneled back into the exact same thing. It's like, guys, then you don't have to use graded cards.
That's true.
But you also don't have to complain about them every single show.
Well, I think they find themselves in an echo chamber and they get in this little cliquing group and they just, they love it. It's a bitch session because the good news never sells. It's always bad news. So.
Oh, sure. And the thing is, people do pay attention. They do watch and they do listen. So I'll quickly acknowledge a loser here from who's been around before. So good evening. Have a good one. We'll see. We'll see. Like we're having a conversation. We're hanging out. So we'll play by ear. So this one here agreed regarding hobby content. Don't need to watch all the shows. Yeah. And it's been tricky because I do feel that we've reached a saturation point where a lot of the original thought has already been put out there and now it's just repeating it. And I don't want to just feed into that. I don't want to just keep going down the same path we've gone into. That's why I try to mix it up a little bit here and there. I'll randomly challenge people to come on, do stuff that makes it a little bit more interesting. That's not expected. That's the point though. It's not pre-programmed. No. It's like, no, it just happened. And if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have shut it off already. It's the way it works.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not interested in like the invest hashtag invest side of the hobby. Like,
but we do love our hashtag, but we do love referencing our hashtag invest name. We do it ironically, but we do love referencing our hashtag invest.
He watches, right?
Ziggy Palfy is a great hashtag investment. By the way, if you lose money, this is not my fault. Blame yourselves for not doing any research whatsoever on this.
Yeah.
Go complain to the hobby hotline guys. I'm sure they'll be very sympathetic.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning at 11 or something.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
I'll have to tune in one day. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be spiritually fulfilling.
You think so?
I watched a couple of episodes and I'm like, I understand why this exists, but it doesn't need to exist.
I watched 5 minutes of it one time and I had to do something, so I didn't keep watching it. So I'm going to have to go back and revisit it. I always like to see things for the experience, my own experience. So like you said earlier.
I appreciate the concept. I'm okay with the concept. Like I said, I'm not going to knock it. And I know that some people do enjoy watching it. And on paper, you've got Beckett on there from time to time. You've got Brian Gray on there from time to time. So it's not like you don't have people who have no hobby experience. No, you've got people with tremendous hobby experience on there. On paper, it sounds great, but I'm like, what is so pressing that you need to know it on a Saturday morning? I'm just curious. Like, I got to know what's so critical that you couldn't have gone to the Oracle of Knowledge, the Google. Go to the Oracle of all knowledge. This is what I like to ask the Oracle of Knowledge. And it's like, come on, man.
Bronco Steve.
Well, that's the Oracle in general. That's different. That's just the hockey Oracle. If I need to know, I channel the hockey Oracle. But I mean, the Oracle of overall knowledge is the Google.
Yeah.
I for one welcome our Google overlords, who may own this platform that we're on. Just say, I for one welcome our Google overlords.
But I find it very interesting that other people do watching content.
Yes.
I like watching music reaction videos.
They're fun. I enjoy them as well. Now, is there actually, this is a good question. Do you, when you watch music reaction videos, do you watch them in general? Do you look for certain bands or certain songs or things that interest you, or do you just check it out to see what's there?
I think the stimulation I get out of it is watching people who honestly react to the videos, and and just watching the reaction, and it's almost like hanging out and listening to music with your friends,
Mhm.
and say, hey, you haven't heard this song before, check it out. So these are new songs that people do, first time reaction. You can tell they're faking it or not for the most part.
Mhm.
And then you just kind of listen to some music while I'm doing some other stuff, and you watch a little bit of them, and it's kind of fun. I split my screen, working on the book, watching them. And it's old music or new stuff or
Sure.
what have you, be it rap or rock or not much country, but I mean, a little bit of everything. But it's just different, and it's away from everything, so you can zone out.
Mhm.
Like RVs, total different. Like sideline,
Yeah.
card, RVs. What? I could sell cards in my RV.
Genius. I love it.
Skin it all up.
I love how you went to the RV instead of like the ice cream truck model, which would probably have made more sense for that.
Maybe for sure.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. The reason I asked the question though is because when I watch those because I do watch a number of those music reaction videos, but sometimes some people will watch them to be introduced to new music, maybe that they've never heard of, or in a genre. But then other folks will maybe look for, oh, I'm familiar with the song. I'm curious what their reaction is to it. That's why I posed the question, because there's two different ways to approach that. Where literally you just be like, okay, I don't know who this band is. I don't know who this reactor is. Let me give it a go and see what happens. Because people discover music this way as well.
They do.
But there's also different kind of reactors, right? There's the really analytical ones who maybe are a singer themselves, or who are voice coached because there's that whole genre. And then they'll be really analytical about it and pause it every 3 seconds.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm asking.
Because they're missing some of the songs. So I really like to watch the older music for the people who haven't seen it. And I do like some of the people who are vocal coaches and what have you. There's a couple of really good ones out there. Okay. But the first thing that started me watching it was two kids. They're in college, and they it's Alex and Andy. And they just young kids, but they started getting into rock and roll. Like they do play musical instruments and what have you, but their analyzation was really good. But if you look at when they started, and I was watching them because they were listening to Pink Floyd and all these other great songs by Rush and what have you, and just seeing the reaction was very interesting. It was like, wow, listening to it for the first time, like we're talking top tier songs here, and it's interesting watching it with them. It's almost like watching it with your kids for the first time kind of thing, almost.
Nice.
Speaking of top tier songs, did you watch any WAP reaction videos?
WAP reaction.
The song WAP?
Yeah.
I appreciate on several levels that's where you went, Dave. On several levels, I appreciate it.
My mind went to different places on that.
Your mind probably didn't go too far off from the place it would have gone.
So WAP. What is WAP?
Another show.
Even I refuse to go to that part of the show, and that says something. I love it.
Most of the stuff I like to listen to is old rock or old songs that you haven't heard in a long time that were really, cutting edge of its time. We listen to the regular songs, and then there's some other things that I really enjoy. Some of the early rap.
Oh, that's fair.
Hard to believe, but I've always been open-minded for a lot of different things.
That's good.
I had a friend who was 10 years younger than I was growing up, and he liked rap, and he kind of got me into little KRS-One, and then we got into, anyways, way back in the day. So, and that kind of and then you listen to some stuff. Now we're all into mumble rap and all this other stuff that's going on out there. It's just horrible. So, but there's some good stuff too.
Yeah.
So
I think that's what tends to be the truth, though. There is a mix. There's always a blend.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of George Jones. I don't know if either of you have listened to him.
I don't know George Jones.
Yeah. I grew up listening to George Jones, and I love his music. So. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I have to say I was a rock and roll kid growing up, but a lot of the rock was kind of almost folk. Country-ish back in the time period, because you have to look at the early 70s and listening to Cher, and she had some great songs, like and they were kind of folky, and a lot of other bands too, but that's where my real true heart lies. But some of the other stuff, you have to give the creative genius that they've come up with the beats and different songs that really stimulate you, that are they just go off to another direction that they shouldn't have went, but they went there, and they're super hits. And I like seeing other people's reaction, because there's some really good songs out there. So I'm still a big music head.
No, that's fair. I think that's reasonable. So let me ask a quick question before I get to Hockey Guy's comment here, because this is a classic kind of question, because now that we've opened the door, by the way, guys, we're just hanging out chatting. So by all means, feel free to throw anything in there. So I'll get to this question in just a second. A key component is no compilations, no greatest hits. So take a moment to think about it, and we'll come back to this question in a second. One of the things I was going to say was that, and this is first a general question to both of you. How do you feel about when it comes to that music, whatever genre you prefer? Rock is a good one for this, but there could be other genres that touch on it too. How do you like concept albums?
I'm not a big fan of them.
Okay.
Mainly because all songs are done, because it's a concept. The songs are individually structured. It's different for me. I want to hear their best of what they did. I'm not really into the album or the concept behind it. They seem to be forced, because we got 3 great songs, we need 5 more. It's like, and then there's filler, and so I don't think concept albums are. But there's been some great stuff that's come out of concept albums. So
I think it depends though. Like it's very much. I guess it depends on how good the band is, really, because
True.
some of them can build a cohesive narrative from point A to point B. I wouldn't include it in my list, but maybe with more listens I'll get there. There's a Canadian band called Unleash the Archers, and they've got an album called Abyss, and it's literally a cohesive narrative. So the lead singer wrote a whole narrative, and from the first track to the last track, it's a story that plays over the course of the whole album. In fact, there are multiple albums that play into the story. So they took the concept album and they literally took it as the concept is, this is a cohesive every single song is part of the story, taking you all the way through it to the conclusion. So the songs there's no accidental song. Every song has a purpose that leads you in a direction towards the conclusion.
But is every song good?
Actually, I actually think they're quite good.
All?
I've had no complaints.
Now I have to look for it's so hard to get
it is. But like I said, if you already have an idea in your head and then you're making the songs as you go along, you can make as much or as few songs as you want. You don't have to make 15 songs on there. You can do 5 songs. You can do 10. It depends on what the story requires.
I know. And I that's one thing I hated, is and that's what happens to bands after they've been around for a few years and they have great, like Boston had some great albums back in the day, and the whole album was great. Every song was really great. And then they force, because they want to complete an album, so that they got like 3 songs and they need to add 5, 10 more. Yeah. And it just makes for crap shit.
That's a commercial. That's a commercial consideration. But if you do get to make the album you want, and you get to just design it in the manner which you see fit, and you can do however many or few tracks as is required, you can put together something that's very interesting. It might not be your cup of tea from front to back. In that case, I thought they did a really good job. I thought they did a very good job sticking with their theme, following the story from beginning to end. Some standout tracks on it. They're better than others, but I thought they did a good job overall. But anyway, so Name, any thoughts on the concept album?
Well, I think I like that idea of having a story, because I think if there was a story to it, you're saying, I think that would keep me drawn to the next song that's coming up, because I want to know what's happening next. But for the most part, I haven't really been into concept albums, really, just for a lot of the same reasons that Bobby said. But I like that idea of having a story and keeping you engaged as the song goes on, or the songs continue throughout the album. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. And I think it could be, like I said, execution is the key, right? You can have a beautiful idea, but execution is the key. I will say I thought they did a pretty good job, because the album seems to be pretty cohesive from my listens. Like I said, I'm not going to put it in my top 3, but with more listens they could get there, but it's going to take some work. I got to listen to it some more. I've only listened to it a couple times recently, but I got to listen to it more. But what's going to happen, what I did find though, is that as I watched the music videos that were associated to it, the videos stuck to the story and the theme. So all the visuals and everything played into it as well. So they built the songs, they did all of it. And then as they made the videos, they're like, okay, so this video needs to look a certain way to fit the song, but also to fit the story. Because then we only get to make so many videos, but all of these videos should fit into the story as well.
Gotcha. See, videos had a different take on the music, I guess.
Yeah.
You didn't have really videos growing up until
The songs were written first. The songs were written first, so they did follow that story. But then when they got to do the videos, they're like, okay, so if we're going to make a video, then it needs to look like this because this is the story this song tells. So we're going to show you visually what it is. And then when we make the next video, it's got to play with the first one. It can't completely throw it away. We got to continue a thread here. It's not a continuation, but it's got to continue the thread and the story has to play into it. So already having the story in mind makes it a lot easier to write all the components of it and make it look right.
I have heard that if you don't make a video with a song, you won't be half as successful.
These days,
because
probably.
People these days,
To a certain degree, yeah, these days for sure.
In the last 10 years.
Although the other thing is, nowadays you pretty much would have to get most of your views on YouTube because the music video channels don't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Gary Vee says to put it on TikTok.
That it might not be a bad idea. Might not be a bad idea at this stage. You got to get it wherever the eyes are, right? Wherever the attention is, that's where you got to go. It doesn't matter where it is, but it's very difficult. So I wanted to buy us a little bit of time for this question.
Okay.
So I'll tell you what, I think I've got it narrowed down. As I was talking to you guys, I was trying to think my way through kind of where I wanted to go with this. So I might have my 3 Desert Island albums. Do you guys want a couple more minutes to think about it? I can explain mine, or do you want to take a stab at it?
You can go ahead first.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it. Okay.
I accept it. Don't worry.
Yeah. So, okay. So first one I'll do, it's Desert Island. So it's got to be whatever it's got to be. It's got to be something you're happy repeating. They may or may not be your favorites, but it's got to be something you can repeat over and over again and be content with it because those are the 3 albums you're getting. So you better be comfortable with it. First one for me, I'll go with Mastodon Leviathan. They stuck to a theme there, kind of a Moby Dick kind of thing. If you ever see the album art, it very much has that. So Leviathan. I was trying to choose between that one and Crack the Sky, which is also a Mastodon one. So would be one. Second one, I'll do Radiohead OK Computer because I really like what they did with that one. I thought it was a really good album. I thought really some fine work by them. And it stays interesting. So to me, that's critical. That's key. So those 2 kind of take 2 different takes on it. The third one was the most difficult. Those first 2 actually were relatively easy because I was narrowing it down between a couple of choices. The third one I'll go with, and I did a video on this specifically. I'm going to go with Matthew Good Band because it is an old favorite of mine. If you're forcing me to do Desert Island, I only get 3. I can bring this one in. I'm going to go with Audio of Being by the Matthew Good Band. That was the last album they did as the Matthew Good Band before they broke up. That was the last one. I thought top to bottom, they did a really good job with it. There's some other ones I could have chosen, but that's the one I would go with. Those are my 3 albums that I would choose personally.
Interesting. I agree with a couple of them for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a matter of your taste, and I'm including the Big Units answer here. Dark Side of the Moon is not a bad choice. I like that album.
Feel good, yeah.
Yeah, I like Dark Side of the Moon. I'm a
Van
fan
Halen, 1984. See, I was a Van Halenite, but when I was in school, Van Halen was killing it.
Yep.
And so I'd have to say, and I went and seen the Diver Down concert in 1982. So I'd have to say Van Halen is probably one of my top albums, but not my. See, you're so drawn because I'm drawing from the late 60s right up through whatever. It gets very difficult. You can throw Zeppelin, you can throw AC/DC in there. There's just too many to really sit there and say an album. Zeppelin 4 would probably be the best album. Then I almost have to go to there's a Who or CCR. There's those are the real tough ones for me. That's where I really like the good old music from the 70s, where it was just amazing, creative, intelligent, smart writing. But there's some newer stuff too. Not so new, but I mean, maybe more in the Matthew Good Band era kind of thing, and you know, not tragically hip, but I mean, you know, Limp Bizkit, there was a little bit there, and
there were some albums of Tragically
so
Hip
many.
that I thought were really good, but if you give me a top three, I got to stick with you know, what brought me to the dance, so to speak, because Matthew Good is a favorite, and those other ones definitely hold like a strong for replayability for me. That's the reason I chose those other two as well, and the audio of Being I've heard probably 500,000 times.
I think I'd have to. Here's one album that's for sure in the top three. I'd have to say it's David Bowie, the Changes album.
Okay.
Now I don't know if you know much about that, but that so many great songs on that, and he was very different. There's a lot of others that I could include, but I just that one comes down.
Okay, so that's the one you're solid on right now.
For sure. Oh yeah, guaranteed. And Van Halen, Diver Down.
Okay, so Diver Down, Van Halen, so that's two.
And then I'd have to really think about the other ones. I'd have to say Zeppelin 4 because there's so many great songs on that. Yeah.
Okay, so those are three.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, fair enough. So name?
51.
You've had the two of us kind of hem and haw. We've taken a couple of cracks at this. We gave you some chances. We gave you some time.
Boston Triumph. Like, oh man.
Yeah.
Too many.
Yeah, I like those CCR albums back in the day too, Bobby. I grew up listening to a lot of CCR. I would say I have like my music interest is like a large, like I guess there's like a larger different themes of music. Like I like R&B, I like rap and hip hop, I like country music, I like rock. But I would say like the album that I listen to all the time and just listen to it is The Weekend House of Balloons, and it came out in 2011.
Okay.
And I could listen to that like it was like a dual CD album. I could listen to the whole thing. I still listen to it all the time. It's just like really relaxing music for me to listen to.
I think that's the most recent choice out of any of the ones we picked. Leviathan was 2004, which is, you know, it's in the 2000s, but it's still like, you know, we're 17 years on from that one.
Yeah.
That was the next newest one.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I can't pick a greatest hits. Like it was hard for me. Like
no compilations and no greatest hits. So it is challenging. It is challenging.
Yeah, it is.
Can't tell.
Yeah, because a lot of those George Jones albums I listened to, like a lot of them were like compilations of his best songs. Yeah. So that would be really tough for me to pick anything for him, anything in particular. But I also like J. Cole album from like 2011 as well, Whole World, and I also like I guess the Tupac album from like I think it was like 1995, All Eyes on Me.
Okay.
Yeah.
California.
Yeah, California Love. Yeah,
that was the best song. Yeah,
yeah,
really rolled that. Yeah. That's an endless beat that'll live on forever.
Yeah.
See, I'm really keen on that kind of stuff. I really like when there's, there's certain songs that bands do, and they'll be forever. It's just kids will listen to it now, and it was 30 years ago, and they just love it today because it hit the right thing,
Mm-hmm.
But that's important. It's the reason why. It's the reason why, even though I did a whole video talking about why I don't listen to Matthew Good songs very much anymore, even though I did a lot. But I can go revisit it. As soon as I play it and I start playing a couple of songs, if you do it sight unseen, there's a good chance I can pick out which song it is within a couple of moments of it starting the song. Because like, I know a lot of that track list like off, and even long time since the last time I listened to it, I was able to fire it up and I was like, yep. And then I knew when certain drops would hit, when the guitar would kick in, and these things, these little details that you know from the album or the song inside and out, because you listen to it so many times.
Mm-hmm.
And these little nuances, and so that to me is what qualifies an album or a song as being one of the favorites, when you can kind of pick out those little elements because you already know it like the back of your hand. You don't really have to think about it too much because it's like, yep, da 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 da, and then boom, the guitar kicks in.
Mm.
You know. Or like I said, the California Love song. I didn't listen to it a fraction as much, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Once you get the beat in there, you know. If you know that song and you're interested in it.
Sure.
Rap wasn't my thing, but that song was huge. That song was monstrous in its day, and I was a music video guy. So when Much Music used to play videos, heaven forbid, I was watching a ton of it, so I could pick it out from the video.
Sure.
So for me, it would be like, yep, I know the video kicks in, and that's what it looks like, and that's kind of what's happening in it, and blah blah blah. And that was kind of the way that that was the way that we discovered music for me, pre-Spotify. I love Spotify because as you listen to albums and things, it can recommend things for you and it can create these playlists for you. And sometimes it finds some good stuff. I have no idea who that band is. But you know what? Stylistically, it fits very well with what I like to listen to. So yes, good job, Spotify. But that's an algorithm figuring it out for you. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And even
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Even back in the day, like CMT, Country Music Television, they used to play kind of like music videos all day long.
Yeah.
And like you go on those channels today and they're just non-existent.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's unfortunate. I find that since I've had an iPod for so long, you lose the sense of the album because you have such a mix. Mm-hmm. So the albums that you grew up with, but beyond that, it's hard because I see Paranoid there, but Ozzy, and you got so many great artists and so many great songs, and I love seeing them all. But I get in certain moods for them. I ever be driving down the road, and the song that you maybe not would call a top 50, it's on at the right time that you're feeling something, and it just hit you.
Well, there's something to be said for the deep cuts, though. Like, it's not always the hit songs that necessarily are the best ones on the album, because the reason I picked Audio of Being out of the other ones in discography, because I'm very familiar with Matthew Good's discography from the band and then onward. Mm-hmm. The reason why I picked that one is because for me, top to bottom, it's strong. There's no weak song on there for me. As the listener, I enjoy them all. Mm-hmm. Now, there are some songs that are probably more radio friendly than others. There are a couple of songs. Advertising on Police Cars is like a 6 or 7 minute song. It never got on the radio. You're not getting a 6 or 7 minute song on the radio. But he used to do those, and I always thought those were the better songs. I like the way they developed. I like the way they went.
Yeah, it's funny. When I watch the reaction videos, I noticed that these two kids who were doing them, that they taught me something that I didn't think I needed to be taught. But to appreciate the musical instruments, all the bass. Did you hear the bass? And I listen to the song. I listen to the structure, but I don't listen to the individual things coming in. It just becomes part of the song to me, and it becomes good or not good. And they break it down, and then I started listening to songs differently. I started to listen to the bass in the background, going, "Wow, oh shoot!" You can't hear it unless you listen to it, but it's just part of the song. So you learn something new all the time. So I found it very interesting, and you appreciate a song a little bit more, just knowing a little bit more about what they're doing. Doobie Brothers, oh God, man, I love the Doobie Brothers so much. Long Train Running and just China Grove. There's so many great songs. There's too many in my arsenal there. So remember, I've had a lot of years to to go through songs and what have you.
Well, I think it was funny because, like I said, I do watch the reaction videos. I enjoy them because I like seeing different takes on the reaction part of it. One of the ones that I got down a rabbit hole, I'm the guy who will watch a reaction video. I'd love to do the discovery thing, but Spotify does that for me pretty well. So I'm very comfortable with that format, and then maybe I'll check out the video or whatever. But when I'm doing the reaction video, usually I'll pick a song that I might be familiar with, but I kind of want to see how they react to certain parts of it, which makes it fun for me. Because that's the reaction. That's the part that's fun.
Yes.
And one of the ones that I was watching was a band called Opeth. And they've got a song called Ghost of Perdition. And is it my favorite? Not necessarily, but I think it's a good song. And I've had a chance to listen to it a bunch of times. So I think it's quite good. But it's fun because the reaction that they give to it is very entertaining to me. And listening to, because it flips between this kind of a growl and then a clean vocal and then a growl and a clean vocal. And the guy the whole time just looks super relaxed. He's just playing his guitar. So it's like, okay. And it's just funny watching their reaction to it. That's the part that entertains me.
Yeah. So it is major songs like that, like The Sound of Silence, that was done by Simon and Garfunkel.
So real quick, Bobby. I know name. I got your message. So feel free to take off, take care of the kiddos. But thanks for popping on. What we'll do is we'll make an arrangement where we'll plan it out ahead of time, and I'll give you a link ahead of time. We'll pop on and we'll hang out for a bit.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Good seeing you, Name.
All right, good seeing you.
Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. But yeah. But the thing is, the point that you're making though is valid, because what ends up happening a lot of these times is that if a band can do these variances and they can do that, it's fun to watch the reaction of someone who's never heard it, assuming they've actually never heard it. And this is always a big thing for me. A reaction channel is only as good if it's an authentic reaction. I appreciate it more, because sometimes you don't know what's coming around the corner.
No.
And if it's the first time you've heard, so there's only one time you can do it. If I'm a viewer of a reaction thing, well, most likely I've already heard the song. So like for me, there's no reaction to have. I already know what it is. And there's certain songs that are open, that are very famous for being used in that way. There's a band called Ginger, and the lady on it can do basically Tatiana. The last name escapes me, but she can basically do this growl that sounds like the demons of hell have risen up.
Oh, I know.
And she'll flip the switch. Yeah, she'll flip the switch.
And she's operatic.
Yeah, she can sing very, very, very clean, very nice vocal, and then boom, just suddenly hit it on there, and it sounds like the demons of hell have possessed her. Mm-hmm. But she can just do it like that, flip the switch and do it. But the first time somebody hears it and they've never heard that, it's like, and I've seen the reactions where it's like,
And plus you have to link the reactors too on top of that.
Correct.
Because there's different people, and that algorithm gets caught up. So sometimes if you log out of your YouTube account and then you do the search, you'll get all these different other people, which is interesting, because I like to see, like I was listening today to Steelheart, a couple songs that they do where this guy Mika is one of the best 90s voices, like high pitched, and he hits these songs really well. Mm-hmm. And I like to see the reaction on that. And I looked at a few different people and I said, it was really good seeing them, but then the other ones, they were faking it. It was like, I mean, you guys are old enough. You've heard this song. You have to, because they're into rock and roll or something. It's like when they're into another genre and they listen to something totally different that's not in their genre that they haven't heard. That's more stimulating.
Yeah, I think that's fair, because if your fandom is outside of that genre, I can buy it a lot more easily. I think that's valid. It does get tricky. Although, to be fair, one thing I'll say, it depends on the band, because sometimes somebody will be like, "Oh, how could you not heard of this band?" It's like, you'd be surprised. Even the most popular bands in the world, sometimes it's like, look, man, if I'm not listening to, I got out very early on listening to radio. I just don't like it. I'm just not interested in what they want to play. Now, serious internet days, that was very tricky, because that left you with limited options. It meant like, it's not much you can do. Today, oh my God, you can stay completely outside of the top 40. You can hang out in a different planet entirely and not even be aware of anything related to quote unquote hit music, and still hang out in that space and be like comfortable. One of the things that was most fun for a long time in my 20s, especially when I had more time and the ability to do it, again, pre-COVID days, all that, but also just in general, I had a couple of buddies and friends of friends who were in bands and whatever, and they would go do battle of the bands and whatever. And sometimes you get to hear some local talent play, and maybe they'd have a CD and you listen to that, and it's more obscure and it kind of gets lost at the same time, because most of them don't get that far. But maybe you got the CD and you listen to it, and maybe they got some good songs on it, and hey, that's all right. And that's okay. It's not the end of the world, because sometimes somebody can make decent music or good music, and it's not radio friendly. It's not going to ever be picked up. But for the time period it was there, the music was good.
Yeah.
For what it was. It doesn't have to be the most mind-blowing, life-altering thing in the world to be decent music.
It's a time and a place.
Correct.
My friend was in a band called Slick Toxic, and they had one great hit. But I used to go down to Larry's Hideaway, one of the dives of the old dives. It's like a basement of a hotel, and big, very large, but very scummy and very dirty. But that's where he used to play, and I used to go down and see him. And we, this is 80, 81, 82, 83. That's what you did back in the day. And it's not like we had the internet. We didn't have all those things. So you had to drive for your entertainment. That's why everybody wanted a car. Nobody needs a car now because everything's on the internet.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it wasn't. It was after university. It was after I finished university, and like I said, it was most of those friends of friends were university. Now, what was funny for me is that one of the bands that were there is that one of the guys went to the university, and the other one's just like lived with him in a house. And I'll save there's a couple of good stories about that, but I'll save a couple of these stories for next week. We'll have a little fun with it. But the thing is, I went to go check out the thing, and there was a venue that I think has closed since. It was called the Piccadilly, and the Piccadilly was over in Oakville. It was just over here. And what would happen is where I was, like, I didn't have a car, so I wasn't going to drive there, but the Oakville GO station, like where I am, I've lived around the GO station for years. So I just go over to the Oakville GO station. But the Piccadilly is not far, but it's also not close. You got to go a little bit. It's a little bit of a hike, a little bit of a trek. So you get off the GO station, you get off the track and get over, and then you'd have to hike it over. And a lot of the times they were playing a lot of these things was like in wintertime. So you'd go take a stroll. And the thing is, Oakville's a city, but at the same time, this is also kind of a side street to get over to it. So it's like, all right, this is like downtown Toronto. You go like on TTC or whatever. Oakville doesn't have transit. They've got a bus, but the bus runs sometime. So you're walking, you're hiking it over, and you're just sitting there, and I'm like, and I hate cold weather, and I hate winter, and I'm like hiking it over, and I'm like, all right. And at a certain point, I'm like, I'm an idiot. I should turn around, but I've already gone too far. So I'm going to finish. So I get over there, and then we pop in, and you knew a lot of the folks that would hang out with the band, a lot of the friends or whatever. You go sit down, have a beer, and it's like, all right, I need a beer to defrost. I'm freezing to death. Oh my God. But then you go there, you'd hang out for the evening, hang out. The band would play, one of the other bands would play, and we'd hang out and chill and do whatever. And it was a good time. But you had to hike over. You had to do a little bit of work. And it wasn't as simple as just hit it on, because you're not going to hear this music on the radio, and you're not going to hear it on the internet. It's not streaming. It's none of that. But it was fun. It was fun for what it was. And when you're using your reference, like in the 80s, that's one thing. By the time that I'm talking about there, that was like 2010, 2012, which is quote unquote modern time. But it's like, that's still like 9-10 years ago. So it's still a while. So it's like, I was in my 20s, but I was in my late 20s, and now I'm in my late 30s, approaching my 40s. But it was a fun time. And if the Piccadilly was still around and we were allowed to do it, we'd probably go there and hang out, have a pint, because they'd have the open mic night all the time, and they'd do it. And and some of them were terrible, but some of them were pretty good. So it'd be a mixed bag, because you'd have a little bit of both, and some of them were pretty good.
The terrible are somewhat entertaining too.
Well, there was one girl who was dating, married one of the band members, and she was hanging out back in the Guelph days when I was in university, and she came over and moved to Oakville. She actually originally lived in Guelph, and then she ended up moving back to Guelph after the divorce. So the thing is, so it was open mic night, and what happened is, for whatever reason, somebody got it in their head. They're like, well, we've gone through all the bands, and people are still hanging out, they're still drinking, and it's not anywhere near last call. Like, oh, well, anybody want to come up and sing? And she tried to sing Bohemian Rhapsody. It is a very tough song to sing. But the thing is, she didn't know 3/4 of the words, and she was drunk. So what happened is, she got stuck on that mama part. And here's the thing. I was sitting there hanging out, and I was going to leave soon after, but she went up to do this thing, and I'm just sitting there like, all right, I'm going to finish this beer, but let's take a second. Hold on. Because I had a sense for the moment. I'd be like, okay, this may be funny. This could be very entertaining here. Let's just chill out for 1 second, because it's Oakville, and it's just over. It's a city over from where I live anyway. So at that point in the night, Carlos Sr. had come by. He was going to give me a lift home. He was nice enough to come by and give me a lift home, which he was usually good for that. He'd just hang out and wait, and then we'd go and we'd head off. So he was nice enough. He was hanging around, and he knew her because he had been around a little bit here and there. And then he was also in the same vein as me, like literally without saying anything. We both had the same idea. And he was just like, hold on, let's just let this play out. Let's see what happens. She got stuck on that mama part. But then her solution to this was just to keep going back to it. She would like do it and like never get past that point. And it was like, and then Mama. And it was like, and I'm sitting there like, oh my
Just
God,
kill the man.
how many times are we going to go through this part? It's like, we're never going to get past it. And I swear it went on for like 4 minutes and it never got past that point. And I was just like, I was dying of laughter. It was the most brilliant thing. And then after that, whenever my dad would like randomly, my dad and I would randomly talk about it, I'd be like, so do you remember the Mama thing? He goes, yes, I do. And we would just have a laugh, straight up, just laugh. And it's like, and it's been years and we'll still laugh about that night.
God bless karaoke. At least they
well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to be karaoke. It was supposed to be open mic.
No, I know. Yeah, you better know the song. And it's hard to know all the lyrics.
Oh, sure. But that's hard. To your point, that is a very hard song. Just in general, it is a very hard song. It's not an easy song.
I can probably sing all the lyrics. I know that one so well. I remember when that album came out. It was just phenomenal.
I get it. But at least if it's karaoke, at least you have the words available. You can be like, okay, but no one had the words available.
Was there any music available?
Yeah.
It was. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I think for that one they might have played a backing track for it, but it was just funny to me because I think they kept having to go back
because you need the flow to keep it going.
It was
right?
So I was dying. I was dying in my chair. Of endless laughter.
That would be almost impossible because you'd lose that sense of where you are.
Acapella would be torture. My God. At that point, it's butchering the song. Yeah. But anyway, so there you go, guys. So those of you who hung around, you got a little story from back in the day, Piccadilly, Oakville, Ontario, listening to somebody like very much butcher Bohemian Rhapsody and get stuck on one part forever. Yes. She may be stuck on that part of the song to this day. Who can say? Who can say? So anyway,
William Shatner singing "Rocket Man." Oh my gosh!
I can only imagine.
Elton John too. Oh, the Brown Dirt. There's too many good.
The 3 album thing is very difficult. It's very tricky. It's very tricky. It's a challenge.
I would take. Some of my best songs are one-hit wonders, anyways. For the most part,
I'm a fan of one-hit wonders. Yeah.
But
I wouldn't want the whole album. That one song is fine, but I wouldn't take a whole album of it.
No.
For a lot of those bands. For a lot of those bands, I would not. No, I wouldn't take it.
No. But there was some good, interesting, we got Paranoid. We had Black Sabbath. That was a phenomenal album. Diver Down, ? Interesting choice. Wow. See, when you grow up in a certain era and a certain time. So it's 1982. I graduated. I had a motorcycle. Rock and roll. It was just, that's when everything was hot during that time period. Mm-hmm. So,
but that's the thing. The reason I don't mind the question is because those are the 3 I would choose, thinking about it, and I'm comfortable with them because all those albums I could replay over and over again. I'd be very comfortable with it. Now, if you said a top 5, I'd have to think about it a little bit because I could definitely come up with a top 5. You're giving me more slots, not less, but then I'd be like, okay, so what do I want to do? I wouldn't necessarily stick in the same type of album. I'd want to have give myself some variety a little bit, but I still have my genres I prefer. I still have my genres I stick to that are my go-to, but I'd have to think about it a little bit more.
I think I'd almost have to throw a Beatles album in there somewhere because if you're going to listen to, and they could write a whole album, just phenomenal. So I think I could almost throw one in there.
Yeah.
And even an Elton John album. Some like these guys had like 6 great hits from one album, like top chart stuff.
Yeah, I get it.
You don't, where Van Halen had 2 from Diver Down, but then there were some other weird ones that I liked, but only I liked. Or
but it's not always about the hits. Sometimes it is the deep cuts. Sometimes it really is. Like it really is the deep cuts. Anyway. So real quick, guys. So what I'll do, we could extend this for a while. We know music goes quite a bit, but I do want to stop short of the 5 hours. We're not going to get there tonight, but I do appreciate the chat for hanging out. I appreciate Name for popping on. So thank you for taking on the challenge. I will reach out to him. We'll have him on a little bit earlier on, and then we can hang out and chat a little bit. By the way, guys, music is not off limits. We can have a little bit of fun with that because it's a fun time. Like I said, we'll always talk hobby, always first and foremost. But right now it's just kind of a chill time. We're enjoying whatever we collect and we're doing it. And that's the important part. I'm still enjoying it. I'm having fun. But hobby news wise, it's kind of quiet. It's kind of chill. It's kind of, by the way, not a bad thing. It's okay.
Well.
That means we can have a little bit of fun talking about, 3 desert island albums. To be honest, I had probably the most fun with that discussion. Well, outside of making fun of ProSet. I had the most fun with the little music discussion at the end. It's very close. It's very close. But I do have a passion for making fun of ProSet. But the music discussion was fun. And you guys in the chat, you had some great selections, and there's some very interesting choices. I think that was fun. I think it was enjoyable. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you folks who decided to hang out. Anyway, like I said, have yourselves a good Friday. If you're still on the West Coast, you still got a little time left. In the East Coast, it's already been Saturday for a little bit. So enjoy your weekend. Have some fun. Have a good one. And we'll catch you next week.
Night all.